Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Mentored by Peter Parker? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was tapping his pencil anxiously as he listened to Urabuchi-sensei droning on and on about the Meiji PRD. History wasn't Izuku's favorite subject. At least, not ancient history. The Dark Age before year 20XX was far more Izuku's speed. The Age of Destro kickstarted an era of death, chaos, and upheaval not seen since quirks first began appearing in the world. Society was on the verge of collapse, and only the fledgling hero system maintained some semblance of order. But everything changed when All Might came onto the scene. All Might, the symbol of peace. Whenever he arrived, the villain was captured and nobody was hurt. He'd always appear with the widest grin on his face, his booming laughter echoing through the air no matter what kind of danger he plunged into. Whether it was rescuing people, stopping criminals, or just getting a kitten out of a tree, no job was too large or too small for All Might. Evildoers dreaded his name while the innocent knew that everything was going to be all right when they saw his smile. A goofy grin spread across Izuku's lips as he sketched a crude drawing of All Might's face into his notebook. He couldn't help it. Thinking about his idol always put him in a great mood. Man, I wish I could see that video of him taking out those bank robbers earlier today. I can't believe it happened just a few blocks from here. The bell rang and Izuku began packing his notebooks into his bag. Not only that, All Might actually teamed up with Ingenium for that. It'll be the first time I've ever seen him be partnered with a speed quirk user. I can see how Ingenium stacks up against All Might in that depart dash. Hey, Deku! Izuku winced, turning around to see his childhood friend Katsuki Bakugo sauntering towards him with a fierce scowl on his face. Your mumbling bullshit is getting on my nerves. I could hear it all the way from my desk. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku apologized while bowing his head. He had that problem ever since he was a kid and people have complained about it before. I'm working on it and what the hell are you doing obsessing over the speed of All Might and engine whatever? Bakugo asked with a sneer of contempt. Izuku could hear his classmates mutter to themselves. Geez, here they go again. I know Bakugo has an awesome quirk, but he's way too pig-headed. Hey, better he be in but to Midoriya than to us. True that. At least I've got a quirk. Honestly, Midoriya's just sad. Izuku's heart sank as the chorus of insults and pity began. I just want to gather information and dream on, Deku. Bakugo poked Izuku on the forehead hard enough to knock him to the floor. You're scrawny little but couldn't even hope to catch up to them. Have you seen yourself in phys ed? It's a disgrace you're even competing against me, let alone all these other losers. I was just... Izuku's gaze drifted to the ground. Everything Bakugo said was true. His physical condition was lacking. That it was sad, really. Clinging to his dream like this. One would think he would devote his mind and body to training, like one of those comic characters of old. But that was fiction. This was reality. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, so stop muttering or shouting that bullshit. You're distracting an elite like me from getting what I deserve. With that, Bakugo sauntered away to meet up with Kohei and Masashi. Izuku's classmates muttered or chuckled with one another but left Izuku alone. Once everyone else had left, he picked himself up off the ground and bit back the stinging tears building at the corners of his eyes. He snatched his bag before darting out of the classroom. It doesn't matter what Kaken says. There's a chance. There's always a chance. There has to be a chance for someone like me to be a hero. Not exactly my finest moment. By the way, don't think too badly about Kaken. He's the result of the society we live in. You see, it all started when a glowing baby was born in China. Soon after that, more and more people were developing miraculous powers. Powers that changed their appearance, powers that let them manipulate the elements, powers that allowed them to fly. All the abilities dreamed up by comics in the East and West were becoming a reality. Needless to say, The world was plunged into chaos in those early years as the definition of what it meant to be human shifted. To maintain order, those with especially powerful quirks were given the power to capture criminals and protect the innocent. We call these extraordinary people heroes. Nowadays, 80% of people have a quirk to call their own. Kaken was born with an especially powerful quirk. His sweat acts like nitroglycerin and he's able to ignite it at will to create powerful explosions on command. He had always been told that he was amazing, that he was sure to become an incredible hero. It also helped that he was really smart and athletic, not to mention brave. I've always admired those things about him even though he liked to pick on me. As for me? Yeah, I was part of the other 20% of humans born on Earth. I was quirkless. Izuku's head hung low as he walked the streets of Mizudafu, a sigh escaping his lips as Bakugo's words ran through his mind. I can't let what he says get to me, Izuku thought to himself with a shake of his head. So what if I'm not athletic? Some heroes rely a lot on their tools. Snipe relies more on his marksmanship than how fast he can run or how hard he can punch. Yeah. If I just study enough, I can find a path best suited for me and... Izuku stopped and stared at his reflection in a puddle on the sidewalk. Oh, why am I doing this to myself? Izuku had been told all his life that his dream was unrealistic, impossible even. That without a quirk he could not be a hero. He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. I still won't believe it. But still, he needed to train if he wanted to have a hope of making it through U.A's physical tests. He needed to do something to prove to himself that his dream wasn't impossible. But first, I need to get into you, Izuku sighed for felt like the 100th time. Kaken will probably throw a fit when he finds out. Izuku was dragged out of his thoughts when he saw something from the corner of his eye in an alley. Something purple and scaling the walls. What? Izuku looked from side to side. Nobody else had noticed. He gulped. He should probably just ignore it and move on. But what if something else was happening? Was it the debut of a new hero? Or a crime in progress? From a villain? Izuku's curiosity overcame his common sense as he tiptoed into the alleyway, making sure to crouch and press his back against the wall. He wanted to stay hidden and have a quick escape route after all. Izuku had to stop himself from letting out an eep when a loud thud echoed through the narrow confines of the alley. He ducked behind a trash can and listened. It's not here. Izuku peeked out his head a bit and saw the back of a tall person. They were wearing a purple long coat with a high collar that obscured most of their head. Forest green flames were embroidered across the bottom lining. The kanji for danger and risk were emblazoned in neon green on the middle of her back. He watched her crush an abandoned cigarette beneath the lime-colored outsoles of their purple combat boots. Their left hand was raised to their ear. Wait, I think I recognize that jacket from somewhere. Izuku racked his brain for an answer, but he was interrupted when the figure spoke again. Yes, I checked the walls. The voice was distorted and muffled underneath her mask, but it definitely belonged to a woman. It's definitely not here. I'm not picking up anything from my lenses either. Hey, don't blame me, you son of a beach. You gave this tech to me. It's not my fault your little science project vanished into thin air. The woman turned around. Izuku clasped his hands over his mouth. The woman was clad entirely in aged, cracking purple leather, a dark green shirt complete with a padded vest zippered up to her collarbone. Her pants were sagging and tucked into almost knee-high boots with green straps. A matching utility belt circled her waist and what looked like the hilt of a shurnai hung from her left hip. Her ski mask was the same shade of purple. Its white eye lenses that were slanted and teardrop-like black markings surrounded each eye, meeting at the nose and curving up towards the back of her head. She looked like a villain version of an old-school Sukban delinquent. It finally hit him. That's the Prowler. One of the most notorious thief villains that made a name for herself years ago. She was so slick that not even All Might could catch her, as she hadn't been seen in years. What's she doing here? The Prowler stared in his direction for what seemed like a good while. Izuku's hear his heart pounding in his ears as the villain went silent. Did she see him? What would she do if she did? Prowler never let anyone who stumbled on her heists live. Prowler grunted and hit the side of her ear again. Shut up. I can hear you just fine. She sighed. Whatever. Keep on beaching. I can't find it and I'm heading back. With that, she let go of her ear and glanced back in Izuku's direction. Mind your own diamond business, kid. She turned around and ran at the wall. She placed her left foot on it and then her right. Gravity didn't seem to affect her or her coat as she ran up the building, slipping over the roof and out of sight. She did see me. Izuku clutched his chest with both hands, hyperventilating as a film of cold sweat formed on his brow. That was a villain. A real villain without a hero anywhere in sight. A villain who could have easily killed him just to be safe. I wonder, do heroes ever feel like this from time to time? When they're all alone and facing their first villain? Izuku shook his head. He had to tell a hero right away. Tell them that the Prowler had resurfaced and was looking for. What was she looking for? There were no important tech companies in this district, and she said something about a science project. Why was she looking for her quarry here? Hey, Deku! Izuku looked up to see Bakugo and his posse. Kohei and Masashi looked down on him with cruel amusement. Bakugo was wearing his usual scowl of annoyance. And was that concern? What are you doing down there? Hey, maybe he took your advice that he was trash and… Kohei began, but Bakugo silenced him with a glare. Shut the hell up. I'm asking the questions right now. Kaken. Izuku picked himself up, his voice cracking. I just saw. Whoa. Masashi's eyes widened as he pointed in Izuku's direction. The hell is that on your arm, Midoriya? Izuku glanced down at his right hand and saw a spider. Not just any spider, but one as big as his hand. Its body was black and hairless, its carapace smooth as silk. Its jet-black fangs curved like shark teeth. He could feel tiny, hook-like hairs poke and prod his skin as the spider shifted its spindly legs around. Most striking of all was the design on its back. It was an hourglass like the Black Widow's but dyed the color of malachite. Not only that, but it seemed distorted, like TV static, flickering in and out of Izuku's vision. His blood ran cold as it stared at him with its 8 beady eyes. And then it bit him. Izuku screamed. His hand felt like it had been stabbed by an icicle before it was lit on fire. The pain only intensified as it spread from his hand to his arm. Someone had poured molten lead into his veins. His muscles were melting into sludge. His bones turned into jelly. Every nerve was screaming over and over. Oh God, it hurts, it hurts. Izuku flung the spider away as the agony seeped into his chest. The creature fell to the ground on its legs, ready to pounce on someone else. Die! Bakugo shouted as he flung his sweat at the spider, watching it explode into a puff of ash and hair. What the hell was that, Deku? Are you screaming like a girl because? Bakugo's taunts trailed off as worry crept into his expression. Deku! Izuku's vision was swimming. Everything blurred into a haze. The colors dulled and every drop of light seemed 1,000 times brighter. Cold. I'm so cold. He shivered and shuddered, leaning against a wall to stay upright. His lungs burned as he took haggard, wheezing breaths. Sweat cascaded from all of his pores. His drenched clothes were trying to strangle him and the nausea was worsening with every passing second. He clutched his belly and lurched forward, emptying the remnants of his lunch on the street. Dying from a spider bite before I can even get to you, there was something darkly comedic about it, but Izuku was in no laughing mood. He swayed one more time before collapsing. He lifted his head just enough to see Bakugo's blurred form running towards him. Hey Kaken. I'm alright. I can get up. Just need a minute to catch my breath and that's when Izuku blacked out. That spider bite was one of the worst experiences of my life. I was kind of fading in and out. During the entire trip to the hospital, I was dead to the world. I had spasms. Kaken told the police that my breathing was shallow. I could tell you that I remember bits and pieces of what people said on my trip to the hospital's emergency room. But I'd be a liar. Everything was just one quiet stretch of blackness and muffled voices until I somehow managed to open my eyes. The first thing Izuku noticed was how dry his throat felt. Izuku coughed as he opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around the room. He was on a plain, white hospital bed with a cream-colored cabinet in front. Sunlight, no longer agonizingly bright, streamed through the windows on his right. When he looked to his left, he saw an foredrip that gave a wet plop with each drop. "I'm in the hospital." It wasn't surprising since he could remember being bitten by a spider that was probably poisonous if his reaction was anything to go by. Yet, Izuku's heart began to race again, thumping loudly as he remembered how close he was to death. The heart monitor beeped rapidly and Izuku heard activity outside. The clacking of shoes resounded through the halls before the door was thrown open by a female nurse with short brown hair and freckles. The tense expression on her face relaxed when she saw him staring at her and she said, "Oh, you're awake. See, can I have some water?" Izuku asked, his voice dry and raspy. The nurse smiled apologetically. "Please hold on. I need to get Dr. Tsubasa." Izuku blinked in surprise. His childhood doctor was treating him? A few minutes later, Izuku saw that the doctor hadn't changed in the slightest from when he'd last seen him 10 years ago. He still had the same bald head, gold-rimmed glasses with dark green lenses, and a bushy brown mustache. "Well, it's good to see you up so soon." Tsubasa dragged a chair in front of Izuku's bed and sat down while the same nurse from before, the tag said her name was Mai, brought a small, pink plastic cup on a tray. She took it and brought it gingerly to his lips. Izuku instinctively reached for it with his right hand. "You have control of your motor functions already. Now that is surprising." Tsubasa raised an eyebrow, and Izuku instantly drew back. Tsubasa smirked before continuing. "However, I would advise you to wait a bit before trying to grip anything. We have to do a few tests before letting you do things like that." "All right." Izuku let go as the nurse brought the cup to his lips and tipped it over. He took slow, greedy gulps and felt relief as he felt the water go down his throat. How long?" "Well, before I answer that I have to ask you a few questions." Standard procedure. Tsubasa took out a small notepad from his lab coat as well as a pen. "Now then, what is your name?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Age?" 14. "What is the date?" Izuku paled as the heart monitor beeped again. Tsubasa chuckled. "Don't worry. It hasn't been months or years. But this will help clear up how you are in terms of your memory." Oh. He calmed himself with a deep breath. "The 15th of March, 20XX. Okay, now just one more question." Tsubasa glanced at him. "Do you know why you are here?" Izuku winced before gazing at his right hand. The memory of the spider and the bite came rushing in. He clamped down on the urge to scratch the area and said, "A spider bit me in the alley. Kaken was there along with Kohei and Masashi. I was really sick and fell to the ground. Kaken was running to me, and then I woke up here." He looked at Tsubasa with worry. "Is the spider poisonous?" Tsubasa scribbled on his notepad for a bit before nodding. "Yes, that's very good." He put it away before looking directly at Izuku. "Now, to answer your questions. First off, you've been under our care for 2 days since you blacked out from the spider bite." Izuku could not help but look down. Mom and Dad must have been pretty worried. He could imagine his mom already. Inko Midoriya sitting just outside the emergency room crying on the phone to Hisashi, who was trying his best to calm her down while trying to figure out a way he could convince his boss to let him fly home. "We took you out of emergency care after we took a look at your blood." Tsubasa leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. Now, normally when it comes to spider bites there should be a trace of the venom within the bloodstream, especially in a case as severe as yours. However, once we stabilized you and took your blood to try and find the kind of spider that bit you, there wasn't anything in there. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes as the doctor nodded. "Yes. I was just as surprised as you are right now. From what I can guess, your body had managed to fight and reject the poison. You managed to sweat it out and expel it through various other methods. I'll leave those to your imagination." Izuku turned a bit green at the thought. "As for your little coma? That was just your body recuperating," he smiled, his bushy mustache turning upwards at the sides. "I have to say, it's amazing for a quirkless individual like yourself to have such a hardy immune system. You should probably give up already." The doctor in front of him said those words to him 10 years ago. Izuku could already feel tears start well up as the memories of that day bubbled to the surface. The shock, the denial, the words Tsubasa and his mom exchanged to one another explaining why he knew this truth. Watching All Might's debut video over and over again all night, the tears, his mom hugging him and tearfully apologizing. "Do you mean it?" "Well, anyways, that brings us to the present." Tsubasa pointed to Izuku's right. There were several cards, a few flowers in vases, and even a teddy bear wearing All Might's costume on the windowsill. "Your mother and classmates visited after we moved you here. In fact, she's in the cafeteria right now. I'll let her know you're awake once I leave this room." Izuku found himself staring at one card. Well, it wasn't so much a card as it was just a piece of paper propped up against the window. A simple message was scrawled on it in pencil. "If you can read this, then get your butt up, you dimmin' nerd." Izuku couldn't help but smile. Good old Kaken. "Now, before I go, I would like to ask you one thing." Izuku turned back to Tsubasa. "I would like to draw some more blood from you for research purposes. To be perfectly frank, your case is the most unique I have ever seen. And while the venom may be gone, there might be some traces of its effects in your body." Katsuki Bakugo gave us a description of the spider that bit you. "From what we can tell, there is no record of a spider species with those characteristics. Your blood may allow for us to find better ways to treat its bite should someone else be bitten by another of its kind." That's fine. Yeah. Izuku nodded before his eyes widened in shock and horror. "Doctor, at alley I was in. Before the spider bit me, I saw a villain looking for something there. It was the Prowler." "Really?" Tsubasa raised an eyebrow. "That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I'm surprised you even know it." I like to research things with heroes and villains, and that includes old ones," Izuku said bashfully before shaking his head. "Anyways, I think the Prowler was looking for that spider." Tsubasa stroked his mustache. "All right. I'll notify the police before telling your mother about your awakening. In the meantime, try to get some rest." He got up and motioned the nurse to leave. Tsubasa began to follow her but stopped as he reached the door. "So, you still have that dream, huh?" Izuku's lips flattened. "Why, yes." Tsubasa sighed. "Well, I certainly can't stop you. But honestly, you should focus more on setting your sights on the police force." He pointed to Izuku and smirked. "Still, I can't fault you for a lack of effort. Whatever workout regimen you have going is certainly doing wonders for your body." Your muscles made it a tiny bit more difficult to draw blood from you. Nothing major, but still it and your thick skin required a bit of extra force." With that, Tsubasa left the room and closed the door behind him. "Muscles?" Izuku whispered to himself. He stretched out his right arm. He hadn't worked out all that much. Heck, his mom chided him for being way too skinny. He certainly couldn't have had the muscles that Tsubasa praised. Izuku rolled up the sleeve and flexed. His arm was still skinny, but now there was a noticeable bulge of muscle where a small groove used to be. "Well, that's new." My mom came in a bit after that, sobbing and holding on to me tight. I tried my best to calm her down, but that just turned on my waterworks. We held on to each other for a bit after that. She fretted over me and I tried to reassure her that I was fine. She promised me that as soon as I got home she would make the best welcome home meal ever with katsudon as the main course. Izuku Midoriya is the best mom in the world. She put me on a video call with my dad after that. I don't really talk to him all that much, but it was still good speaking with him. He's never been the social type. He even once told me it was a miracle he managed to date mom and for them to get married. But still, my dad loves me and mom as any father would. He couldn't manage to get a flight in time to visit me that week, but he promised that he would come down soon. I was questioned by police afterwards about the Prowler and I told them as much as I could. Apparently, she'd been spotted around town and was being blamed for several robberies. They had their suspicions that the spider that bit me was some genetic experiment that was worth a lot of money, but none of the companies she robbed from were talking since it was probably super illegal. If only they knew. Anyways, I was stuck in the hospital for another week just so the doctors could monitor my progress. Mom didn't leave my side until visiting hours were closed. My classmates visited too, saying the standard stuff. Asking how I was doing, that I looked good, if I needed some notes for the classes I missed, which I gladly accepted, and so on. I knew they were only doing it out of politeness. I didn't have any friends at school, and most of them would either pity me or look on gleefully when Kaken picked on me. Still, it was nice to see them treat me like any other member of the class, if only for a little while. Kaken never visited. Kohei only conveyed his message that I needed to hurry up and get back to school rather than sit on a comfy hospital bed like a beach. Maybe he felt guilty over having to rely on the hospital to save me? He never told me and I never asked. Dad visited on the last few days of my stay. He asked how I was doing, snuck me in some sweets from the United States, and brought a few translated comics. Specifically, they were Spider-Man comics from the Stan Lee and Steve Ditko era. He was trying to lighten the mood, but Mom chewed him out over his lack of tact. I thought it was nice and thanked him. We watched a few Marvel movies together in the hospital room. He tried to poke fun at the special effects until Mom shushed him. I was just in awe of these old heroes doing what they did best. He left just before I was discharged, promising to come back when he finally had a vacation. After that, I was free to go. I welcomed that sense of familiarity I got when I made it home. Familiar ceiling, familiar walls, familiar food. But with me in an unfamiliar body. And let me tell you, things got weirder from there. Izuku gawked at his new physique for what seemed like the 100th time. Apparently he had gotten a six-pack, which should have been impossible since he hated sit-ups the most. After taking a shower, he discovered that he was muscled all over. His shoulders were broader. His formerly noodle-like arms and legs pumped up when he flexed them. Even his pecs jutted from his chest a little. Sure, they weren't big or anything, but all of it was rock solid, defined and functional. It was like someone had taken his head and placed it on the body of a wiry, but strong acrobat. Did the spider do this? It was hard to believe, but any other explanation he thought up just managed to sound stupid when he repeated it to himself. Maybe its venom is like a steroid or something. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with him, but his new muscle mass was extremely odd and they asked for more blood to run some tests. Whatever had happened, it wasn't like he could complain. No one could call him skinny anymore. Still, he probably shouldn't just keep staring at his reflection all day. He pulled on his undershirt and buttoned up his jacket, marveling at how the clothes seemed less baggy on him before racing out his bedroom door. It was almost scary how quickly he got to the table while his mom was busy cooking breakfast. "Good morning, Izuku," Inko said with an anxious smile, scrambling the eggs in the pan while the ham was cooking in another. "Did you sleep well?" "Yeah, I did, Mom." He returned her smile with his own. "Slept like a log too. So I think that's a good sign. Just hungry now is all." "I'm actually surprised." Inko scooped the eggs onto 2 plates and distributed the ham before placing them both on the table. He sat down and began digging into his meal with gusto. "You used to barely touch your food and now you're devouring it. I mean, I heard of growing boys, but honestly, this is a shock." "Yeah, for me too." Izuku agreed with a nod. He'd surprised himself last night when he shoveled down 4 bowls of katsudon and still had room to finish all of the sides and toppings. He returned to eating, but he could tell that his mom was looking at him worriedly. "Are you sure you're all right, Izuku?" she asked with concern in her voice. Izuku looked at her and felt a slight tug of guilt even though the spider bite was totally out of his control. Well, okay, maybe following a known villain and staying in the area wasn't the smartest idea, but at least he managed to provide the police with some useful information. That had to count for something. And besides, he felt good. Really good. Like he could run a mile without breaking a sweat. "Yeah, I am. You don't have to go to school yet if you still aren't feeling well." "I'm fine, Mom," he stuttered a bit, glancing to the side before flashing a confident grin. "All Might wouldn't stay out from something like this, so I won't either." His mom nodded, but the troubled look on her face suggested that she could tell that he was trying to reassure himself as much as her. He continued to eat breakfast and wolfed down the leftover eggs in the pan with a piece of toast. When Izuku was finished with that, he hugged his mom and ran out to school. He got there in no time. Crime wasn't exactly huge at the moment, so there were no villain battles holding up traffic or blocking roads. Things hadn't changed all that much and Izuku didn't have a parade waiting for him at the shoe lockers. He was just another kid coming to punch in their daily education for a few hours. Izuku released a bit of his bated breath as he stepped inside. Okay, first day back. No big deal. I'm up to date with notes and homework, so all I have to worry about is Deku. EP. Izuku jumped back and plastered himself against the nearest wall, hitting the flyer board to the left side of the entrance. Bakugo was boring into him with his usual scowl. Hey, Kakin. Izuku laughed nervously as he tried calming himself. I got your card. It was really thoughtful and I see you're back to your usual nerdy self. Bakugo clicked his tongue and started walking away. If you want to thank me for saving your scrawny butt, then keep your mouth shut for the rest of the day. With that, he left and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least he isn't making a big deal out of it. Izuku began peeling himself from the wall, but felt resistance before he heard the tinkling sound of metal hitting the hardwood floor. Izuku brought his hand in front of his face and found a flyer that read, "Join the Kendo Club," with a cartoon tiger scrawled on it. The tacks that held it to the cork board lay scattered at his feet. What the? Izuku turned his hand a few times, but the paper would not come off. What's going on? Izuku swung his hand around with no luck and several students passed him by whispering amongst themselves. Is it glue? How do I get this off? As soon as he had that thought, his palm went slightly numb for a second and the paper fluttered harmlessly to the floor. Nothing appeared to be wrong with it. The paper wasn't sticky, nor was there the telltale sheen of glue. Izuku gazed at his hand for answers and noticed something. They were small, but there were now little brown dots on his hand. Not big enough to be noticed from a distance, but as Izuku brought his hand closer to his face, those dots got bigger. He squinted his eyes. Those aren't dots. They were barbed, hook-shaped hairs, or at least something close to hair, growing out of the underside of his hand, extending outward ever so slightly. They were what gripped the paper. They kept him from letting go despite his best efforts. They must be able to hook onto anything so it won't come off. Izuku held his breath and gently stretched his hand, watching the little hairs retreat back into his skin. I don't want to grip anything right now. He reached down to the paper and touched it with his right index finger. When he brought the finger up, the paper did not follow. Pick it up. Izuku stretched out his finger slightly and brought it down. When he brought the finger back up, the paper clung to the tip without Izuku gripping it at all. His breath hitched in his chest. What is happening to me? Izuku looked at his hands in wonder, a small smile on his face as the little hairs popped out of his skin before retracting. Amazing, he muttered to himself as he ignored the activity around him. It was lunchtime, so it wasn't like the teacher was going to embarrass him in front of everyone for being occupied with something that actually was more important than the lesson. After all, he had just gotten his quirk. The spider bite must have awakened the gene or something like that. It wasn't impossible. Izuku's research back when he was 4 and fresh from Dr. Tsubasa's diagnosis revealed that there were a few late quirk awakenings. It was rare, but sometimes people went through most of their lives thinking they were quirkless until a traumatic event of some kind caused it to come out on reflex. The hairs on his hands were becoming easier to manage. He just needed to think that he needed to stick something on his hand and out they would come. Izuku reminded himself that the substitute nurse called the hairs setchels. She hadn't heard he was quirkless, and Izuku was able to cover for his interest in the quirk he supposedly had for all his life by saying he thought they looked weird today. She thought Izuku was trying to get out of school and just kicked him out. Izuku pushed his pencil eraser into the center of his palm and the setchels came out. Looks like they come out anyways if enough pressure is placed on them. He grinned nervously. This quirk is amazing. It was the only logical explanation, wasn't it? It wasn't like the spider gave him its natural abilities. That was just the plot of Spider-Man. It was fiction and this was reality. No, the truth was the spider bite managed to activate his quirk. His loss of fluids caused Izuku to slim down and his muscles developed because it was just his body adjusting itself so the setchels could develop. That was it. The thing Izuku had been hoping, no praying for had finally come true. His quirk had finally awakened and now he had the stuff to become a hero. Izuku turned his hand and allowed the pencil to hang by its eraser from the center of his palm. He didn't know whether to laugh, cry, do a little jig on his desk, exclaim this discovery to the class that made fun of or pitied him, or all of those at the same time. The possibilities of this quirk are limitless. With these I could stick myself onto fast-moving vehicles without much trouble. And no, wait, I'll probably need to train my body to handle the velocity. Wait, Rika. Scouting out a villain's location and observing the situation from a safe position is also a possibility for this quirk. Deku. But wait, I'll also need to train my upper body before I go to UAT. That shouldn't be a problem now. I'm pretty sure there are tons of training programs online for people with quirks that let them to scale buildings. Deku. Man, I need to tell Mom as soon as possible. This quirk probably came from someone in her or Dad's family and I can get advice from them. Yes, that's it. Shut the hell up. Something occurred immediately after Bakugo's shout reached Izuku's ears. Izuku's head was throbbing, something akin to a headache but not as painful. It was like his brain was tingling, as if something was working around in his head. What? Izuku thought as he observed what was happening in front of him. It was like everyone was moving in slow motion. He was trying to throw a wad of paper into the recycling basket as if it were a basketball. Chie and Haruko were giggling amongst themselves, but their bodies were shaking more slowly, and Hinata's eyeballs bulged from their sockets as he turned towards Izuku. Izuku brought his forehead to his desk without another thought. He could hear the desk crack and he saw it begin to buckle. When he heard the familiar pop of Bakugo's explosions above him, Izuku threw his head back and through the cloud of smoke. He screamed as he began tripping back on his chair, his arms gripping tighter on the plastic desk to steady himself. The desk cracked and bent, shattering into shards of plastic and metal. Izuku's head hit the desk behind him and went tumbling to the floor. It took him a second to recover and see his now ruined desk. Everyone was gaping at him and even Bakugo was staring at him with wide-eyed amazement. There was no mistaking it. Something on a subconscious level had warned him about Bakugo's prank. Slowed down his perception to give him enough time to avoid it and… Spider sense. I can explain. Izuku shouted, trying to ignore the thought that passed through his mind. But as he waved his hands around he saw that the edges of his desk were still on his open palms. Increased strength. The ability to stick to anything with tiny hairs on your hands. After a spider bite. Izuku's mouth went dry. That's… Deku. Bakugo's red eyes were practically glowing with rage and disbelief as he stepped forward. Spider sense or not, Izuku knew it was time to go. He willed the satchels to retract, letting the desk pieces hit the ground as he backed away. He leapt to his feet, amazing everyone and himself, and just bolted out of the classroom. This is impossible. This is impossible, he muttered over and over to himself, his mind racing as weaved through the people in the hallways. He ignored the fact that he was running past the shoe locker and through the front door. He ignored the PE teacher asking where he was going. He ignored Bakugo's shouts from his classroom window and leaped when he was near the fence. Izuku stopped as he found himself on the other side. He looked back at his gate with the school behind it. I just jumped over 10 feet and I'm fine. Izuku didn't dwell on it long, running down the sidewalk and ignoring the confused glances of passerby. Izuku had no idea how long he ran. His mind was struggling to process what just happened. Only a few days ago he was quirkless. But now he had muscles. He had satchels that grew out of his skin. He had super strength and some sort of precognition ability. This went beyond just having a quirk and all these powers. But how could a spider bite do this? And no, wait, there was something wrong with that spider. Was the reason Prowler was tracking it because her employer was doing experiments on it? Was it actually radioactive like the one from Spider-Man? Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he nearly shouted, "Do I have cancer now?" I would like to state for the record that no, I do not have cancer. I can donate blood without it having any deadly side effects, and my wife is fine, thank you very much. Izuku was so wrapped up in fear and dread that he didn't even notice the crowd of people stopped at the corner. He ran out ignoring their shouts until a deafening horn blared on his left. His head tingled and time seemed to slow again. He turned left to see a 16-wheeler barreling towards him. The driver's right hand was slamming the horn and grimaced in anticipation for the inevitable collision. But it never came. Izuku almost unconsciously crouched before jumping, flying up and over the truck as time returned to normal. Izuku screamed. He was now over 20 feet in the air and barreling towards the side of a skyscraper. He instinctively shot his hands out and felt his body slam against the wall, cement rubbing up against on the left side of his face. Izuku groaned, slowly peeling himself off like a bug on a windshield until he noticed something. "I'm not falling?" Izuku opened his eyes and looked to see he was still on the cement wall of the skyscraper. After lifting his head, he realized his hands were flat on the stone. He felt a gust of wind wash over him and looked down to see people staring at him in shock or annoyance for worrying them with a quirk like that. Most of them just went back to walking about, ignoring him. Oh my God! Izuku as he looked back at his hands. His mind flashed back to how Spider-Man would scale buildings. He used his hands and feet, crawling on them like a bug. Izuku gulped and lifted his right hand, bringing it up a bit before bringing it down. He positioned his feet flat on the surface, spreading his legs a bit, before raising his left foot and placing the tip on the wall. He repeated the action with his left hand and right foot. He did it again and again and again, slowly creeping up the side of the wall. This isn't a dream, Izuku thought as he continued to crawl up. Rather than feeling. He was elated. This isn't an impossibility. This is actually happening. Whatever fear Izuku had was gone. The strangeness of getting his powers in this way, powers that mimicked those of a fictional character and were acquired the same way, were chased out of Izuku's head and replaced with pure, unadulterated joy. So what if he got his powers like this? They were now his. The feeling of powerlessness he carried throughout his life, all the speeches and lectures about how he could never become a hero. They were now meaningless. Now he can be a hero. Hey, kid. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts by the new voice. A cursory glance showed he had climbed near the roof of the building. A man in a black bodysuit save for a brown wooden helmet, gloves, and belt was leaning over the edge of the roof to talk to him. Kamui Woods. Izuku squeaked. Why, you're the new rookie who's rising in popularity. The hero said nothing at first before slowly nodding. Yeah, that's right. Mind telling me what you're doing up here and not at school? Izuku looked down in shame. That's right. He had just ditched school for the first time in his life. I'm sorry. He couldn't tell the truth. Hell, Izuku himself had a hard time believing it. Still, he could tell a half-truth. I got scared. My quirk just awakened and I thought I was quirkless my entire life. Kamui Woods didn't hesitate and leaned closer. Whatever the hero was actually thinking he did not show, but he got down on a knee and extended a hand. Yeah. I'd imagine something like that would be a bit of a shock. Now come on. Your school is worried sick about you and you're making people nervous. I'll help you down. All you need to do is take my hand. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and grasped Kamui Woods' extended one with his right hand. His secret was safe for now. Mind easing up the grip? Feels like you're going to crush my hand. Sorry. Let me tell you, my principal knew how to give one hell of a lecture. I had to face the music after getting chewed out by the cops below for using my quirk after I was out of danger and skipping school. They brought me back and my principal droned on for about an hour about how my stunt put the reputation of the school at risk and how those who skipped school were destined to become undesirable in the modern world. But considering my stellar grades and the fact that I had never gotten into trouble before, they were willing to let me off with a couple days of detention. The fact that my quirk had just awakened probably convinced them to be more lenient. Lucky me. So after about an hour of cleaning my classroom and trying not to think about the glares cacking through my way, I headed home. I had no idea what I was in for. Izuku tried to ignore how clammy his hands felt from washing the blackboard and desks. The punishment he had gotten wasn't brutal and it certainly could have been a hell of a lot worse, but it was exhausting. Guess spider stamina can't help me recover from tedious chores. That was really something. He was now referring to his abilities as spider something. Just like in a comic book. Mom is going to go crazy when she sees what I can do now. Izuku was a bit worried whether his mom would be more worried about him than happy considering he just tried to skip school over his newly awakened quirk. Dad will probably just think it's ironic considering the movies we watched. Kid. But what should I do now? Izuku muttered to himself. I need to learn the limits of my power. I can't just assume I've got everything that Spider-Man had. I need to test my strength, my speed, and everything else. Kid. And I need to practice what movements I make using this new body. Izuku flexed his right arm. I can't just assume I can pull off everything from his movies. Most of those movements were created using old CGI and they tend to stretch things a bit and… Hey kid! Izuku felt a hand grab his right shoulder and his nose met the unpleasantly familiar scent of garbage and sweat. His gut lurched. Was he being mugged? He spun around to meet his assailant, his fingers brushing against the hand of the person touching him. Izuku felt something well up within him, a shiver that flowed from his chest into his fingertips. His eyes widened as the person stiffened, seemed to bolt up, and was flung backward. He glanced down at his hands to see green sparks coming from his fingers. What the… Izuku began, but the person shot something out. A white glob hit him square in the chest and Izuku's mind registered that the glob was part of a white string. He had about a second to think about this before he was pulled with the person that grabbed him. Despite his new reflexes, Izuku landed face first on the asphalt and groaned as he picked himself up. This wasn't going to become a thing, was it? He shook it off and ran to the person, kneeling beside them and trying to shake them awake. Are you okay? Izuku shouted as he fumbled for his phone. What the hell was that? Another one of his powers? Spider-Man never had that power. I'll call a hospital. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Izuku trailed off as his eyes noticed several things. 1. The white string was not one solid item. Rather, it was a conglomerate of different strings wound around one another. It was coming from the person's left hand, which upon closer inspection had a 2-finger lever device in the center of his palm. 2. The person who grabbed him looked like a Caucasian man with short brown hair that had a stripe of gray hair running down the sides of his head. His chin and cheeks were covered in stubble. 3. The person was wearing a pair of dirty gray sweatpants, a blue left shoe and a red right one, and a stained green coat. 4. Underneath that coat was what appeared to be a hero costume. It was primarily red with blue on the sides, but the red portion had a black web-like design that converged at the center of his chest. There Izuku found a black, stylized symbol of a spider. That's impossible. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Before I could become a hero, I had to meet my teacher. Everyone, this is how I met Peter Parker. The original Spider-Man. No, I'm serious. Trust me. I promise it will all make sense soon enough. After all, this is ultimately the story of how I became one of the greatest heroes in the world. This is the story of how I, Izuku Midoriya, became Spider-Man. Izuku had no idea how long he'd been staring in shock. Every one of his thoughts just ground to it. How could they not? He'd just gotten the powers of Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider, which may or may not have been radioactive, and now he's being confronted by a Caucasian man who just happened to be wearing some sort of Spider-Man costume. Who happened to be wearing some kind of device on his wrists that shot out webs. One of which was still attached to Izuku's chest. No, now's not the time for this. Izuku then whipped out his phone and shakily swiped right to open the emergency call function. Whatever that was, the power was likely related to electricity. I just electrocuted this man. What if I short-circuited his brain? Was it some sort of defense mechanism that? Izuku froze when a firm hand gripped his right arm before he could hit the call button. He looked down to see the man staring at him. Kid, whatever you're muttering about. Stuff. It seriously hurts. Izuku clammed up. English had been one of his better subjects, and Izuku had the best grades in class since it was the one course he didn't have with Kaken. He had no idea how it would benefit him since he wasn't going to be working in the United States like his dad. But he ended up taking it for the sake of having one relatively peaceful PRD. Now he was thanking whoever was listening upstairs that he took it. The man slowly got to his feet and staggered as he stood upright. Yes, sir. Izuku got up and tried to lend a hand. but he was waved off while the man massaged his forehead. Why you got a shock? I'm really sorry. I just got my quirk and… Christ, my head. The man muttered something else in a low voice that Izuku couldn't catch. Feels like I got hit in the head by one of Herman's blasts. I'll call an ambulance. Izuku had to. Despite what the man said, Izuku's power had knocked the man out for several minutes and he still seems disoriented. Who knew the side effects that blast had? Izuku's phone was then plucked from his fingers. The man looked exhausted as he held it outside of Izuku's reach. All right, look, he began, I know you can't understand me but… He motioned to himself, pointing with both fingers as he shouted, He grinned and gave an awkward thumbs up with both hands. I'm fine. He shrugged with the best attempt at a puzzled expression. Now what? He pointed at Izuku. Did you? He shook his body, making buzzing noises with his mouth before stopping. Do? He then pointed back to himself, his cheeks flushed in embarrassment from having to play this game of charades. To me. Izuku swallowed the saliva in his mouth as he worked up the courage to speak. I can tell and hear English, sir. The other reason why Izuku had the best grades in English class was because he was the only one who cared enough to work for them. The man blinked before muttering, You can understand? He sighed before palming his face. Smooth, Peter. You just made an butt out of yourself in front of a teenager. I am most sorry, sir. Izuku bowed before continuing. I have just received my quirk, and have struck you without thought. I most humbly apologize. Kid, you don't. I humbly request for phone. Izuku inwardly cursed himself for the lack of a "my" in the sentence. We must notify hospital for your recovery and… No hospitals. Izuku looked back up to see the man shaking his head. Look just. I'm fine. It's no big deal. I feel fine now, the man grinned. But, if you really want to make it up to me, maybe you get me something to eat? Haven't eaten all day. Izuku bit his lip as he slowly translated the words in his head. The man really should go to a hospital. Something could be seriously wrong with him. But he still has my phone. I accept, he bowed, and my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I humbly apologize again. What's with all the bowing? The man shook his head and gave a light bow of his own. Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. Izuku blinked. He had his suspicions, but hearing it now. Well, there is only one logical response. What? Oh my God, this is so good. The man, Peter, as he shoved another forkful of rice into his mouth. I had this katsu stuff in New York a couple of times, but this is the best one I've ever had. Peter began shoving a piece of fried pork into his mouth and pouring soy sauce into his rice. He then began muttering something that Izuku couldn't understand, oblivious to the stares he was getting from the other patrons. And why wouldn't they stare? To them, Peter was a homeless Caucasian man who had wolfed down 3 katsudon as if he had just discovered food. He also didn't seem to know what a shower is. Oh, and he smelled like he'd been sleeping in a dumpster. Izuku couldn't help but gape at the scene before him. The soda in his hands was just as untouched as the katsudon, his favorite food, to his left. The man in front of him said his name was Peter Parker, and Izuku had told him that was impossible since Peter Parker, who was also known as Spider-Man, was fictional. The man had stopped for about 5 seconds before continuing to chow down. Peter finally pauses to look up at Izuku. Kid, you're freaking me out. Would it kill you to eat? Izuku was about to respond in his native tongue but reminded himself that Peter didn't speak Japanese. I am very sorry. It is just most strange, Izuku admitted with a frown. You seem to take the news well. Peter just raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his seat. Kid, after all the crap I've seen in my life, let me tell you, me being fictional over here is 4 out of 10 on my freak-out meter. I still do not understand. I don't blame you. If it weren't for the interdimensional vampires, I would have a hard time accepting it too. The what vampires? Izuku had no idea what Peter was talking about, and part of him was sure the story would just confuse him even more. Peter then looked up in thought before glancing back at Izuku. I'll give you the short version later. Let me just tell you that you dodged a bullet with that shitshow. Izuku said nothing, only staring until Peter spoke again. Okay, let me put it in terms you'll understand. Peter jabbed his fork into the katsudon and retrieved a piece of fried pork. This delicious piece of meat is your universe. It has tons of white meat and fried to the point that it has a nice crunch without compromising the overall flavor. He then put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed. He then took a forkful of rice that had absorbed the soy sauce. And this rice, which honestly kinda SCKS without all the flavoring, is my universe. Izuku didn't touch his food as a new wave of puzzling thoughts raced through his head. Another universe? Like in the comic books? There were hundreds of stories where heroes and villains crossed over to other worlds and vice versa. However, while there were theories of alternate dimensions, stuff like that was something that stayed in comic books. It shouldn't happen in reality. But I got the powers of Spider-Man. That should be impossible. Peter sighed before scratching the back of his head. Would giving you the full story of how I got here help? It probably wouldn't, but Izuku nodded anyways. Whatever Peter said, there might be some grain of rational truth for Izuku to wrap his head around. Alright, I'll speak as slowly as possible so you can catch everything. Word of warning, things will get kinda real at times. Sorry in advance, but I gotta vent to somebody or else I'm gonna curl into a ball and cry. And so, Peter Parker began his tale. Okay, as I said before, my name is Peter Parker, and considering that you believe I'm fictional, I'm pretty sure you know the rest. I've been a superhero since I was 15. I've been in more fights than I can count and luckily I came out on top of most of them. I've lost track of how many times I've saved New York, which a lot of superheroes can say, but I can take pride in the stuff that I did. I used to be called a menace by an old skinflint named Jonah Jameson, who unknowingly paid me for photos of myself. Oh boy, did I laugh about that at night. Needless to say, a lot of people believed him and I was considered a threat by most of the city and a lot of other heroes were wary of me, at first. Saving the city numerous times tends to make people wise up. People began to stop buying Jameson's crap and I even joined the Avengers. Eventually, Jolly J got the message himself and eased up. That's when I married my high school sweetheart, Mary Jane Watson. MJ for those of us who were close to her, and no, not that MJ. She hated it when people made that joke. She was really something else kid. Her smile could light up a town and her deep hair shone in the sunlight. When she smiled, she meant it, and her kisses could set off fireworks in your brain. MJ could be fun and witty when the situation called for it, a real party girl, and when you needed a shoulder to cry on. Sigh. I'm getting ahead of myself. We got married, and while I was Spider-Man she got kidnapped a couple of times. She used to complain about it all the time, and let me just say she gave those guys hell before they took her. She found out I was Spider-Man and MJ still loved me. For a good 15 years after we graduated, things were going great. Though maybe I'm deluding myself. Dunno how the comics depicted it, but being a superhero ain't all keys of the city and overcoming the odds. When you throw yourself into the life you get hurt. A lot. I sprained my back around 5 times, broke my legs 6 times each, got a ton of concussions, dislocated my shoulders around 8 times each, broke my nose 15 times, fractured each and every one of my fingers more times than I can count, tore open my muscles. If it weren't for my ridiculously resilient body and healing I would be hospitalized for life. And that, seeing me hurt all those times and having to wonder whether I'm going to come back one night or if she's going to read my obituary on the front page of the Daily Bugle the following morning. Honestly, I can't blame her for wanting out. I didn't want to put her through that anymore either. So yeah, we got a divorce. And my Aunt May, the woman who was like a mother to me, died of old age. And when we got the divorce, MJ found out she was P-Arginine-T. Which then brings me to yesterday and the point of all this. Peter Parker had to stare at the email on his desktop just to be sure that this was actually happening. Please let this just be a nightmare so that I can at least try to leave this apartment with some dignity. No such luck. The email would not just magically poof away because Peter was wishing as hard as he could. Peter, I regret to inform you that as of this moment, you are no longer employed at Horizon Labs. I have tried to be patient with you. I hired you after your expulsion from Midtown High because my good friend Kurt Connors vouched for you. I have tried to be an understanding boss, giving you flexible hours in exchange for your brilliant engineering and genetics work. For a while, that seemed to be fine. However, as of late, your work has been slipping. There are far too many mistakes for me to ignore, and you have not been coming to work even for the minimum number of hours required of you. You have even been slipping away while you were on call when we needed you for delicate stages of experiments. I understand that you are still going through a rough time after the death of your aunt, but it has been well over a year. Being a researcher at Horizon Labs requires you to balance your work and your personal life. You cannot seem to find that balance, and we have been falling behind because of it. I am truly sorry and wish you luck in your future endeavors. I am willing to write a letter of recommendation for your next employer. Please call me for coffee first so that we may talk it though. Sheet. Peter groaned as he slumped back in his chair. He was now an unemployed 47-year-old. His dream job was now gone, and just after he was starting to get into the groove of things. Can't blame Max though. Peter combed his brown hair streaked with strands of gray. He was being patient with me. Max Modell had been Kurt Connors, the one-time lizard who owed his life to Peter for curing him, friend, and had been more than willing to hire Peter. Considering that Kurt at least had a sneaking suspicion about Peter's double life, he told Max to give him more flexible hours. And after getting fired from his science teacher position at Midtown High, Peter really needed the job. Rent in New York wasn't cheap, and neither was child support. But after Aunt May had died, things had been slipping for Peter. He couldn't focus on work, and most of the time his life as Spider-Man seemed to be a good way to blow off steam. Now it looked like Max had finally had enough of Peter's shit and just fired him. Peter then heard something slide under his door and he glanced to see it was an envelope addressed to him. "Where's my money, Parker?" was scrawled across the top in thick, black Sharpie. "Looks like a few jokes, and Peter's best attempt at Aunt May's wheat cakes wouldn't be enough to get him out of this one." Peter glanced at the window as he heard the familiar sounds of police sirens, gunshots, and screams. The police scanner attached to the earpiece of the inside-out mask on his workbench blared out. "All units be advised, suspects are fleeing the scene on a red convertible. They are heavily armed and..." Another day in paradise. Peter glanced at the clock. It was noon, meaning he still had time to get to Liebert's if he did this now. God, I don't get paid enough for this. And considering that his Avengers check was about $1,100 every 2 weeks, he really wasn't. Peter then got up and stretched his arms up, reaching to the sky and hearing his spine crack. He then grabbed the upper body portion of his costume and whiffed it, cringing as he breathed in the scent of sweat-encrusted spandex. Crap. Right, forgot to wash this last night. He shrugged his white sleeveless shirt and snapped on the web shooters. Over the years he managed to make them less bulky, the web fluid now stored in small flat rectangular containers around his wrist with a screen on the center displaying the levels of web fluid in blue. They were both full, but Peter aimed both his arms at the dartboard by his apartment entrance just in case. He pressed both pressure levers with his ring and middle finger, causing strands of web-like material to shoot out from each wrist and hit the center of the dartboard. With a nod, Peter slipped on the top portion of his suit before grabbing the bottom half from the floor. After putting both on, Peter slipped on the gloves and then turned the inside-out mask on his work desk back to its proper form. He then slipped it on, and blinked as his world turned blue for a second. Peter had long since modified the lenses of his mark. Not only did the eye portions match his eyebrow movements, something he did to convey emotion through his mask, which helped to put people more at ease, but he gave himself a heads-up display to stay on top of things. His web fluid levels were on the top left while caller IDs showed up on the bottom left. The bottom right displayed a 2D map of the city. Peter looked at his mirror for a second. The classic red and blue with black spider webs that converged to the small spider symbol on his chest. "I look like sheet," Peter mused. He'd heard of dad bods, but seeing it on himself was still something else. "Thought I'd have a six-pack forever." With that, Peter turned around and ran past his bed. Past the workbench were photographs of Aunt May with Uncle Ben smiling on a beach. Another had him accepting his diploma with Harry and Norman Osborn. The one to the far left was him with Gwen Stacy on Coney Island, her hand grasping a piece of popcorn from the cardboard bucket in his hands. Between them were two more photos. One of Mary Jane, smiling at the camera with a hand on her hip. On the other was Peter with a 4-year-old girl on his shoulders. Short, dark red hair stood out against her navy blue jacket and jeans with pink gloves. She was beaming as Peter held her dangling legs with his arms. Peter tried his best to not linger on those thoughts as he jumped out his window and began to swing. Web swinging was something Peter could always enjoy. He was able to watch the buildings whiz by at lightning speed while the wind howled in his ear. There was nothing more liberating than the feeling of swinging around town. Not even flying came close. That's just cutting through the air in a straight line. But when you swung, every arc was an adventure. Peter shouted into his mask, "Wire Ditkovich the money earmarked for rent." His phone's AI then said into his mask's earpiece, "The money has been sent. Please note that with deduction as well as the amount earmarked for child support leaves you with $500 in your account." Well, that saves me from being evicted. Peter let out a sigh as he headed to the marker indicating the fleeing criminal's car. Looks like I'm going to have to break out the Ramen Joy cookbook Harry gave me. Peter reached the street in minutes. He could see the speeding convertible with the 2 crooks in ski masks. They were firing at the cops chasing them as they swerved through traffic. The driver had a pistol while the passenger was spraying his surroundings with an automatic rifle. Looks like this is my stop. Peter fired a line with his right hand and waited for it to hit its mark. With a tug, Peter launched himself to the car and landed on the hood. "Oh shit!" the driver shouted, pointing his handgun at the windshield. "It's spid. Please. Please." Peter jumped to the top edge of the windshield, avoiding the first few bullets which cracked the glass. "Hold the applause." Pete kicked out with his right foot, knocking the automatic rifle from the hands of the just-turning passenger. "I would like to thank the future prisoner 3347. Peter brought his foot back, nailing the driver in the back of his head and smashing his forehead against the wheel. He webbed their bodies to their seats and stuck the driver's hand and gun to the door. Peter jumped into the driver's seat and slammed on the brakes while turning the wheel. For his introduction to this motion picture I like to call. The car began flipping and Peter jumped out. Twisting his body in the air, he attached webs to the front and back ends of the car and aimed a few more at the surrounding buildings. Soon the car was suspended in the air before it could even hope to slam against a storefront or mow down any bystanders. Like a fly in a spider's web. Peter then landed on the top of the trapped car, which lightly shook but did not fall. Two idiots rob a bank at Hero Central. He peered over the edge to stare at the 2 crooks trapped inside. Seriously, I don't understand you people. You'd have to be a moron to try and rob somebody in a city that every hero from D-Man to Thor calls home. "Screw you, man," came the muffled cry of one of said morons. Peter simply shook his head before aiming at the top corner of a nearby skyscraper. "Hey man, you're lucky you got me. Let me tell you, you would have been disappointed if it was Wolverine. That Canuck is not a people person." "Yeah. Go Spider-Man," one guy on the street hollered, clapping his hands with a huge grin on his face. Other people also applauded, and Peter returned it with a thumbs up before launching a web line just as the cops came to a stop nearby. He then pulled and shot himself into the air, launching a web line from his left hand to start swinging again. "Set a marker for Liebert's. Lookin' good, tiger." "Yeah, well." Peter scratched his cheek, trying not to wince at the feeling of the tiny unshaven stubs on his skin. The clothes he hid in his backpack on the roof weren't exactly suited for the occasion. Especially since it was just a Captain America t-shirt and jeans with a pair of black sneakers. And especially since Liebert's was a 5-star restaurant. Things are kinda complicated right now. Mary Jane was wearing a beautiful black dress that split to her right mid-thigh. Her red hair still cascaded down her back, complemented her emerald green eyes and cherry red lips. But the faintest wrinkles were showing up on her cheeks and brow. The bags under her eyes weren't much better than Peter's. Despite the obvious worry on her face, MJ let out a small amused huff. Would it have anything to do with the little bank robbery on 54th Street? Kind of. Peter sighed as he looked down. He really should have thought ahead. He and MJ had set up this meeting weeks in advance. He'd written it in his calendar and everything. Yet somehow it slipped my mind that Liebert's was not the kind of place to be wearing a t-shirt and jeans. He ignored the looks he was getting from the waiters and other patrons before glancing back at MJ. Sorry in advance. Don't be. It adds flavor to the evening. MJ sipped her wine. I'm still glad you're doing all right, Peter. You shouldn't have to worry about me. Can't help it. Call it a habit that's hard to break. Both of them were silent for a moment. How's Mayday? Peter asked. MJ smiled, but Peter could see how strained it was at the corners. You know, she's at that rebellious age. She's still pretty angry over how you don't let her visit your place. I know I should, Peter admitted with a frown. But I worry, MJ. What if she finds my suit? The last thing I need is my daughter worrying herself sick over me. Don't know. Mayday's a tough little girl, MA sighed. She might even be tougher than me. Peter, I know that you can't help being who you are. Nothing I could say would stop you from going out there, MA motioned to outside the restaurant. But I couldn't handle it anymore. Worrying about you while you are swinging out there. Sometimes I feel like I'm weak for doing this to the both of us. You aren't weak, Peter placed his left hand on her right and said, what you did because of the life I'm living. Like you said, I can't stop. Peter's gaze fell. I made a promise. Peter hated how every word tasted like ash on his tongue. MJ went silent as if to contemplate every syllable. Then she laughed a hollow and mirthless chuckle, nothing like the warm, bubbly laughter they used to share. It's amazing we stuck together for as long as we did. But we made it with Dash. Peter was interrupted by a flash of purple. Peter glanced out the window to see a plume of violet light peeking over the rooftops of the buildings on the other side of town. Ah, crap. Peter ummed before looking at him. She smiled sadly and raised a glass to him. Go get him, Tiger. Peter nodded thankfully but reached into his pocket and handed MJ a crumpled envelope. See you next month. You too. Peter bit his lip as he ran out the restaurant, ignoring the sour looks he got from everyone else. When he went into the alleyway across the street, Peter reached into his right pocket and pulled out his mask before putting it on. It. He set his right foot on the wall to his left and moved his body up, his left foot hitting the wall as he sprinted up. Gravity should make him fall and break his spine like a twig like any other person, but momentum and the nifty gift of super strength helped to prevent that problem. Call Cap, he yelled out as he jumped over the edge and onto the roof. There were a few rings as Peter began taking off his shirt and pants while running to the closed backpack on the roof before there was a small icon of a grinning Captain America at the edge of his vision. Not the best time, sold Dash. Steve Rogers was interrupted by the sound of something deflecting off metal. Cap, I think it's the best time. Peter struggled to put on the top portion of his costume. There was just a huge light show downtown, and we've both been in the business long enough to know that means something's going down. Well, we can't get to it right now. Steve shouted back, huffing as if he jumped over something. All Avengers, even the reserves, are on duty over here in Sokovia. Honest, well, being Ultron. What is with that metal head and Sokovia? Did the locals piece on his extended cousin circuit board or something? Peter groaned before shouting, Wait, if this is so important, why didn't you call me? You made it plainly obvious over the past few weeks it would only take the world ending in the next few minutes for you to go on a mission today. Oh crap, that was right. Peter wanted to bang his head against something as he stuck his legs into the bottom of his suit. He had been looking forward to meeting MJ today that he canceled almost everything that could get in the way, including his Avenger duty for the day. Wait, does that mean I'm the only one here? Pretty. On your left. A muffled shout interrupted Steve, with the sound of something huge and fast knocking aside metal. Score one more Robo-Velociraptor for me. Keep your head in the game, Con. Steve yelled back, Teenagers. Oh great. Peter patted himself down, making sure his costume was on right. He quickly webbed his clothes and backpack to the roof to prevent theft as he ran to the edge in the direction of the light. Please just tell me this isn't a magic thing. I hate magic. He was put on hold for a few minutes before Steve replied, Strange, Minoru, and Rasputin say it's not magic. Good luck, soldier. Cap out. Before he hung up, Steve was shouting something along the lines of, Now's not the time for donuts, Reyes. It was a miracle that Captain America didn't have a full head of gray hair yet. As Peter jumped over rooftops and swung through the city, he could not help but feel slightly bitter. In a city that was just lousy with superheroes, how come it always seemed like he was the only one on top of things like this? How come he doesn't see someone like Daredevil just a few rooftops away also going over to investigate? Who am I kidding? He's probably busy with the hand or something, Peter sighed as he jumped onto a passing train, running forward as the train made a turn to jump across the street and continue to swing. You're the one that's making these choices, Petey boy. You're the one thinking that you just have to go now rather than take a deep breath and wait 2 seconds. It was quiet, self-reflecting moments like these that reminded Peter why he was divorced. The header in his lenses helped to guide Peter to an abandoned warehouse at the edge of town. Supervillain lair, Peter muttered to himself as he launched a web to the telephone pole just a few feet away from the building. With my luck, it'll be AIM or Hydra attempting to summon some Lovecraft-like aliens using a portal to outer space or something. Peter had been in the superhero game long enough to know that blindly jumping on the roof was just asking for trouble. With that in mind, Peter shot a web at a broken bottle on the side of the street. Thanks, New York. Peter flung it to the metal roof. It bounced on the roof and Peter quickly webbed it before it rolled to the ground and made another sound. Okay. No alarms or sentries. Looks like nobody's home. Peter jumped to the roof and slipped through a cracked window after carefully plucking out the remaining shards on the frame. He began crawling down but took note of the interior. The place was pretty empty. The windows were boarded up and the doors were sealed shut with a welding torch and tons of junk. On the far left was a small workbench with a computer in the center and a ratty chair. There were also various power tools and some sort of Dr. Doom-looking mask with tubes and tinted full-head visor. Next to the workbench was a mannequin wearing gloves, which both looked strangely like the Nintendo Power Glove, that had wires hooked up to a strange piece of headgear. It was a helmet but made mostly of what appeared to be computer chips and 2 red teardrop-shaped eyepieces. On the far right were cages, recently washed if the puddles at the bases were anything to go by. Oh, and Peter could only see all of this because of the large geyser of purple flame-like energy emanating from the center of the room. Okay. Peter fired a web underneath him, grabbed onto it, and slowly began bringing himself to the ground. When his feet touched the ground, he let go and walked to the workbench. So, if this isn't magic, it's probably science-related. So this is a portal. Peter glanced at the metal ring around it. Wait, I recognize that tech, definitely AIM stuff. But since they aren't crawling around the place, whoever set this up just bought the stuff and had a third party set it up. Peter then walked over to the mannequin and looked at the mask. It's a neural interface of some kind, but to what? Something flashed in Peter's eye and he looked back to the workbench. On it was a glass dome, big enough to fit a head. Hello. Peter walked over to the workbench and lifted it off the table, turning it around to see that there was indeed a hole large enough to fit a head inside. Peter glanced to the left and saw something he'd missed before. A small clothing rack with a single full-body green suit made out of material styled like lizard scales, with yellow boots and gloves attached to gauntlets shaped like Chinese lanterns on the floor. Attached to the suit was a billowing purple cape attached to the suit with golden eye-like clips by each of the armpit areas. Quentin, Peter muttered to himself. Just what the hell are you doing here? Quentin Beck, a former special effects genius. He had specialized in practical effects and optical illusions, and his craft was considered revolutionary, albeit expensive. Unfortunately, it turned out that CGI was cheaper, and so they invested in that and gave Quentin the boot. Quentin then decided to use his skills to give himself the money he deserved. He put on a costume with a fishbowl for a helmet and started calling himself Mysterio. Peter had fought with Quentin for years, fighting through the illusions and punching through his dome helmet more times than he cared to remember. Quentin often worked with other villains and was almost always a part of the newest iteration of the Sinister Six, a group of villains that hated Peter enough to stop bickering with one another to try and kill him. Time and time again, Mysterio lost and was sent to prison until he broke out again. He was always in the business for money and fame. Interdimensional portals seemed to be several ridiculous steps up from that. Peter set down the glass dome and noted that next to the rack was a headless body wearing a skin-tight long-sleeve dark purple shirt, dark green gloves, leather black pants, and dark green boots. It also wore a dark purple belt with a buckle that consisted of a dull gold metal eye. Around its neck area was a green brace of some kind with the same eye in the center. Was Quentin using that? Peter glanced back at the neural interface. Was he exploring? Peter walked over to the computer and pressed the spacebar. It opened to a screensaver that was the poster of Big Trouble in Little China with a request for a password. Peter glanced at the screensaver and decided to take a leap of faith, keeping Quentin's love of practical effects in mind. JC's the thing. Holy shit, that worked? He muttered as the computer began booting up. Quentin really needed a more complicated password. He noted the file titled Deliveries and clicked on it. It was a simple Excel document with two tables titled World A and World B. World A deliveries. Age 1 to 10-11, age 11 to 29, age 20 to 30, total, successfully delivered to. Peter's eyes widened. Mr. Sinister. He'd fought the mad genetic scientist with the X-Men years ago and knew his MO: torture, live dissection, cloning crimes against humanity to create the perfect being. Dear God, was Quentin getting into human trafficking? Funds successfully wired to account A. World B deliveries. Age 1 to 10, 5, age 11 to 2015, age 20 to 30, total, successfully delivered to. All for one. Was that some new up-and-coming villain? No, this table was labeled World B. Quentin must be kidnapping people and sending them to the other world. Even though his instincts screamed at him to just email all of this to Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, and literally all of the X-Men before leaving, Peter clicked on another table. Trigger distribution efforts. Weapon profits and deductions? And that's when his spider sense kicked in. Peter jumped up just before the axe came down, splitting the keyboard in half. Oh. Whoa there. Peter looked down. At his attacker. I've got to give you props. You're the first person I've seen do what I've always wanted to whenever my PC froze. Dressed in his Mysterio costume minus the fishbowl was the familiar face of Quentin Beck, his head shaved and age showing on his face. The black eye Peter had given him a month ago was receding, but it still showed. It also gave the animalistic scowl on Quentin's face an even more frightening edge. Well, you seem to be looking good, Beck, Peter said, narrowing his eyes at the supervillain. Though I never took you for a Christian Bale f***. You shouldn't be here. Quentin shouted as he reached into his belt and threw something up. Peter began launching a web at it, but the small circle exploded and released gas everywhere. This is my place. Mine. Peter began to cough and felt his grip loosen. That smell, ethyl chloride? Peter dropped down onto his feet and rushed at Quentin. Have to end this fast. He punched Quentin, only for the man to fade as Peter's fist went through his chest. Sheet. Peter's spider sense went off and he leaned back with all the grace of a professional limbo dancer, watching as the axe's rust-covered edge passed over his nose. I finally made it. I am bigger than I had ever been, without you getting in the way. Quentin then brought the axe up. Always you getting in the way. Okay. Enough of your crazy. Peter's hands met the ground and he held back a cough. Using his strength and years of practicing his balance, he picked up his lower body and kicked Quentin square in the chest. It wasn't an illusion and the kick connected, sending the man back. No. Quentin coughed out, wheezing and clutching his chest. Peter didn't dignify Quentin with a quip as he simply got to his feet, ran to the workbench and grabbed the stool. He then flung it as hard as possible through the boarded-up-out skylight overhead. The gas then rushed out, clearing the air of most of the ethyl chloride. No. Oh yes. Peter then spotted Quentin reaching for the axe with his right hand. None of that. Peter shot a web, nailing Quentin's hand and the axe to the ground. You can't do this to me. Quentin shouted in anger. Not when I've come so far. Yeah, and at what cost, Quentin? Peter glanced at the purple portal, flickering and shimmering in the air. Selling lives and drags? Were you really that desperate to be a big shot? Better than being a joke, Better than being your punchline, Quentin grit his teeth. Over there I'm something more. I've got respect, hell, soon I'll be bigger than any movie star. Peter's spider sense went off, and he saw Quentin use his left hand to take something out from his back. Quentin Beck, Mysterio, the master of illusion, was now aiming a revolver at him. And I won't let you take it away from. The only reason Quentin got that far was because Peter hadn't expected it. Peter's villains didn't usually wield guns. Mostly because it clashed with their gimmick or wounded their pride or something. The last one Peter had to deal with that pulled something like this was Craven, and that ended messily. He was ready this time. Peter shot out a web to Quentin's hand and brought it down. But the gun fired anyway, the bullet passing between Peter's legs, and hit the bottom ring around the purple flames. Both of them looked at it as the flames then grew wild, reaching out randomly with purple electricity crackling around it. Asir dash. A lick of flame hit Peter. Let me tell you, kid, whoever thought getting ripped out from your universe to another was a painless experience is a filthy liar. Peter impaled another piece of meat with his fork. Imagine every single fiber of your body screaming in pain as if it were being torn apart and glued together over and over. Meanwhile, your eyes and mind feel like they're burning as a million images pass through them every millisecond. You want to scream, but you're drowned out by the noise of TV static, nails on a chalkboard, and shattering glass. He sighed wearily. I didn't get to experience this during the vampire fiasco because my ride, which was a talking pig version of me and a kid in a robot suit, had some sort of disc in their hand that helped open a tube. I didn't get a tube this time. I got kicked into here against my will with what I can guess was a busted stabilization ring. Izuku didn't know what to say. As his mind tried to catch every word in the sentences Peter spoke too quickly for Izuku to understand, the boy only thought one thing. This can't be real. And yet it is. This was actually happening. Everything Peter said was far too detailed, far too emotional to be the stuff of lies. If it had been just the details, Izuku would call Peter a lunatic. Someone who crafted a well-made story and had a seriously loose grip on reality. Izuku would have fled before he was dragged into their craziness because he happened to have Spider-Man's powers. But I have Spider-Man's powers. Something which should not be possible. And he has those web shooters. Izuku then looked down. And his weariness while recounting his firing, the sadness of meeting his ex-wife and talking about their daughter, and his rage at Mysterio's crimes, they were all too genuine to chalk up to madness. Which meant it must be true. What do you do then? Izuku finally asked Peter, who was eating the last few bites of his katsudon. Well, he sighed as he set down his fork. First thing I did was throw up. Going to another dimension isn't good for your stomach. Then I noticed I wasn't in New York, heard a bunch of stuff in words I couldn't understand, and looked out to see a bunch of people with stuff like cactus heads, iron arms, elephant ears, and the like. It didn't really take that long to figure out I wasn't in Kansas anymore, especially since a bunch of superheroes passed by that I didn't recognize. Peter sank into his seat. Then I had to find an abandoned building to stay in, and dig out clothes from the trash. I need to apologize to D-Man when I get back, now that I think about it. Izuku's heart sank. This hero, one who helped inspire countless others, was homeless here. Oh, and when I woke up and tried walking around and see if you guys could possibly have any tech to send me back, I saw your little stunt with the truck. He then laughed and said, "Gotta tell ya, kid, that takes me way back. That happened to me when I was your age and discovered what I could do from that." Izuku blushed. Now that he thought about it, the entire incident did have a lot of similarities to the first Spider-Man comic. But why seek me?" he asked, his hands clenching the glass of soda. "I am just a child. I cannot help you home, and I humbly apologize, but I do not believe others have the means to." Peter held out his hands. "Whoa, slow down. I'm not expecting you to take me home." He glanced away and scratched the back of his neck. "But to be honest, I don't believe it's hopeless to get myself back home. If you've got superheroes, there's bound to be a super genius, at least TNG, around with the concept of interdimensional travel." Izuku wanted to protest but held his tongue. "How can I be sure enough to say there aren't any?" Peter was living proof that anything was possible. "Nah, what I want to do." Peter grinned as he finished his katsudon. Is teach you? Izuku blinked once. Twice. Teach me? Yup, Peter grinned even wider as he said, look kid, I know what you're going through is complicated. Your body is changing, you're getting hairs in unfamiliar. He chuckled when Izuku's face reddened. But I'll stop. But the point is that I know what you're going through better than anyone. The last thing I want to do is leave you hanging out to dry while you try to find out the ropes yourself. God, I hated having to go through that. Peter brought his finger across the table until it was right between Izuku's eyes. I can teach you to be Spider-Man. Izuku went rigid. His heart was beating a mile a minute. His hands were already coated in a film of sweat. A cold shiver of excitement and nervousness was coursing through him every second. He wants to teach me? Spider-Man wants to teach me? He didn't know what to feel. Amazed? Honored? Uneasy? His brain did somersaults as he tried to process everything that happened today. Just a few days ago, Izuku only had the slimmest of chances to become a hero. A few days ago he was Quirkless, a powerless minority in a world full of amazing individuals like Kaken and All Might. Yet here he was, with powers that defied logic and a hero who should not exist. A hero who wanted to teach him. But am I really worth it? Izuku bit his lip while looking down. I was Quirkless. I was just a fanboy who couldn't let go of his impossible dream. I haven't even had these powers for a full day. Can I really do it? What if I mess up and just keep him from finding a way home? Plus, I do need a place to stay until I head back home, so I would really. I am most sorry. Izuku shouting with his eyes squeezed shut. I needs time to think of this. Peter pursed his lips, his crest falling at terminal velocity. Yeah, I guess it is a lot to think about. A lot to take in too. He gave Izuku the same mirthless chuckle that MJ probably gave him. You just learned other universes exist, and as far as I can tell your world hasn't had to deal with an alien invasion yet. And aliens exist too. Izuku was surprised his head wasn't hurting yet. Fine. How about you sleep on it? Peter then motioned around him. You can meet me in front of the place I'm staying at. It's just 5 blocks from here to the right in that skyscraper that's being built. Izuku nodded. He knew the place since he passed it on his way to school. Yes, thank you Parker-san. Just call me Peter, kid. Peter then pointed to Izuku's katsudon bowl. You gonna eat that? Izuku shook his head as Peter swiped the katsudon bowl. Izuku dug into his pockets and produced his wallet. 3 for... Izuku slid the cash across the table. This is 5,000 yen. To pay for food and to... Izuku blushed as he scratched his cheek. F for you to go to the public bath. He bowed one more time. I will have answer by tomorrow to Peter's. Thank you so much. He then turned tail and raced out of the restaurant. But as he left the door he could swear he heard Peter yell, Wait, kid, I don't. Izuku was already running down the block with his heart pounding in his ears. I can teach you to be Spider-Man. Those words kept repeating in his head, and while it filled Izuku with joy, a pang of guilt shot through him. He had just left Peter, a man who was lost in a strange world, completely alone. Just what could he be feeling right now? What could he be thinking because Izuku hadn't said yes at that moment? Kid smarter than I was at his age. Peter stared at the ceiling in his web hammock. The building he had chosen was abandoned. From what he could tell, construction had started but had then stopped when it was halfway done. No doubt due to the workers and building owners getting into a fight over something. I mean, when I first got my powers I just ran to cash them in like an idiot. He's being cautious and is handling all this well. Peter couldn't help but smile to himself. Haven't even met him for more than 2 hours and I can already tell he's got potential. A hell of a lot of potential and... Peter pinched the bridge of his nose. Demented. What the hell was he doing? He was stuck in some world with no way to contact those web warriors, which sounded corny as hell, for a ride back, and Mysterio was still out there to ye around with his portal, and Peter didn't even know where to begin to look for its opening on this side. For all he knew, Quentin had irreversibly busted it when he shot it, and now Peter was stuck here permanently. Away from his apartment, away from New York, away from his friends, away from MJ. And dear God, what about Mayday? She'll be wondering where the hell her dad went. The dad who always visited but never let her get too close. The dad who joked and played with her but never spent as much time with her as he should. What if she thought he had just left her? Abandoned her? MJ would probably think he died. No, don't think like that. Peter ignored the tears leaking from the corners of his eyes and wiped them away. Can't afford to do that. Not now. God, was he just using this kid? Using him just to take his mind off the horrible situation he now found himself in? No, that wasn't it. Peter made a lot of mistakes in his life. The last thing he would ever want was to sit by while another kid made the same ones, and Peter's spider sense went off and he pulled on his mask. He jumped out of the hammock just as something pierced his right ankle. Gah! Peter shouted, the nerves in his foot now on fire while he hopped on his good one. What the? Peter peered into the darkness and was barely able to make out the form of a woman. One that was wearing a ridiculously long coat, boots, and gloves in purple and black. And as they adjusted more, Peter saw that his attacker had a familiar mask. They have their own Prowler here? The Prowler glared at Peter while aiming her right arm at him, a small cylinder peeking out of the top of her wrist. Ah, crap! Peter groaned as he jumped to avoid another projectile, only for this one to explode into a cloud of gas that obscured Peter's vision. Looks like this was going to be one of those nights. This wasn't Peter's first ambush, and a tired part of his brain admitted that it probably wouldn't be the last. But they were always a pain. Peter crouched low to the ground, his hands and feet spread apart as he narrowed his eyes. His vision was a lot clearer on the ground. He could see the pieces of debris and plaster from the work done on the building before he took up residence, as well as a few coins, candy wrappers, and what he prayed was a deflated balloon. But there were no green and purple boots. DMN. This chick is quick. Hobie was no slouch either, but whoever this person was, they had him beat on how quickly they could hoof it. He winced as the pain in his right ankle flared up and he felt something wet run down his foot. Not the best odds, but I've been in. Peter's spider sense flared up and he rolled forward to keeping something slamming into where his back once was. He turned his head to see the smoke had cleared up enough for him to see this new, probably Japanese, Prowler, with her left foot down and the ground cracked underneath it. The likely result of an axe kick that was meant to split him in two. But why wasn't I able to see her feet? Peter shook his head and decided to do what he did best. Hey, look, I know that you're upset I haven't gotten your coat. Peter jumped to the ceiling before launching himself at the Prowler. But I just moved here. Prowler threw a straight punch at him, but he grabbed her outstretched hand and twisted his body as he went over her head, dragging her with him and lifting his would-be assassin off her feet. I mean, you can't expect me to be ready for unexpected WH. Rather than just letting her get thrown, the woman instead used her free hand to grab the back of his suit. Peter heard the familiar sound of whoosh in the air. Ah, shit. She has rocket boots. Peter fell face first onto the ground. And it hurt. It hurt so much that he let go of Prowler's arm and planted his hands and feet on the ground before doing a push-up. Launching himself into the air, he allowed himself to be pushed by the Prowler just a bit before aiming a web line at a support beam. With a tug, he changed his momentum and freed himself from Prowler's grasp. Swinging completely around the support beam, Peter raised his right foot. Okay, I gotta admit that was pretty cool. But let me tell you. Peter momentarily saw Prowler turning around. Indeed, small flames were coming from the bottoms of her boots as she hovered just 5 feet from the ground. He kicked the woman in the abdomen, using all his momentum to hit her hard. What he said was, that the Spidey Express is the only way to travel for me. What he was thinking was, oh wow. The Prowler gasped before she was flung through an incomplete wall, plaster and drywall raining down around her. Peter hissed as he landed on the ground with his left foot this time, hopping a little as he held his now bleeding right ankle. Oh, that's smarts. He looked at the Prowler and began walking over, limping while making sure to put more pressure on his left foot. Prowl. Can I call you Prowl? I have to say, you are being an ungrateful guest. Peter shot a web with his right hand to an unfinished light that was on the ceiling before he got within 10 feet of the Prowler. And my friend would like to see you regarding stealing his look. Peter knew a villain playing dead when he saw one. And he was right. The Prowler instantly got onto her feet and jumped up, the tips of her gloves glowing green as they elongated and sharpened. She tore through the light, the wiring, and pieces of the wall like paper. He didn't expect her to twist her body and extend her legs so that the tips of her feet touched the ceiling. And Peter certainly didn't expect her to stay on that ceiling and start running towards him. Okay, now I think I'm also gonna sue you. That's copyright infringement. Peter shot his webs at her, but the Prowler kept weaving so that he wouldn't snag her. He couldn't help but notice that her body was lightly glowing with a light purple energy and that her coat or any part of her attire was sagging down, complying with the basic rules of gravity. It's like they are following her own personal. Oh, that explains it. The Prowler snatched something from her belt and swung. The little handle she had strapped onto her belt now had a long metal tube extending from it. It whistled in the air as it made a beeline for the right side of Peter's head. Peter raised his right arm quickly, tightening his muscles as the sword made contact. He grunted as the thing surprisingly hurt. And this chick has super strength and personal gravity manipulation? What the hell is with the mutants of this place? Peter's spider sense went off, but it was too late. Peter's body clenched as he felt the familiar sensation of being shocked by electricity. Countless run-ins with electric batons, and the occasional taser made Peter an expert in the feeling that few could relate to unless you were a superhero. Peter clenched his teeth as he leapt away, avoiding another strike from Prowler. The sword was now crackling with electricity and the familiar scent of burning ozone filled the air. That's so not fair. Despite his shakiness, Peter raised his right hand to launch a web at Prowler, who predictably jumped and twisted her body so she could be on the floor again. But then again, I'm not a fan of rules either. Peter steadied his arm and launched a web from his left hand. Prowler dodged to the left, easily avoiding the telegraphed move. However, Peter wasn't aiming for her. Peter's web snagged a bag of cement and he pulled back. The heavy bag slammed against Prowler's back. The woman gasped in shock and pain, but Peter didn't let up. He launched more webs at her, her arms being bound to each other while her feet were webbed to the ground. She struggled, but Peter kept applying more webbing to her body. Nice and snug. Now. Peter lowered his arms when he saw Prowler was struggling futility, her entire body save for her head now covered in a couple layers of webbing. The sword was no longer glowing, which meant Prowler had the good sense to disable that feature when she realized what was happening. You be a good girl and... Peter winced as the pain of his ankle flared up again. He needed to clean and wrap that up as soon as possible. Uncle Spidey will read you a bedtime story before the cops kiss you goodnight. Damari! The Prowler shouted and Peter heard the familiar sound of something tearing and being cut. Come on, Prowley! Peter groaned as he scratched the back of his head. I know you can't understand me, but you gotta know that it's going to take you a while to cut through all the dash. Peter was silenced when he heard something click and green smoke began to billow out of the cocoon. Slowly but surely, the webbing seemed to melt and fall off as Prowler struggled out of her bindings. How? Peter saw that her right hand was still gripping the sword, but the left's index finger was outstretched and touching a little button on her gauntlet, which was making the green smoke come from both gauntlets. Peter had only one thing to say to that. Oh, that's so not fair. Peter bit his lip and turned tail before running to the tarps covering the windows. Sorry, Prowley, but I gotta cut our date a little short. Peter dodged the volleys of projectiles and what he was pretty sure were a variety of colorful Japanese curses whizzing around him. The pain in his right foot flared as he got closer to the window, but he didn't dare show it. This is because I've been trying so hard to get back into the dating scene. Peter jumped forward and tore through the tarp, people beneath him shouting in fright as he fell down, but he launched a web and began swinging above them. Continuing the fight in the building was not ideal for Peter. While it was more open than most, it was still an enclosed place and Peter had been shot with something in the ankle. It was just smarter to get out before he hurt himself more. Plus, she seems to only be after me. So I can just focus on putting some distance between us and bandaging this thing up without her hurting anyone else. Well, he could use his webbing as a temporary bandage. But Peter would have to worry about things getting stuck on it or, God forbid, the thing tearing off and taking more skin with it. Plus, if it melted and the wound had not fully stopped bleeding, Peter would have a whole other mess to deal with. As Peter swung, his thoughts went to the Prowler. The new one. I think I remember Hobie complaining once that one of his old hideaways had been stripped clean. Was this where they had gone? And that gas. A lot of Peter's enemies had figured out ways to escape his webbing. To melt it, cut through it, or escape it through sheer brute strength. But that gas brought back memories of another green gas-using supervillain. She is probably one of Quentin's customers. Peter's eyes narrowed. Does that mean he's? Peter's thoughts were interrupted by screams and he twisted his body around to see what was happening. He watched as a motorcycle without a driver roared down the road and jumped onto the roof of a truck. It was a Japanese bike, sleek and built for speed. Its chassis was painted purple with neon green rims. The Prowler jumped out of the window that Peter had left through. She spread her arms out, as if to soak in the feeling of flying, and fell down. What the hell is she? She got closer and closer to the truck but wasn't close enough. Civilians on the road screamed in horror as the Prowler was surely about to become sidewalk pizza. Instead, Prowler's rocket boots ignited at the last moment and she flew up and over the truck before cutting them off. She cartwheeled twice before lifting her left leg and letting her body crash onto the motorcycle seat. The machine lurched to the left and was about to tip over, but she brought her foot down and balanced the machine. Peter could practically see the Prowler glaring at him as she revved up the motorcycle twice. Ah, crap. Peter ummed as he turned around to focus on swinging and not slamming into anything or anyone. He made glances behind him, seeing the Prowler drive off the truck, land onto the top of a car, and hitting the road with her engine roaring into the nightlife. People shrieked as she shot forward like a bullet, her attention honed solely on Peter. Not even 2 days in and he was already dealing with a villain who wanted him dead. Such was the life of Spider-Man. Once again, Izuku was walking home feeling like shit. It wasn't anything new. A dressing down from Bakugo, the giggles during P.D., and his teacher giving him a look during their private meetings when asking if UDA is really the school he wants to apply for. That look which was a cross between the inward question, is this kid for real, and the unspoken one to Izuku. The look that screamed, you can't be this delusional, Izuku. You know this is impossible. What are you even trying to prove? Izuku had been trying to prove to himself that he could be a hero. That if he could just wish hard enough, dream hard enough, and believe hard enough he could become a hero. A hero like All Might. One that could put a smile on people's faces and tell them that everything would be alright. Do you mean it? Izuku looked at his phone as he slowly walked through the bustling night streets. His mom sent him a barrage of texts, each asking a variation of, "Where are you? Please call me," and, "Are you heading home?" A voicemail she had left had her asking why the school had called her about him running out. Her voice was full of worry which made Izuku feel especially horrible. All I do is cause trouble for others. You should probably give up already. Izuku grimaced as the words his childhood doctor said to him echoed in his head for the umpteenth time. He had chosen to walk home rather than take the train to sort things out, but all it did was dredge up especially bad memories and feelings. And everyone knew it. Knew that if I tried to be a hero I would just hinder others. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things could be different. Izuku stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and ignored the people shuffling around him and grumbling about him being in their way. For years he had wanted to be a hero. Even if he knew on some level he couldn't be like All Might, he still wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be All Might. And it didn't matter what Kaken, the doctor, my classmates, or even Mom felt. Izuku bit his lip and put his phone into his pocket. He clenched his fists as he held his head. I can teach you to be Spider-Man. And when I got the opportunity, I just. Izuku had gotten it all. His prayers had been answered and he had been given powers like the old comic book heroes of fiction. Great gifts with a legendary hero ready and willing to teach him. Thousands of people would kill to be in his position. Yet he backed down. Because he was afraid. Afraid that he would just waste Peter's time. That he wasn't ready to be trained as a hero like Spider-Man even though this entire situation was a dream come true. So stop muttering or shouting that bullshit. You're distracting an elite like me from getting what I deserve. Was that it? Was Izuku really just a distraction? Distracting those who need to use their powers from more important things and too cowardly to actually grasp the dream I've been yearning for. That thought just made Izuku want to curl up into a ball and cry. The idea that he really couldn't be a hero, powers or no powers. Peter Parker's life was infinitely harder than his. Peter had to work for his fame and respect, and yet his heroism was rewarded with a divorce, poverty, and now homelessness. Yet he still tried to do the right thing when the going got tough, while all Izuku did was mope or run away. He wasn't crippled with indecision. Spider-Man did the right thing regardless of how it could affect him. And if that was the truth, then Izuku could never be Spider-Man. Damn it. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he heard something crash in the distance. He turned and looked to see everyone else turning back. Sirens echoed through the air as the police cars began navigating through traffic. What's going on? Izuku asked himself, and he was answered by the murmurs of the crowd. Hey, where are the cops rushing to? I think I heard there's a big accident. No. I think it's a villain. My cousin just called and told me. Some villain is chasing a homeless guy dressed as Spider-Man and causing tons of damage. Izuku's stomach did a flip as a plume of smoke rose into the nighttime air. No way. He knew that the smoke was originating just a couple of blocks from where he and Peter ate. Izuku felt the ground shake and glanced around to find the source. He saw the top of the head of a blonde-haired woman with purple horns behind a couple of buildings a block away. They were bobbing as she got closer to the origin of the smoke. That's Mount Lady. She was the new rookie pro hero making waves. She had just made her debut a couple of days ago and had gained huge amounts of popularity thanks to her form-fitting costume and gigantism quirk. If she was getting involved, the villain chasing Peter must be incredibly tough. Oh, was that Mount Lady? Someone to his right asked. Man, I can't wait to see her in action. Whoever the villain is must be a big deal. My thread's already saying Kamui Woods and Death Arms are heading over there too, said another. His cloud head's edges curled up to form the closest thing to a smile that his head could allow. Dude, this is going to be epic. We've got to make it there quick before the fight ends. Hope they rescue that poor, delusional homeless guy. Heard he's holding his own, but Izuku didn't hear the rest. He was already running down the block heading to the scene, pushing past people and panting as he got further away from home. Peter. All right, hold still, young lady. Peter began as he swung. When he reached the end of an arc, he let go and spun around to launch several webs towards Prowler. She veered to the right, letting one hit the asphalt, and the following one covered are the windshield of a cab. The driver poked his head out the window and shouted something at Peter, who turned back around to focus on swinging. Because I will turn this car around. Peter bit his lip in frustration. Sooner or later at least. He was not losing this woman. She certainly earned her motorcycle license if she had one, and probably made a killing on the side with illegal street races. The Prowler was weaving through traffic like a professional while avoiding his shots. I need to end this fast, otherwise someone will get hurt. And it won't be just him. What if the Prowler caused an accident? They were lucky so far, since the drivers of Japan were apparently used to superhero battles, stopping as soon as the two could be seen on the street. But how long would that last? Can't take any chances. While his left hand gripped the web he was swinging from, he shot a line with his right and gripped a recycling can. With a tug aided by his momentum, the can dislodged from the street and Peter threw it at Prowler. The Prowler merely grabbed her sword handle with her right hand and batted it ahead of her. It crashed on the top of car and Prowler turned to her right while sheathing the sword on her belt. Now she was on the sidewalk, people screaming as they got out of the way while the bike wobbled and the front wheels swayed violently from side to side. Good, she's going to total it. Peter launched a web the edge of the building to the right corner and began pulling to launch himself. Need to turn around so I can stop the bike parts from flying into people. Peter was going to say something clever about bike insurance, but the words died in his throat. Rather than crashing through a window or falling to the ground, Prowler merely leaned to the right and jumped off her bike. She twisted her body as the right side of her bike skidded on the cement. Sparks flew as the chassis ground against the asphalt beneath it. Her hands still gripped the handles while her feet touched the nearby storefront. She kept running, ignoring the sounds of the window panes cracking underneath her boots as her body began to glow purple. Her bike glowed the same color and began lifting off the ground to fall towards her. Prowler leaned away from her bike, making it turn so that its right side nearly sandwiched her against the wall. Before the bike could crush her body, her boots flared and she was flung back to the left. With one more twist, she was now sitting on the bike and the tips of her shoes touched solid ground again. The purple glow ceased, both vehicle and driver bouncing on the sidewalk as if they had merely hopped off the ground instead of pulling off a stunt that would have made Ghost Rider burn green with envy. Said stunt only took 5 seconds. Okay, that was pretty cool, Peter admitted while sticking his left foot out in preparation for a kick. But maybe you should rethink your life choices when you're off in Dreamland. Prowler raised her left hand, claws out, and swiped at him. However, Peter launched a line to a lamppost to the left corner behind him and pulled back. He could almost hear the metal bend before Peter was jerked out of the Prowler's range. Well, that didn't work. Peter flung himself off the lamppost and began swinging again. The blaring sirens of the incoming police cars penetrated the soundscape below, but none of them could drown out the roar of that 400-horsepower motorcycle. And she's still following me. Great. Peter turned and saw something completely insane. Prowler was now standing on her bike, her right foot on the seat and her left foot between the handlebars. Her arms were outstretched on either side of her, soaking in the wind, the honks of horns on the street, and the screams of civilians. She then aimed her right gauntlet towards him and steadied it with her left hand. Peter soon heard the very unpleasant sound of his web line snapping. Crap! Peter began firing a line from his right hand, but the nozzle was only sputtering out a few strands of webbing. Well, I guess I deserve that for not checking if the tank was full before I left. Peter cursed himself as he glanced at his fluid levels. His right web shooter was completely empty while his left was only half full. But before he could shoot a line from his left hand, Peter heard a metallic clang as he slammed into something hard. He groaned and slid backward, placing his hands and feet on the box truck's cargo. I think I threw something in my back. Peter grimaced as he felt something tug painfully on his back. Rolling to his front, Peter looked forward to see that truck zoom past a yellow light. This was a driver who was running late and didn't care for any traffic light other than red. Or a fight had broken out on his street and every car other than him had stopped. Peter looked to the right of the car and saw that the Prowler was now driving beside the truck, specifically next to the back right wheel. The glowing green claws of her left glove were practically singing as the night air rushed over them. Peter didn't need any louder of a warning. Peter leapt to the front of the truck, noticing a shocked raccoon-headed person wearing a grinning cap with large blonde eyebrows. Hey buddy. Sorry. We're making an emergency stop. Peter crawled to the right door and ripped it off. He flung at the Prowler, who swerved to the right to avoid it. The door was caught by what appeared to be a guy who seemed to have tree branches for hands and tree bark for a mask. Peter tore out the driver's safety belt and grabbed him. Hang on. Peter flung the driver away, shooting a web to create a bed in between the nearest lamppost and building for the guy. The Prowler swiped her claws on the wheel and slammed on the brakes. The truck swerved to the left and Peter put his feet between the door edge and the cargo box. Please work. Please work. Peter fired 2 lines to the right with his left hand which hit a nearby building, his right hand shooting out to grab them instantly. He fired 2 more to the left and pulled with all his might as the truck swerved left and began to flip over. Come on. Peter shouted, an attempt to motivate himself which probably did nothing to change the outcome. Come on, Bessie. The truck teetered over, and Peter's back and right foot screamed in protest. Peter's right foot slipped a bit as blood dripped onto the metal, but he held on. Peter's bones and arm muscles creaked and groaned, but Peter pulled harder to make them shut up. He heard the strands begin to snap. Come on, you heavy beastie, stop being melodramatic and get back onto your wheels. After an agonizing few seconds, the truck tipped back onto its wheels. Peter breathed a sigh of relief as he let go of his web lines before crawling to the top edge of the truck. Civilians were clustered at the edge of the street by the crosswalk, held back by a guy wearing a fireman's jacket and hard hat. His arms outstretched and lines of water forming the image of hazard signs at evenly spaced points. The cops were also parking behind the civilians and running to the scene. The guy with the wood mask was getting civilians out of cars that had crashed in the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, a beefy-looking guy with a white mask that had 4 holes on the front and revolver chambers on his wrists was trying to get the raccoon guy out of the web Peter put him in. 2 more colorful characters were running to him. A guy who looked like he had protein for every meal with giant metal wrist gauntlets that were striped yellow and black, and what appeared to be Hank Pym's distant Japanese cousin wearing a skin-tight cream, purple, and orange one-piece costume. Well, at least the cavalry has arrived. His relief died the moment he dared to look down. The Prowler's bike had been parked right in front of the wreck. Peter's spider sense tingled, but what happened next still shocked him. The Prowler slipped out from the other side of the wrecked truck, crashing her feet right into Peter's face. Peter felt 100 or so pounds of body weight slam into him face first. His teeth rattled and his nose broke almost instantly as he and his rider were sent tumbling to the ground. Peter wanted to say, "Sorry, honey, but I ain't into that kind of thing." But all he could manage was, "Sray." He grabbed her by the ankles and tugged them away from his body, but his arms shook from the strain. Obviously, the endeavor took longer than Peter was used to because he hit the street shoulder first. On the bright side, Peter couldn't feel the pain in his foot or back. Mostly because the pain in his left shoulder blade hurt so much worse. Peter grimaced as he raised his right foot and kicked the Prowler in the back. Bad idea, since the pain of bending his back and hitting a solid object made both parts of his body hurt enough to match his shoulder blade. He groaned as he rolled onto his belly, only to be met with a green and purple boot to the face. Peter stumbled onto his feet, and before he could say something else, the left side of his jaw was met with a solid right hook. "Demented. Come on, Pete. This is Tuesday night for you." Peter raised his fists in anticipation of the left blow, but rather than seeing 1 Prowler, he saw 3. Seeing triple? That's not good. Not good indeed. The Prowler was now getting her collapsible sword thing from her belt and swung at him. He tried to grab it before it struck the back of his knees, but his vision had failed him yet again. It hit the back of his ankles, and Peter found himself falling on his back. Now there were black spots in his eyes. He noticed one that kind of looked like a bunny and mumbled out, "Hi again, Larry." He had been in positions like this so many times that Peter decided to name the spots that looked like animals years ago. The Prowler twirled her sword and the tip was now aiming to Peter's head. Both of Prowler's hands were on the handle like a knight of old. She raised her arms as if she were about to sheath the sword in the stone, with Peter desperately reaching out to stop her with arms that felt like wet noodles. But the truck was picked up by the giant lady, who had a grin plastered across her face. She was saying something while her left hand was on the ground to steady herself. The beefy guy pounced on the Prowler, throwing a punch over Peter's body while she leapt over Peter's prone form. She activated her rocket boots, propelling herself to the giant lady and landing on her left arm. Prowler glowed purple again as she ran up the now visibly shocked giant lady's arm. "Oh, this isn't good," Peter groaned out as he got to his feet. And things were going to get a whole lot worse. The day started off so well for Yu Takayama, better known as Mount Lady to the general public. There had been no accidents today, no collateral damage in the few battles she participated in while in her giant form. For the most part, Yu had just been going from photo shoot to interview, earning her pay and shrinking the debts her office had accumulated since her debut bit by bit. The only real bad part of the day was that some creep kept staring at her feet. God, there were all kinds in this world. But just before she could head home, take a nice bath, and watch teleporting party crasher in a ratty t-shirt and panties, her office got a call. Something about a fairly big-shot villain whose description matched the Prowler chasing a homeless man and shooting through traffic like a madman. While Yu was more than set off that her date with bad TV and pizza was being interrupted, she knew an opportunity when she saw one. Prowler had been a fairly well-known villain a few years ago, only seen through security footage stealing or beating an unlucky security guard to death. Her skills and gadgetry let her evade All Might the few times he was at the scene. If you managed to be the one to lay the final blow on Prowler, turned up the sweetness for apologies, promised a few IOUs, and passed it off like it's no big deal, Mount Lady would be the talk of the country. Let it not be said that you was naive to what it meant to be a hero. She had known for years that being a pro-hero was tough work. You don't pay your bills by lounging around when you're needed, though you would prefer to be doing just that. However, she worked long and hard to put herself out there. To be in the limelight ever since her debut and get on every magazine cover she could be they reputable or kind of creepy. To save the day with a small smile that you perfected in the mirror and a demure personality to show the cameras. She'd shake her but just a bit to get attention if need be. You sometimes had to do degrading things to get where she was and meet ends meet, lest she become just a one-hit wonder and let the bills start piling up again. You also knew that oftentimes heroes had to fight. Now you was a pretty good fighter when she was at her normal size. She had kept up with the training classes and made a point to go to a self-defense course on the weekends. But when you grew to her full 20-62 centimeters, it severely limited what she could do. Sure, she can kick and punch, but she couldn't do anything fancy or she'd total several buildings and destroy her hands or feet. This meant more paperwork and more bills to pay on top of the costs of fixing her wrecked costume. However, you also knew that the fighting tended to end when small-time villains met the foot or palm of a giant woman. Sure, some would cause trouble and some could even fight toe-to-toe with her like that idiot who also had a gigantism quirk, deciding in his infinite wisdom to use it to try and rob a store. But she was more experienced. You knew how to use her quirk and work around some of its limitations to save the say while looking CC and cool. So it surprised her when the Prowler had decided to jump on her arm and run up it. What the hell? You quickly dropped the truck and rose to her feet. The wind alone and the shift from one height to another should be enough to disorient most people, but the Prowler obviously wasn't most people. Get off! She screamed as she raised her right hand and slammed it on her elbow where the villain just was. But the Prowler instead jumped forward, missing the hand by a few feet. You didn't like where this was going, and as such quickly ran her hand up her arm, intending to grab the villain as soon as she felt the villain made contact with the side of her fingers. Instead, her hand slammed on the crook of her neck and you cried out when she felt something walk on the back of her neck. What do you think you're doing? Shut up. You felt something bite into the side of her neck, akin to a bug bite. Yet the stinging afterwards told her it was something worse. Mount Lady! Death Arms shouted in alarm, running to her. Demenit. Kamui Woods. We need your help. A bit busy. Kamui Woods shouted from the distance, the hero she stole the spotlight from a few days earlier. God, she wished he could come here and do the same now. She wouldn't complain. Still, it wasn't like she was going to just sit around and wait to be saved. I don't know who you are. You began, reaching up with her right hand. But I hope you're ready to become a smear a few blocks back. Yu's hand clenched into a fist and shot to the area of her neck that she felt the sting. She needed to put more effort in this if she wanted to make sure that Prowler didn't have time to get away. You would normally just try to grab the villain, but grasping with her hand might take a second she doesn't have. It might be enough for Prowler to tear a hole in her neck and, there's a bomb now attached to your neck. You stopped, her eyes widening in shock. There's enough to take a chunk of your neck out, spoil that CC image, Prowler growled. Tell them to back off. I will detonate it if they take another step. Scum! Death Arms shouted, his leg muscles clenching as he prepared to jump. Get away from... Stop! You shouted in fear, causing nearly everyone to pause save for the wannabe. Spider-Man-themed vigilante getting onto his feet. Yu's throat went dry as she began explaining herself. She has a bomb. Prowler finished with a yell, and you glanced to her right and saw her terrified and sweat-drenched face in a nearby window. She looked horrible and the civilians who were watching at the other end of the street probably thought so as well. She also saw Prowler on her right shoulder now holding something in her hand, her thumb pressed down on the top. Big enough to punch a hole through Mount Beach's throat. If any of you heroes try to stop me or disarm it, I'll let go of the trigger and she dies. The Prowler's eyes narrowed. I wonder, will she shrink down before she bleeds out or will she stay the same? Will she tumble forward or fall back? Do any of you shitheads want to take that chance? You scum? Death Arms snarled, but he didn't move any closer. Prowler saw this as her cue and leapt off Yu's shoulder. She activated her rocket boots and flew to the street, doing a somersault so her feet were now on the asphalt as the flames went out. She raced past the heroes towards the vigilante. "Sheet, we need hacks." Death Arms turned towards Kamui Woods, who was standing next to her right foot and looking towards her. His eyes were widened with worry and anger. "Where's the tech hero? We need him here 5 minutes ago." Kamui Woods grimaced. "According to the cops, he's on the other side of town. He won't make it in time." "What do we do?" Yu asked in a quiet voice. She was using every ounce of self-control to remain perfectly still. To make sure her knees didn't buckle, because if she were to collapse right now, that would be it. If she made any movement, Prowler would detonate the bomb on her neck and she would die. You could now see it in her reflection. It was a black cylinder with a blinking purple light. It was so small it could have very well just been an enlarged birthmark on her neck. But no, the blood that dribbling down indicated both its artificial nature and that ripping it out might not be the best idea. While she was too far away to crush the civilians if she fell over, the rubble from the buildings her giant body crashed through could severely injure or kill several people. Even if she was dying, she would never forgive herself if she let that happen. Death Arms grimaced before looking away. "We don't have a choice. Focus on crowd control. We have to pray that guy can hold out for just a few more minutes." But those words rang hollow. The Spider-Man copycat was spun a web with his left hand as the Prowler raced towards him. She took the sure knife from her belt and extended it, jabbing the tip into his back and knocking him down. The guy kicked back with both of his feet, but the Prowler batted them to the side before kicking the homeless guy in the face with her right foot. "Oh God, she's going to beat him to death right in front of us?" Yus felt herself hyperventilate and sweat even more as the horror show unfolded continued. Maybe she did come here to get the spotlight, but Yu was nothing if not a professional. She came here to get this guy out and minimize his injuries. You should have been instrumental in putting away a dangerous villain and giving the vigilante a piece of her mind as to why his chosen path only caused trouble in front of the cameras. Now she was being used as a hostage while this poor man was about to be killed. And she couldn't do a DMN thing about it. None of them could. You began to pray to the one person that could possibly help in this hopeless situation. "Oh my, please, help us." It didn't take long for Izuku to find where the fight was happening. Whenever a villain appeared and a hero was fighting them, two things helped to direct anybody who was interested to the spectacle. The first was the streets of gridlocked traffic filled with angry drivers who were complaining loudly to their passengers, over the phone, or to themselves. That and a bored policeman trying and failing to direct them to an alternative route. Izuku had heard rumors that a majority of new villains were actually people driven insane from being stuck in traffic one too many times, but that was probably a myth. The second was the large crowd gathered behind a police barricade where the fight was happening. While most people are used to hero and villain fights, there were always people who would take time out of their day to watch the spectacle. Izuku was always one of them because he marveled at what the heroes could do and took notes of their quirks. But he wasn't pushing himself through a crowd to get a front-row seat to an amazing show this time. He was pushing through because he needed to confirm or dismiss his worst fears. "Please, please don't be here." Izuku pleaded to himself, but he knew it was in vain. Too many people were muttering about a homeless guy dressed as Spider-Man for it to be a coincidence. Not only that, but if the heroes help Peter stop the villain, the heroes would arrest Peter for acting as a vigilante and for all the collateral damage he caused. Izuku saw glimpses of it as he raced towards the fight. Broken shop windows, crashed cars, webbing attached to buildings and lampposts as they fluttered in the wind. All of it helped to paint the picture that the fight wasn't in Peter's favor. And in spite of all that, Izuku still wanted to see it. Spider-Man's heroics were always on the page or in now outdated CGI. This was his one chance to see Peter in action and see Spider-Man possibly pull through in spite of the odds. "Excuse me. Please let me through," Izuku shouted as he weaved through the crowd. His spider sense tingled as an elbow flew towards his face, giving him plenty of time to dodge. These spider powers sure were handy at times. But when Izuku reached the front of the crowd, he noticed the water that was acting like a barrier and looked to his right to see the hero that was causing it. That's Backdraft. He's a rescue hero that helps regularly with crowd control and works with firefighters to help quell blazes. Izuku's hands twitched, sorely wishing he had his journal. But something else caught his eyes and dug into him like a knife. In the middle of the street were several heroes Izuku could recognize. Death Arms, Mount Lady, and Kamui Woods. Death Arms and Kamui Woods were turned towards them saying things like, "Everything is under control," while Mount Lady stood perfectly still. Izuku squinted between Mount Lady's legs and saw what was happening beyond them. Peter was fighting the Prowler, jumping and trying to hit the villain who matched him blow for blow. When he tried jumping over her, she turned and whacked him in the face with her shurnai. Electricity danced across the blunt weapon and Peter spasmed as he hit the floor. He was obviously trying to say something, but Izuku was too far away to hear a word of it. The Prowler didn't relent, hitting him across the face once again with her shurnai. "Why aren't they helping him?" Izuku shouted aloud, and that was one of many questions racing through his mind. Why was the Prowler here? Why was she attacking Peter? Why was he having such a hard time fighting back? Someone decided to answer him. Apparently the villain put a bomb on Mount Lady's neck. Izuku looked behind him to see a bald man with flesh-covered star-shaped protrusions on the sides of his head. He looked gravely at the scene as he continued. They can't help him without killing her. Why can't they get a hero to disarm the thing from a distance? Someone else in the crowd asked, sounding extremely uneasy. That villain's going to kill the guy. Forget the heroes. What about the police? What good are they if they can't do something and just stand to the side while the heroes do all the work? All Might. Where's All Might? He would stop this. Wonder why a guy like is getting targeted by that psycho? Maybe she just doesn't like anyone dressed as Spider-Man? Izuku's eyes widened as he thought back to the day the spider bit him. Prowler was arguing with someone, trying to find that spider. He remembered Peter's story. And Peter's villain was selling weapons and stuff to people on this world. See, could it be? Could he have told Prowler to kill Peter? But how could Prowler have found Peter? He had been keeping a low profile until... Izuku's arms sagged, until I got him a meal. People must have been posting pictures of Peter on social media. Prowler must have seen one of those posts and followed Peter to where he was staying. Peter was in this mess was because he dared to offer Izuku his mentorship. If Izuku had accepted and was helping Peter now, Peter would probably be able to hold the Prowler off. Izuku watched as the Prowler avoided Peter's sluggish and clumsy punches and kicks, jumping over one of Peter's webs before her feet collided with his chest. Peter gasped as he fell back onto the floor while Prowler's body glowed yet again. She put away her shurnai and flexed her right hand, the claws extending and glowing green. He's going to die. Izuku's heart pounded in his ears as the nightmare unfolded before him. He's going to die unless someone helps him. His mind was screaming that he should stay, that if he interfered he would probably just make things worse. His body disagreed. Izuku ducked the water barrier and darted forward with speed he never knew he had. His eyes widened as he looked down. Running? What the? Backdraft shouted. Guys! Stop that kid! What am I doing? Izuku thought in disbelief as he raced in between Mount Lady's legs, passing the heroes who were just registering their colleague's request. No! Stop! Death Arms tried to grab him with his huge, muscled arms, but Izuku sidestepped it and kept running. You're putting your life and others at risk. Kamui Woods added, but he didn't move to stop him. This was crazy. Insane even. What was he doing, running towards a villain who would kill him on the spot? Izuku didn't want to die. But he couldn't simply stand to the side and let Peter die. Gaia! Izuku yelled not so elegantly. Sweat and tears streamed down his face, his feet pounding the pavement as the Prowler just registered his charge. The hell are you doing? Prowler shouted in shock and fear, aiming her right gauntlet at him while pressing a button with her left pinky. A capsule shot out and exploded into a net. Izuku's eyes squeezed shut, but his legs would not stop moving. His body shook in fear and anticipation as he waited to be tangled in a mass of ropes. But nothing happened. Izuku opened his eyes to see that he was perfectly fine. It didn't hit me? He glanced down to his swinging arms and clenched fists. Pieces were changing color, gaining shades of green, purple, and blue while either extending outwards or breaking off. They returned to their normal form and color at random points while the sound of television static filled his ears. What is this? Izuku looked down at his legs and saw the rest of his body was doing the same. But when a piece of newspaper blew towards Izuku's right leg, the distorted leg dispersed and went around the paper before the newspaper totally bled through. The leg returned to normal, and Izuku glanced back up to see the Prowler staring at him in what he assumed was shock while Peter groaned beneath her. Is this like that electricity that shocked Peter? Another new power. But there wasn't time to think about that now. Izuku felt his body stop vibrating as he drew close to Peter. The Prowler tried to grab him with her right hand, but Izuku screamed and dived underneath it. He skidded on the hard ground and grabbed Peter's left hand. However, the weight of Peter's and the Prowler's bodies killed his momentum. Peter's dazed eyes managed to focus on Izuku. Hey kid, what are you doing? I do not understand. Izuku replied, his mind racing as he struggled to translate his thoughts into English. My legs ran on themselves. I'm scared, Peter-san, but I couldn't stand aside while I got my butt kicked. Hey, I ain't complaining. Peter wheezed out. Despite his fear and the tears streaming down his cheeks, Izuku felt a smile grow on his face. A glimmer of hope began to fill his chest as he started to tug Peter to safety. I told you before, you goddamn idiot. Izuku looked up to see the Prowler glaring at him and reaching out with her clawed right hand. She grabbed him by the collar of his school uniform and brought him up. Stay out of my DMN business. This doesn't concern you, kid, so screw of dash. Prowler was interrupted by a web splattering across her eyes and brow. She gasped and dropped Izuku, who winced as he felt his backside land on Peter's face. He could vaguely make out Peter shouting, "Oh, come on," underneath him before Peter shoved Izuku off and lifted his feet to hook around the struggling Prowler's neck. With a grunt of effort, Peter brought them down, flinging the Prowler through the air. She landed face first on the ground. Peter shakily got to his feet as the Prowler scrambled to her own. He glanced back at Izuku and said, "Better stay back, kid. This might go on for a bit." Izuku nodded rapidly. Whatever made him run to save Peter had left. If I interfere any more, I'll die. In fact, the sheer insanity of what he just pulled was starting to sink in. He had thrown himself at a known murderer, putting his own and dozens of others at risk, to help Peter. If something went wrong, he'd only have himself to blame. What the hell was he thinking? You son of a beach! Prowler screamed. She released a green gas that melted the webs, revealing white eyes narrowed with rage. That's it. No more games. I'm going to tear out your FNG throat before that kid can get in the way again. In fact, Prowler glanced at Izuku and lifted her left hand. This is your last warning, you brat. I will blow a new hole in Mount Lady's throat if you even think about. Something in the air moved. Windows shook as something akin to a sonic boom resounded through the city. Izuku shielded his eyes by crossing his arms in front of his face as a fierce gust blew in out of nowhere. What is going on dash? What kind of hero would I be? Izuku's eyes widened as he heard a familiar booming voice. A voice filled with confidence and power, one that Izuku heard countless times before in videos and news reports. No way. That if I let an injured man and child risk their lives to stop the cruelty of scum like you, Prowler? Izuku looked up and saw the Prowler being knocked away by a blur of motion. She bounced on the asphalt, rolling before her right clawed hand grasped on the road. The claws dug 5 grooves into the ground slowing her momentum until she came to a complete stop. Both of you, fear not. Izuku looked back to where the Prowler was standing and saw him. The newcomer stood 220 centimeters tall. He had 255 kilograms of rippling muscles that could make bodybuilders feel inadequate. He wore a humble white t-shirt that clung to him like a second skin, beige jeans, and sneakers that seemed to be straining to contain his massive form. His hair was golden blonde, slicked back save for two front bangs that stood up like V-shaped antennas. But what stood out was his face. Sharp and chiseled, his icy blue eyes hidden in shadows and a wide, confident grin on his face. All Might seemed to pause dramatically on purpose before belting out the catchphrase that everyone wanted to hear. "For I am here. All Might." Izuku whispered out in wonder and awe. His idol was here in front of him, coming to his and Peter's aid in the nick of time. All Might's voice didn't contain a hint of doubt or fear as he stood in front of Prowler. The feeling that everything was going to be okay rolled off him in waves as the crowd went into a frenzy. "It's All Might. He made it. Thank God. It's going to be all right. You hear that, Pouncer? You're screwed. It was Prowler, dude. Get back." Prowler shouted, standing up and backing away. Her voice and eyes now quavered as she stood before Japan's greatest hero. "I still have the trigger. I'll kill her. I swear to." "Oh, you mean this?" Izuku looked to All Might, who was now holding a cylinder which was now covered in duct tape? Duct tape. Useful for all things from fixing leaky pipes. All Might became a blur as he chucked the tape-covered trigger into the night air like an American quarterback. It seemed to sparkle before disappearing beyond the horizon. All Might whistled as he put his right hand over his brow before finishing. "That and robbing a villain of her bargaining chip." He turned back to Prowler, who was now staring at her empty left hand. "Now, I assume that the range of that thing is 100 meters, tops?" All Might grinned as he continued. "Well, good luck finding it in Saga." The civilians, heroes, and Izuku cheered at this. All Might had robbed Prowler of her advantage. It came as easily as breathing. The idea that All Might would save the day was a fact rather than a possibility. "Thank God." "Show off?" Peter groaned out, palming his face. Izuku shot Peter a glare. How could he say that when All Might did something this amazing? Prowler was shaking, taking a step back while eyeing All Might cautiously. "I've escaped you before. I can do it again." "Yes, in enclosed spaces." All Might motioned around them. "But now you're in the open, Prowler. There is nowhere left for you to run. That is enough." A new voice resounded through the air. It was distorted and full of static. Izuku's spider sense would not stop ringing. "Get down!" Peter shouted, tacking Izuku to the ground while All Might caught something in his right hand. Izuku's eyes caught the briefest glimpse of a miniature rocket before it exploded in a mass of fire and smoke. The smoke was a pale blue and soon filled the street, the civilians screaming as the other heroes tried to maintain some semblance of order. "You okay, kid?" Peter asked as he got off Izuku. I fine." Izuku fearfully glanced back to where his idol stood. But what about All Might?" Izuku was answered when a mighty clap dispersed the smoke with a powerful shockwave, allowing Izuku to see a very much alive All Might with a torn shirt and pants. "Oh yeah, he's fine," Peter helpfully supplied. But Izuku was ignoring him. The smoke was twisting and swirling, converging on the Prowler's position as if was being sucked there by a vacuum. But All Might's clap should have made it go away. "I am tired of this." The mysterious voice continued as the smoke continued to gather in that one spot. "Tired of this narrative, tired of heroes beating villains through brawn alone and basking in the praise of the sheep-like masses." Izuku saw that the smoke was taking a humanoid figure, lean yet standing tall. "It is time for a new villain to rise. A villain who is the master of the mind and the senses. The perfect foil to the likes of your so-called symbol of peace." The smoke then seemed to compress, tightening before shooting out and disappearing. "Behold All Might, heroes of Japan." The Prowler and the smoky figure were gone. Standing in their place was a man wearing a dark purple skin-tight, long-sleeved shirt, dark green gloves, black leather pants, and matching boots. He also wore a dark purple belt with a buckle that consisted of a dull gold metal eye. A green brace with the same eye in the center hung around his neck. But blue flames rose into the air where his head should have been. The vaguest outline of a bald man's face could be seen within. A smug grin plastered itself across its features. "Behold Mysterio." the master of illusion. Izuku couldn't help but stare in a mix of horror and awe at this person who was supposed to be Mysterio. The way Peter made him sound in his story, the villain was an old man who hit rock bottom in his search for respect. And Izuku remembered how he looked in the comics with his ridiculous fishbowl head and grandiose speeches which just hit a greedy, self-centered man. But Mysterio didn't look funny now and his speech didn't sound corny at all. He felt just like any other frightening villain in Izuku's world. So that's what the body was for. Peter grumbled to himself as he clenched his fists. Hey Quentin, Ghost Rider might have something to say about lifting his look. Be silent, worm. Mysterio moved his hands forward and blue lightning shot from his fingertips. Izuku and Peter braced themselves for impact, but All Might shielded them with his own body. He grit his teeth as the energy coursed through his form for 2 seconds before it stopped. Smoke came from his body and the hero grinned as he looked at the otherworldly villain. Is that all you've got, villain? And you claim to be my opposite? Hardly. Mysterio took something from his belt and crushed it. Red smoke flowed around him and coalesced into new figures. Izuku gaped at what he saw. A man in green armor and a grinning metallic goblin mask, cackling madly as he flew by on a glider. A man dressed in a dark green sweatshirt and dark black pants. Over his eyes were black welding goggles which made the small grin on his face be even more menacing. He was suspended in the air by 2 metal tubes that came from his back while 2 more were drawn back, their 4 pincer-like fingers at the end open and revealing menacing red lights. A giant lizard-like creature was hissing as it slinked behind Mysterio, wearing a tattered lab coat as it stared hungrily at Izuku. A hulking brute that seemed to be made of darkness itself stepped forward next. Its chest bore a pure white spider symbol and the mask had angular teardrop-like eyes. Its massive maw hung wide open, revealing knife-like teeth and a long pink tongue that slobbered all over the pavement. Izuku recognized them all. They were Spider-Man's enemies, plucked right out of the comics and movies and brought to reality. There were even more behind Mysterio, their eyes filled with nothing but cruelty and destiny. Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Lizard, Venom, Hobgoblin, Kraven the Hunter. Okay, Quentin, that's really impressive. Peter shot a web from his left hand to the surface of a building by Mysterio. With a tug, Peter launched himself past All Might. But I don't have time for your mind games. Izuku watched in awe as Peter curled into a ball when the Dr. Octopus illusion tried to stab him with its tentacles, using them instead as a springboard before firing a web into the Green Goblin's face. He grabbed the web before shouting, throwing the surprisingly solid illusion into the ground. Izuku saw the reason why the illusion was solid in a mass of twisted metal and wires. Robots. Mysterio was mixing his illusions with robotics to make them real and convincing. The Venom illusion growled before lunging at Peter, who was racing toward Mysterio. The villain hadn't budged an inch from where he stood. Venom was interrupted by All Might, who gave the thing an uppercut that shattered the illusion into 1,000 tiny pieces along with the robot's metal skull. It was amazing. Peter weaved through the illusions while providing one spectacularly timed after another. Meanwhile, All Might was tearing through each and every robot as if they were made of papier-mâché. He never lost his grin of confidence and looked as though he was having the time of his life. It was like something from a dream. Izuku still had a hard time accepting that this was real. All Might and Spider-Man fighting side by side in front of him to take down a villain. Peter threw his fist at Mysterio's chest, ignoring the head. But Mysterio's right hand shot up, grabbing the web-slinger's fist and stopping it cold. Impressive. Mysterio gripped Peter's wrist before he spun and threw Peter to the ground, which buckled and cratered while Peter flopped in the air, gasping in pain. For a fool. Super strength and energy expulsion? When did you get this kind of tech, Quentin? Peter sputtered between coughs. Mysterio leaned down as if to whisper to him, but spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. I told you before, Bug. Here, I'm something else. Mysterio's voice was dripping with animosity. I'm going to make sure you die here. You will never see your home again, and you will die knowing that I was the one to finally beat you. Not Osborn, not Octavius, not Kraven, not Fisk or evenly. It's just going to be me, Parker. Before Peter could say anything, All Might's fist went through Mysterio's chest. However, instead of screeching metal and fraying wires, there was only smoke. You boast of your superiority but flee before the fight can turn in our favor? All Might said through clenched teeth. You are the master of nothing, Mysterio, save for cowardice. No different than any other villain. Oh, you shall see, symbol of peace. Mysterio's voice echoed as the villains disappeared, leaving nothing but metal skeletons, wires, and computer chips. Consider this a test run. After all, I had to see if his stories were true. Izuku looked to All Might, whose smile had vanished. A furious scowl replaced it as his hands clenched into fists. Who could Mysterio be talking about? Beware, All Might, for your days are numbered. Mysterio. With that, all of the smoke disappeared, leaving Izuku alone between two roadblocks, a standing All Might and a fallen Spider-Man. Are you doing okay, friend? All Might asked Peter in English. Peter responded with a shaky hand that went flat and shook from side to side. All Might's hearty laughter returned. No, seriously. I need a ton of painkillers and bandages. All Might's laughing stopped. Oh yes, let's take care of that right away. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as tears fell from his eyes. He made it. He helped save Peter and nobody died. He was even able to see All Might up close and in action. What a day! Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when a pair of strong arms gripped him by the collar and lifted him up. Izuku now found himself face to face with the utterly livid face of Death Arms, who screamed, "What the hell were you thinking?" Oh right, that. Well, to say that the heroes were grateful for my quick thinking and decisive action would be the farthest thing from the truth. I got chewed out by the police and all the heroes besides All Might for not only putting my own life in danger, but Mount Ladies and the other civilians. I could see their point and I understand their anger, but I think that if my feet didn't act on their own, Peter might have been, okay, maybe not dead. Peter told me he's been in worse situations before. But still, he could have been seriously hurt. Still, after staying silent and taking it for a good hour, I got some compliments from Kamui Woods and backdraft for my quirk. A phasing quirk coupled with my wall-crawling quirk would make me extremely useful for rescue operations. So when I graduated from hero school, I should give them a call for an internship. It was nice, being complimented and all. But in the back of my head, I knew they would have dismissed me as a reckless idiot and forgot about me if I was quirkless. They would have probably been even more impressed with Kakin if he were there. Peter was placed in an ambulance with people muttering about how their tax dollars now had to pay for a homeless vigilante's recovery. He told me to just wait for him before the doors shut. I couldn't help but worry, what if he tried explaining himself to the cops and they threw him into a mental asylum while he was drugged out from all the operations and stuff in the hospital? All Might was busy with interviews and autographs, so I took it as a sign to get home before Mom called the police to search for me. There's no way I could have expected what happened next. I am here! Izuku screamed as All Might slid into the middle of the street in front of him. He had changed into a white polo shirt that hugged his body as tightly as his last shirt, crossing the street like a normal person. All Might finished with a chuckle before he stood up in front of Izuku, grinning with his hands on his hips. Hello, young man. Fancy meeting you here. He capped off the declaration with a tiny salute. Izuku tried hard to keep his knees from buckling. All Might. This was the first time he was speaking to All Might. He needed to say something. Something that would encapsulate all his feelings about the hero. Anything. I love you. Anything but that. All Might wasn't even fazed by Izuku's slip and simply laughed at his reddening face. Don't worry. I get that a lot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like... Izuku gulped before breathing in and out to calm himself. This was his one chance to talk to All Might. There weren't any others who could get in the way, and there was no life or death situation to steal his attention away. That's just that. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. It's kind of hard to believe you're here in front of me. It's no problem at all, young man. Izuku twiddled his thumbs and looked away. He couldn't help it. The excitement coupled with the shame of how they met before. All Might. Izuku bit his lip. About the fight. He bowed before shouting, I'm so sorry for my actions. I put so many people in danger and I probably forced you have to be concerned about me so you couldn't focus as much on the fight with the Prowler and Mysterio. They probably got away because of him too. Prowler and her bike had disappeared without a trace. Nobody could find her. No tire markings or even bits of her costume could be found at the scene. Mysterio was just gone, and from the muttering he heard when he left, everyone was talking about him. A hot new villain that escaped All Might. Realistic illusions coupled with robotics that kept him and the homeless vigilante busy, though they thought he was unoriginal by pulling out fictional villains to fight All Might. Still, they thought it was cool. Better than the movies even. Whoa, young man. No need to mumble an apology. Once again, Izuku's face turned beet red. Though I did come here to talk to you about that, All Might admitted with a grin. I usually don't talk to fans one-on-one like this, so I would very much appreciate it if you answered my questions. Of course. Now then, young man. All Might's grin was replaced with an expression of utter seriousness. What do you want to do with your life? Izuku stared at All Might, stared at the man who was the symbol of peace. The man he could only admire from videos, the one he fanboyed over even as others mocked him for worshipping the ground he walked on. The man who inspired his dream. I want people to see my smile and feel safe. I want to be just like you, Izuku admitted with a bowed head. I want to be a hero. But that wasn't the kind of question Izuku wanted to ask All Might. It was always, could I be a hero? And now, he really needed to ask it. Considering he backed out whenever it actually mattered. Peter almost died because of his indecision. Who knew when that could act up again? All Might nodded as if expecting this. Yes, it's a noble dream. One many young men such as yourself have. However, All Might pointed at Izuku and said, what you did when the Prowler was attacking that man was something not many others have. What was All Might talking about? Many would call what you did stupid, short-sighted, and dangerous. You ran in there trying to save that man from a dangerous villain who luckily didn't simply try to kill you for interfering. Izuku looked down and his eyes filled with tears of regret and shame. He was expecting this, but it still hurt. Tell me, young man, what was going through your head when you ran in? Izuku could lie, say that he knew his quirk would keep him safe from the Prowler. But what was the point? Izuku couldn't lie to All Might. I wasn't thinking, Izuku admitted. His eyes were dripping again. Why did he have to cry in front of his hero? My legs just moved on their own. I wish I could explain it better, but I can't. His hands clenched into fists. I know it was stupid and I called myself stupid for doing it, but I just... Young man, what you did is the mark of a true hero. Izuku's crying stopped as his gaze trailed upward to see All Might, grinning back at him. The greatest heroes of the world always have one thing in common. All Might lifted his right arm, pointing upwards with his index finger. Whenever there was someone in trouble in front of them, their legs moved on their own and they went to save that person without hesitation. He pointed at Izuku and said, you, young man, have that thing in common with them. It's a rare trait to have. Not many in my business have that pure, unconscious drive to do what is right. Izuku gaped at All Might, who laughed while scratching the back of his head. Sure, it could have happened under better circumstances, but what matters is that you acted when others wouldn't. All Might. Young man, what is your name? Izuku. Izuku replied automatically. Izuku Midoriya, sir. He bowed over and over again while shouting, it's very nice to meet you. Whoa. Stop that. Izuku gave one last bow before standing straighter than any toy soldier. I just wanted to tell you one thing. One thing that I know for a fact. All Might took a deep breath, and said the 8 words Izuku wanted to hear his entire life. You are going to become an amazing hero. Izuku couldn't help it. His lip quivered and his eyes watered. Tears cascaded down his cheeks as those words echoed in his head. For years he had been told he could never do it, that he should just give up and that trying was pointless. Yet here he was, standing in front of All Might, who said he would become an amazing hero without hesitation. This is a dream come true. All right then. Izuku blinked as something was shoved into his chest. Sorry for going through your stuff, but I figured you would want this. Izuku looked down and saw in his hands was his open hero notebook. Across 2 blank pages was All Might's autograph. You have no idea what seeing you do what you did meant to me, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked up to see All Might smiling warmly and ruffling his hair. If I had met you, well, it doesn't matter now. He turned around and crouched low. I best be off. I hope to see you at UA next year, young Midoriya. Thank you so much. With Izuku's thanks, All Might jumped off into the distance. Izuku gazed at the autograph with the biggest, goofiest smile on his face. He thanked me. He said I had what it took to be a hero. His euphoria evaporated as another thought ran through his head. But I didn't ask him what I wanted to. He was too busy basking in the moment for the question to even cross his mind. Well, that took longer than I expected. Izuku turned around and screamed as he saw Peter. He was still dressed in the top of his costume, sweatpants, and jacket. Peter-san, what are you doing here? He should be in the hospital. His face was covered in bruises and open scabs, his right foot was heavily bandaged, and he was limping. Well, I tried following that guy after ditching the ambulance. Peter pointed to where All Might left. But it looked like you were getting some inspirational speech from him, and I decided that it would be awkward if I popped up. Izuku couldn't help but agree. So, you bummed out about what happened? Izuku nodded his head, looking down. Peter said, I am most sorry. He bowed his head again. I didn't accept the offer. If I had been with you rather than running, I would have. We could have. Izuku, come on. You gotta stop thinking like that. Izuku felt Peter's fingers lift his chin until he could see Peter shaking his head. Hell, if you had been with me I would have gotten my butt kicked even harder. I mean, I would have to be worried about you and you would be frozen in place. You weren't exactly a monster back when you charged at the wannabe Prowler. But still. Look, I wasn't expecting you to accept right away, Peter continued on. I would be worried if you did. I'm used to the insanity of the superhero lifestyle. You're just a kid. I wouldn't want to force you into something you weren't ready for. That is not it. The words left Izuku's mouth before he could think. Peter blinked, the words dying in his throat as he gazed at the 14-year-old before him. Might as well keep going. I need to get this out. Izuku's mouth tightened before he began. All my life, I had dreamed of being a hero. I had been told it was impossible. Before the spider had bitten me, I was without Quirk. He didn't know how to say Quirkless in English and hated himself for it. It was hard to express himself without his full vocabulary. People mocked me, and I could only watch from far away as heroes saved others. He looked at Peter and felt tears form in his eyes. Once I got these powers, you came to offer training and I rejected. Izuku began to sob as he said, I thought that they were right. That I was weak. That I was not deserving to be hero. All Might's face filled his vision. You are going to become an amazing hero. Izuku clenched his teeth. He knew what he was going to say now. But All Might, he said I could. That I could become a great hero now. But I need help. I cannot do this thing on my own. I need help to get into UA, a school of the world's greatest heroes. I cannot do this on my own. Izuku rose into a shout. I won't hesitate anymore. I will not falter. Can you teach me to become Spider-Man? That was the loudest he'd ever spoken. For all his life, Izuku had been quiet. It wasn't appropriate for someone like him to make waves or talk back to people like Kaken. But now those words came out as easily as all the others. Peter was silent for a second and Izuku felt all of his fears and insecurities bubble to the surface. They were quelled with the beaming smile that spread across Peter's face. Yes, I can. And that was it. That was how it all started. The 2 meetings and the spider bite that changed my life forever. I was on the path to get into UA and become a Spider-Man that Peter would be proud of. Wait, you mean this world has an actual school for superheroes? Like Xavier's Place? but we both had a lot to learn before I got in. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi is a man used to being around heroes. Most policemen usually don't talk to them more than necessary. Oh sure, they gave the heroes reports on the situation and helped direct crowd control efforts, but a professional relationship was where things began and ended. Most didn't see the point of being there as the heroes usually had a handle of the situation. Some even came to the conclusion that they are merely the cleanup crew for villain battles or just people who helped to keep things under control until a hero arrived. Others were just plain bitter towards heroes. It isn't easy being a cop during this day and age. Becoming an officer required one to commit to more rules and regulations than a hero would. As such, the police are often seen as useless by the general public. What use was the police when the heroes did all the work? There were mutterings about a mass strike from time to time, but they never led anywhere. Tsukachi never saw things like that. To him, heroes were more than just a peacekeeping force. They were a beacon of hope that helped the world crawl out of the dark times. Heroes helped to rebuild a society that was once seen as irreversibly broken and worked tirelessly to keep things that way. It was a strange world, and heroes helped to make some sense out of it. This view made Tsukachi a bit of an odd duck in the police force, but it helped him to crawl up the ranks. It also helped him get especially close to the symbol of peace himself. Said symbol of peace was now 15 minutes late to the meeting he was holding with the chiefs of police and top heroes. I say we should start without him. The number 2 hero, Endeavor, grumbled with a glare. His flaming beard flared up in irritation. We shouldn't hold off just because he wants to waste time showing himself everywhere. We can't exactly do that, Endeavor, Tsukachi replied, ignoring the glare Endeavor shot his way. The case does involve him after all. And we can very well solve it without his involvement. We are just dealing with 2 villains at the moment. If there are more and if they are a reasonable threat, then we can feel the need to hold off on these meetings for his convenience. Tsukachi hated how sound Endeavor's argument was. He was no fool and knew just how much Endeavor loathed All Might for his spot as the number 1 hero. But Endeavor tended to restrain his feelings to snide remarks in public, and twisting a situation to his favor. Technically, Endeavor was right and they could search for Prowler and Mysterio without All Might. To Endeavor, All Might could provide was his opinion on the situation and Prowler's motive. 2 things that wouldn't make much of a difference to the overall case, especially since they could reason out the latter through Prowler's actions. Plus, if Endeavor got a head start on things, the opportunity to capture the 2 villains that had managed to give All Might the slip would be his for the taking. But he didn't know about just who the villains might be involved in. Tsukachi could read the room and could see a somewhat growing feeling that they might as well get things over with. Before he could attempt to try and delay things a bit longer, the door to the room swung open and All Might came strolling wearing his ever-present grin and the latest edition of his costume. I am here. Sorry for the delay. Had to help clear up a traffic accident on the other side of town, evacuate a building that was on fire, and... We don't need to hear the story, Endeavor snarled, glaring at the number 1. Just sit down. You've delayed us long enough. Endeavor! All Might grinned and held out his hand. Good to see you again. It has been a while and... He seemed to notice that Endeavor had no intention of shaking it and brought it back. Okay then. I suppose I've kept you all waiting for too long. We can save the pleasantries for later. All Might went to the open chair to Endeavor's left and sat down. Well, shall we get started? Sometimes I wonder if he does know and he's faking ignorance. Or if he really has no clue. Tsukachi sighed as he pressed a button on the remote in his hand. The slideshow began, showing an enlarged image of the Prowler on her motorcycle as taken by a civilian during the chase. Okay, as you all know, we need to discuss the recent reappearance of the Prowler. He pressed the button again, showing the blurred image of the Spider-Man copycat. Now, this by itself wouldn't be a cause to gather you all here, but the change in Prowler's priorities is something to be concerned about. To say nothing of her new arsenal. Tsukachi turned to All Might. All Might, you have encountered Prowler several times prior to this event. Can you please tell us your opinion about her actions? All Might's grin disappeared for a second and he rubbed his chin in contemplation. It is certainly a change. All Might nodded before looking back at Tsukachi. Prowler has never been one for showy displays or acts of pure malice. Usually, she prefers to steal whatever it is she wants and only kills out of necessity. For her to hunt this man for nothing in return. We can't assume there was nothing in the act for Prowler's benefit, the fourth-ranking hero, BGMI, said while eyeing All Might. It is likely that the man had something she wanted or that he stumbled into a crime in progress. The chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami, shook his dog head in disagreement. I'm afraid that isn't the case. My men have searched the area where the fight began and there was nothing of note on the premises. No companies nearby have reported the two fighting within their property either. So far, circumstantial evidence suggests that Prowler ambushed the man with the intent of murdering him. There is one explanation and it's pretty simple. Endeavor spoke up, causing everyone to look at him. She was ordered to do so. Tsukachi nodded and he decided now was the appropriate time to change the slide. This one showing the new villain who named himself Mysterio. Considering this villain went out of his way to make his grand entrance when the Prowler was about to be apprehended, allowing her to escape, we have come to the conclusion that the two are working together in some capacity. He pressed the button again, now showing a crushed humanoid robot and a snapshot of Prowler's boots. Both of them are also sporting technology far more advanced than anything that is currently available, and I've checked with our government contacts to ensure this was the case. I suppose now's the best time to bring this up. Endeavor reached into his pocket and began passing around photos amongst his fellow heroes and the policemen. I've done my own investigation regarding the rise in crime through the use of this new technology. Guns that shoot superheated plasma, suits that allow the users to leap great distances. It kinda looks like a grasshopper. The ninth-ranking hero, Ryukyu, commented with a frown. And suits that increase the user's height. That photo managed to reach Tsukachi, and he saw a picture of a toppled-over man wearing what appeared to be a metal suit and legs that stretched out of the picture frame. A note at the edge of the picture had read, 940 centimeters, with an arrow pointing to the extended legs. Those are just the ones with pictures that I had managed to bring with me. Now Endeavor. It's not very sporty to keep something this big a secret from your comrades. All Might declared. I didn't bring it up because I didn't have a solid enough case. Endeavor grunted as he pointed at Mysterio. At least until he showed up. All the villains had told us through interrogation that they received their weaponry through a source known as Mysterio. You mean he gave these people this stuff in person? Ryuko asked with wonder in her voice. How come we never had him pop up on our radar? Someone looking like that with those kinds of skills would be the talk of the underworld. That's because he never took part in the exchange. He always made the sale through a third party. Endeavor's frown deepened. But what's really bothering me is how we have never heard of this guy before. It's as if he just popped out of thin air just a few months ago. Nobody acquires this kind of weaponry that would take years to stockpile without a few people remembering their name. Especially with a name like Mysterio. Tsukachi did his research and found that the name had formerly belonged to a fictional Western supervillain from the Spider-Man series. It was an unspoken rule amongst heroes and villains that adopting the names of fictional heroes and villains was something to be avoided. Not because it was illegal, as under the right conditions heroes could adopt it no problem and villains wouldn't care about breaking another law. But because it felt unoriginal, as if you couldn't find your own identity despite having a unique quirk. Someone with a name like Mysterio would have been mocked at least once or twice until he taught them a lesson. If what you're suggesting is true, it makes me even more worried for that character wearing the Spider-Man suit with the web-producing quirk. All Might brought up with a frown. If Mysterio was the one to send Prowler after him, then he might do so again. This character likely knows something about the villain he wants forgotten and hidden away in the grave. I doubt it, BGMI replied while raising a finger. With all the hero and police activity this attack has brought out, they will likely hold off on a similar event. They might try something different or abandon this mission altogether. Chief Tsuragami gave a nod. In the meantime, we should try and pool our evidence together and build a case. Then we can focus on trying to find this vigilante and bring him in for safety. As the heroes and police talked, Tsukachi motioned All Might to follow him outside. The hero followed him and the detective shut the door behind him before they began walking down the hall. I'm sorry, Yagi-san. We still can't find him. But why would he leave the ambulance? With all his injuries. Perhaps he already suspected that we would be obligated to bring him in for questioning. Lord knows the man would have been arrested soon after due to his illegal quirk usage. We can't have vigilantes, Yagi-san, even if they are just defending themselves. All Might sighed. Perhaps, but we need to treat this differently, Tsukachi-san. He knows something about Mysterio. That much is certain. All Might had apparently heard everything that was said between the villain and vigilante. While most could tell and hear the two talking to one another, the commotion and distance made it near impossible to tell what was being said besides a few English words. All Might was close enough and fluent enough in English to have heard everything and told Tsukachi all about it. The two having a history was a certainty rather than a theory. The hero went silent and Tsukachi could read the troubled mood in the air. You're thinking about him, aren't you? Mysterio mentioned him, said that he heard all about me through that man. All Might's face twisted in hatred, as if he was staring down the thing that was hardly a man anymore once again. He should be dead. I thought meant it. All Might's hands clenched into fists and Tsukachi did his best to calm the hero. He could have been saying that just to rile you up. Don't think about it too hard. Do you really believe that? Tsukachi grimaced before replying. No. He frowned and looked back at All Might. We'll find them soon enough, Yagi-san. They will answer for their crimes. All Might's gloomy expression reverted back to a bright grin, but one that was clearly strained to any close observer. Why, of course. After all, villains and their ilk can never escape justice for too long. He then walked the other way, but at a slightly faster pace. Tsukachi noticed that streams of smoke were coming off of his body. Now I must be off. Justice never sleeps after all. Tsukachi gave a simple wave for goodbye and watched the hero leave before his thoughts turned to the vigilante. He was connected to all of this. Mysterio wanted him dead for a reason, enough to send a thief as an assassin. And if Mysterio was working for that man, then he supported the act in some capacity. We need to get him off the streets. Not just for his sake, but for the sake of society. Vigilantes had no place in an age of heroes. People who used their powers to instill their own sense of justice rather than work with them to shape the future. If nothing was done, it would be the Prowler all over again. Tsukachi tried not to grimace at the memory. Yet, a part of him wondered just what might the vigilante in the Spider-Man mask must be thinking. Knowing that he was a rare and dying breed within the modern world, hunted by villains for what he knew and believing he could only rely on himself. Peter Parker scratched his gut and yawned while shifting uncomfortably on the concrete bench serving as a makeshift bed. Man, I'm hungry. Peter has been worrying where he would stay when he and Izuku parted ways. Living in an alleyway underneath a cardboard box or in the shadow of a dumpster did not appeal to him. Unfortunately, the cops would likely be looking for him in any construction sites within the city for the battle that took place. Izuku had explained to him that the mutants of this world, who called their abilities quirks weirdly enough, weren't allowed to use them save for certain circumstances. What Peter did was not one of them. The police might just try to arrest Peter if they found him. Just like the not-so-good old days, Peter grumbled to himself while trying to fluff his webbing pillow. The thing was elastic and provided some good support, but it was like trying to use a backpack as a pillow. It was coarse, hard, and strands of web sometimes blew into his nose. In Peter's career, the cops mostly just wanted to get statements, and Peter swung away because they also wanted his identity and he had places to be. Then came Jonah's rhetoric, and some people on the force actually bought the idea that he was a menace to society. Peter remembered this one time where a trigger-happy rookie actually fired on him from a crowd and hit him in the shoulder. He had to visit night nurse, and the guy's career went down the tubes for going against regulations on national television. Sure, vigilantism was illegal, but there was an order to these things. Cue Jonah being sued by the cop's family for encouraging the action and having to put a disclaimer at the end of his articles that they were based on his interpretation of the events. Written in really fine print. He asked Izuku about this and the kid looked horrified by the idea. Izuku couldn't imagine the cops or other heroes using excessive force to restrain him, and if they did it was due to Peter resisting. Well, at least the cops are a bit more sensible here. It took Peter 4 years before he got a somewhat friendly relationship with the police, beginning with one Captain Yuri Watanabe. Peter grimaced as he remembered how his relationship with Yuri fell apart. He decided to focus on something else, namely his new home. It was the lobby of an abandoned amusement park within the forest on the outskirts of the city. There was overgrowth everywhere, with grass jutting out of the tiles and vines spreading on the walls. But the building itself was structurally sound. There were rows of concrete benches to the sides, likely where parents and their kids would wait for the park to open, and what was once a water fountain at the far right corner. The ticket booths had cracked windows and the insides were caked in dust. Nature had long since claimed everything else. It was the perfect place to hide out in. Could use electricity though. Peter glanced out the broken windows to the trees outside. And plumbing. But beggars couldn't be choosers when one was stuck on an alternate world with no cash besides what the future alternate Spider-Man gave you from his allowance. Wonder how long it'll take for Prowler or Quentin to find me. As if on cue, Peter's back and ankle throbbed in pain. He grimaced as a wave of panic shot up his spine. Quentin knows who I am. He's known for however long he's been in here. Minute. Just how long has he known about MJ and Mayday? If I'm stuck here and his little show/murder attempt didn't work, how long until? Peter put a hand to his forehead and breathed deeply through his nose. He let it out through his mouth. He repeated the exercise as he thought to himself, "Get a grip, Peter. Think this through." If Quentin wanted to try something he would have before all this. Besides, if he tried anything on MJ or Mayday, the Avengers and New York's entire superhero population would be on him. It really paid to have a good relationship with almost every big-name and street-level superhero around. For one, it meant that during a team-up they had your back and you had buddies for poker night. It also meant that if some villain decided to try and hit you where it most hurt, they would lend a hand to teach the BSTRD a lesson. With that, Peter began to calm down. Somewhat. Can't believe every superhero around has their secret identity out in the open. It was like every superhero decided to take a page out of the Fantastic Four's handbook. In fact, there was a lot about this world that surprised Peter. Going to have to get more info from Izuku when he gets out of school. And with that, Peter's thoughts drifted back to his meeting with the young hopeful hero, which included finding out what the hell a bathhouse was. "And you, just take a bath there?" Peter asked while he pointed to the so-called bathhouse they had just passed by. "Why yes, Peter-san," Izuku said with a nod. He had calmed down since the little soap opera he put on when he asked Peter to teach him. His eyes were still a bit red and puffy. Peter was astonished by how much the kid could cry. But at least he wasn't sniffling or anything like that. Peter made a face before asking, "And you have to do it naked with a bunch of other guys?" "Well, you receive towel. It is most traditional over here." Izuku seemed uncomfortable now with his cheeks reddening in embarrassment. "And it is not mixed bath, so women will not." Peter groaned. Was having a bunch of random women not looking at his junk supposed to make him feel more at ease about this? "Look, Izuku, I would like to take a nice bath, but it's gonna take a bit for me to get naked with a bunch of guys and go into the same bath with them." Izuku began to say, "I mean, I can show you, so that way you aren't." "Yeah, let's just stop this discussion right here and put going to the bathhouse on the back burner for now." The last thing he needed was to imagine an awkward teen leading him through a bathhouse filled with naked dudes with them being just as naked. God, now he needed to burn that image out of his head. An awkward silence fell over them as they continued walking. Peter knew that considering his slim chances of getting home in the near future he would have to get used to living in Japan, but the customs here were a bit weirder than he was used to. This was coming from a guy who routinely palled around with the Fantastic Four to alien worlds. And the guy who regularly crash-landed into the Savage Land with the Avengers on every trip before spending time with people that looked Tarzan enthusiasts. So, evidently, Izuku felt the silence was too much to bear. "Did you understand what UA is, Peter-san?" Peter welcomed the change in subject with a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I get it. So being a superhero is an actual job over here." "Yes, that is most right," Izuku nodded eagerly. UA teaches the future heroes to save people. Once a student graduates, they become licensed hero who helps with crisis and paid for efforts. The gleam in Izuku's eyes told Peter that he was more jazzed about being a licensed hero than getting paid for it. It was so eerie. Peter would have thought from his own experience that kids would normally want to cash in their powers. He did it, and so did that little punk Maguire before they got a good slab of humble pie. Peter knew that there were teenagers who did want to become superheroes solely to do some good like Kamala Khan, but he thought they were few and far between. It was kinda nice seeing this kind of enthusiasm up close and personal. Was this how Carol felt with Kamala when they first met? Superheroes are registered and it's a paid job. Peter could not help but groan as he said, "Unbelievable. The stupid thing actually worked over here." His groans gave way to chuckles and then outright laughter. "Man, wait until Reed and Tony hear about this." "No, wait, Steve would love to hear this. It actually worked over here." "Peter-san." Peter looked at Izuku and saw the kid looking at him strangely. Peter lowered his voice to a few chuckles before wiping away a tear. It's okay, kid. It's just hilarious to me." Peter coughed. "Why, you see, about 18 years ago in my time, a team called the New Warriors decided to become a reality show and got the brilliant idea to take on a bunch of experienced supervillains in a suburban area. They thought it would make for some good television." Whatever cheer was in Peter soon left as he remembered Stanford. The charred buildings and bones beneath the rubble. The smell of smoke and burnt ozone in the air as he and the first responders, Avengers, and X-Men helped with the rescue efforts. They all died, and one of the supervillains called Nitro decided to cause an explosion that killed a lot of people. A bunch of them were kids. Peter looked at Izuku and saw the young man's face grew horrified. He was probably imagining it all now. If what Peter went through was put into a comic, it wouldn't compare to what he actually saw. Well, politicians did what they did and overreacted. They decided all superheroes needed to be put in check and register with the government. They needed to get a badge and do whatever the government told them. They would be compensated, sure, but if you refused, you either quit being a superhero or get arrested. "We have similar law," Izuku said quietly. "Vigilantism is illegal, but it's because they don't have training, and if something were to go wrong then civilians would be hurt." Yeah, there was something about training within the law. Peter raised 4 fingers. But first they had to get everyone that was already a superhero to go along with it. So they got Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Hank Pym, and S.H.I.E.L.D., which was headed by Mariah Hill at the time, to write it up and make sure everyone played nice. Peter groaned. They were really bad about it. Reed wrote up a formula that he said proved the Superhuman Registration Act was necessary for future peace. A formula only he could get, and he had to go, "Trust me guys, this all makes sense," to everyone. Meanwhile, Tony did his usual, "I'm smart so I know what's best" a-hole routine while shopping the idea with the others. Hank went complete mad scientist by making an over-the-top doomsday solution, and Maria Hill, well, she never liked us. She decided to use loopholes in the enforcement procedures to send soldiers after us before shipping those she did catch to negative zone Guantanamo. Peter watched Izuku's face twisted into something between complete disbelief and utter terror. That is not fair. That was nothing like how the hero system was implemented. Izuku waved his arms and spouted something in Japanese before correcting himself. Heroes could sign into the system if they wanted to, and those that did not instead had option to take a test program. There were even incentives for those who joined. Heroes only went after vigilantes in the early days if they committed XPLCT crimes. Peter couldn't help but be impressed. Seems like this world handled the Superhuman Registration Act a lot better than his did. Yeah, well, we didn't have that luxury. So when Hill tried to bully Captain America into signing up, he kinda jumped ship, which was a helicarrier by the way, and formed a resistance. Peter waved his hand dismissively. There were a bunch of fights, blah blah blah, and then came all the lawsuits. Izuku blinked. Lawsuits? Peter grinned. Yeah. Remember when I said that Maria Hill used loopholes to try and hunt those that didn't sign up? Well, sometimes her soldiers would arrest superheroes in their homes, and the soldiers never really played nice with the families. The loved ones of superheroes sued the government for cruel and unusual punishment and excessive force. The courts halted the Superhuman Registration Act while the government investigated why the hell none of the superheroes or their families were particularly jazzed about how this was being handled. Peter palmed his face in the memory of it. It was a total disaster. Reed is a great scientist, but a politician he ain't. He couldn't sell his formula at all to the committee investigating, and kid, let me tell you, should have seen him flounder like a fish when they grilled him on how he could use a formula only he could interpret as proof that things were going smoothly. Maria Hill tried very hard to justify why her arrests and imprisonments were perfectly legal, but our fickle public opinions sided with the superheroes when a bunch of people they saved came forward and testified on their behalf. She got stripped of her rank soon afterward. Peter grew grim before lowering his hand. And Tony, well, he tried to use me. You see, if I, Spider-Man, known, loner, and public menace could join the government without a problem, then the Registration Act wasn't a lost cause. Did you refuse? Heck yeah, I refused. He punched Tony in his smug metal jaw too, but he wouldn't mention that. Peter had agreed with certain parts of the Registration Act. He didn't want any young and inexperienced superheroes making the same tragic mistake that Robert Baldwin did. But Peter had long feared of the possibility that if his secret identity was revealed, every set-off supervillain and mook would try gunning for the people he loved. All of them would have their lives put at risk because of a decision Peter made. He had said to Tony that he would only agree if Tony could promise that all his loved ones, from his aunt and wife to his friends, would be protected. Tony tried very hard to not put his words as, well, I can't promise you that, but... And this was the man who was willing to look the other way of their friends being brutalized and imprisoned for putting their lives on the line every day just so that his bright idea to shape the future would work. Maybe Tony didn't feel anything and Peter had to run through the freaking sewers to get away from his butt whooping, but he made sure his point came across. A bunch of complicated legal mumbo-jumbo happened and the Registration Act was declared unconstitutional. Peter, tough. Good riddance too. Tony had to spend years apologizing to everyone and trying to make up for his mistakes. Most just straight up punched him. Eventually, everyone begrudgingly admitted that continuing to hate the man was a wasted effort. Peter? Well, he couldn't necessarily say he ever forgave Tony. He didn't like the man who betrayed his trust and friendship. Peter joined the Avengers and accepted the wage because having extra money never hurt, but he never accepted anything but the minimum wage. Peter would never let Tony forget what he thought about his attempt to use their relationship as if he were another Stark Industries employee. So, why are you still want to help me become Spider-Man and get into U.A? Izuku asked nervously. Peter could understand why. From his little story, the kid probably thought he hated the government like some crazy anarchist. Kid, I might have hated the Superhuman Registration Act, but I did agree with what some of it was about. Peter listed off each point with a finger. Training, a living wage, backup from law enforcement, a network of superheroes who would have your back if things got too hot. Those are the things I supported. Hell, when Steve and Tony decided to bury the hatchet and open Avengers Academy, I taught there for a while. Sure, the kid seemed to think he was an old man who didn't get the current generation, but the point still stands. Peter ruffled Izuku's hair. So don't sweat it. I'm gonna help you out with this. I'm gonna show you the ropes so that you get into that school. Izuku blushed and mutely nodded, causing Peter to chuckle a bit. Peter meant it too. If that little stunt with the Prowler was anything to go by, Izuku would need a guiding hand so he wouldn't get himself killed. Here is my apartment. Izuku and Peter stopped before pointing to a simple-looking apartment complex. I live in 5E. Alright, good to know. Would make finding Izuku a lot easier. Speaking of which, hey kid, mind telling me your number? Izuku blinked and nodded before telling him. When Peter memorized it, he grinned. Alright Izuku, your first lesson in Professor Parker's amazing school of gifted spiderfolk, whose name I should probably shorten, will be tomorrow after school. Peter began walking away. See you later, kid. Better hurry if you don't want your mom to worry more. Thank you so much, Peter-san. Peter glanced back and saw Izuku bowing with a beaming smile on his face. I won't let you down. Peter doubted Izuku would have in the first place. Peter waited for his new protege to disappear into the apartment building to look off into the distance. A dull red light blinked from the top of a tall, wire-strewn tower that sat on a nearby mountain. Now, the first order of business was getting into that cell tower so he had a way to communicate with Izuku and have a map of the city on hand. Sometimes it paid to have a dual major in chemical and computer engineering while palling around with the likes of Reed Richards. Then, use someplace to call Casa del Harker for a bit. Peter's stomach growled and he grimaced. But first, instant ramen packets. Peter sometimes wondered if the Japanese made instant ramen solely for people like him. After his meal of dry ramen noodles, Peter had made the trip to the cellular tower. It wasn't that hard, but it certainly wasn't a fun ride. While his injuries weren't as severe as they would be on a normal person, they did make the walk and web swinging through the trees a particularly unpleasant experience. Not to mention having to wall crawl up the tower and work with the control box. Peter had experience with using these sort of things. When Peter had to go to a different country with the Avengers for a couple of days, he would go to the nearest cell tower. He wasn't going to pay up the nose to update his phone plan for international calls, and he certainly wasn't going to ask Tony for any favors after the Civil War fiasco. So he would piggyback on the wireless signals of the area. His number would appear to the phone company to be a local number, and he would get all the wireless data he needed without paying a dime. It wasn't technically legal, but most of the superheroes who knew he did this wouldn't tattle on him. It was just a tiny bit more difficult here since the only tools he had to work with were a pair of rusty tweezers and some safety pins. Once that debacle was over with and he had gotten a map of Mizudafu, which he swore he had heard before, he found the abandoned amusement park. Google Translate helped a bit when he looked at the sign hanging on the rusted entrance. Jakuri Park. The owners must have been Star Wars fans or something. Weird name coincidence aside, Peter did find the park to be useful for his purposes. While the owners had taken out the most expensive equipment, there were tons of kitchen equipment still lying around. A fridge in what Peter assumed was the food section of the park had some overgrowth on it but seemed to be perfectly usable. Though who knows what's inside? Peter shuddered at the thought of rats or something and decided to hold off onto the fridge until he had some cleaning supplies. People had once used the park as a dump if the piles of broken furniture and twisted bicycles were any indication. But the locals seemed to have gotten sick of making the trip to the forest. What bits of graffiti Peter did find was worn and even disappearing, meaning local kids hadn't practiced their art here for long. The place had privacy. Something that he and Izuku needed for the crazier stuff they would do. I need to gather enough stuff to test out how much he can lift and find the highest point around here. The safest bet would be the cell tower, but that wouldn't be tall enough since Izuku would need to climb and swing off skyscrapers. It. I guess this is why Xavier's has that danger room. There was only so much he could do here. While Peter had taught kids before, they were in well-funded facilities like Xavier's and Avengers Academy with tons of equipment lying around for use. Peter was working with decaying junk. Not to mention Izuku's power set. The touch that had paralyzed Peter for a bit was a bit of a shock. No pun intended, but it made a certain amount of sense. Almost every living creature had its own bioelectricity, and spiders use venom to paralyze prey. So the venom touch must have been a way for Izuku's new body to incorporate that spider-like behavior. Extra bioelectricity that could be emitted to paralyze those caught by it. The phasing ability, however, Peter couldn't wrap his head around it. No spiders did that, at least none in Peter's dimension. The ability reminded him of the phasing that Kitty Pryde and the supervillain Ghost usually did, but this was different. Peter could swear the kid's body was distorting as if he were bathed in bad TV reception. It could phase him through solid objects, but was that the extent of it? If so, why the extra features like making the body look as if it were a Banksy for a few seconds? One thing at a time, Peter. One thing at a time. Peter groaned as he shifted his body again. You can deal with that later. Get some sleep before you meet the kid. Sleep will help sort out your thoughts. It sounded like good advice, and Peter tried to follow it as best he could. Before he closed his eyes, Peter thought, teaching again, huh? He hadn't been a teacher for years besides giving the up-and-coming superheroes some advice regarding great power and all that jazz. It felt kind of nice. Hope I don't let the kid down. His dreams were filled with his daughter crying with only her mother for comfort, and when Peter woke up hours later he found his own face streaked with dried tears. "Oh, you're that Prowler kid from the news, right?" Izuku stiffened before turning around. Behind him were several teenagers following behind, one wearing a white shirt, baggy beige shorts, long black socks, worn sneakers, and a ridiculously big gold chain around his neck. One of the guys behind him wearing a pink jacket and reflective sunglasses waved at Izuku with a cheeky grin. Izuku stammered out, looking from side to side in nervousness. I guess. This was the 5th time someone asked him on the walk to school alone. "See?" The sunglasses wearing one told his friend. "Told you, I wasn't lying." "Nice." The leader of the group grinned as he took out his cell phone. "Have to say, what you did took serious ball. It was freaking insane, man." He motioned Izuku to come to him. "Yo, you mind taking a pic with us?" Izuku blushed in embarrassment and waved his hands. "No, I mean I'm not that famous. Besides, what I did was pretty stupid and—" "Man, don't sell yourself short." Izuku was pulled forward, and before he could even realize what was happening, Izuku was in front of the group, who crouched down slightly. The leader held out the camera ahead of them and took the picture. Izuku saw for a split second that the teens were all grinning and flashing peace signs while he looked like a deer caught in headlights. Izuku got a pat on the back as the teens stood up. The leader said, "Nice. Always wanted to take a pic with a celebrity." Izuku turned around and saw the teens giving each other a complicated high-five sequence. "Didn't you get a pic with All Might once?" The sunglasses-wearing friend asked the leader. "Dude, it's All Might. Everyone and their grandma gets a pic with him." The leader shrugged before looking back at Izuku. "Wait, yo, Prowler kid? I'm now being called the Prowler kid?" Izuku inwardly groaned. "Please tell me that isn't a thing. That a school uniform you wearin'?" The leader pointed at Izuku. "That sheet all went down last night, right? Why the hell are you going back to school?" I don't think it's that big of a deal," Izuku muttered out, looking away from the group that was obviously playing hooky today. To be honest, the idea of skipping school hadn't even crossed his mind. Perhaps it's just that he wanted things to return to some semblance of normality despite everything changing so drastically. Man, the school system of this country is so whack. The leader snapped his fingers as a bright smile spread across his face. "Yo, that gives me an idea for some rhymes. Thanks, Prowler kid." The group turned around and waved their hands in farewell to Izuku, the sound of one of the group beatboxing following in their wake. Izuku gave a nervous wave in response but quickly turned around and fished into his pocket for his earbuds. Am I going to have to deal with this all day? Before, Izuku was just another face in the crowd. Just some unremarkable kid that nobody would notice unless they knew he was Quirkless. Izuku kind of preferred that too, as it meant he was no different from anyone else on the street in society's eyes, so long as that piece of information wasn't revealed. Now, he did have powers and everyone knew who he was, even if it was from some lazy nickname like Prowler Kid. It's all so surreal. It was probably going to get even more surreal when he got to school. Oh God, everyone was going to stare at him, weren't they? To prevent himself from having a small panic attack in the middle of the sidewalk, Izuku put his ear pods into his ears and put his phone's playlist to random. English words filled his ears as the song began. I wanna fly right now. I wanna see all my homies get down. I wanna feel like I can't come down. I got a dream so I can't stop now. Izuku felt himself calm down as he continued to walk. Music tended to soothe his nerves just as much as taking notes of heroes would. While Izuku's taste in music was primarily J-rock and the like, it was also pretty eclectic and included a few non-Japanese artists. Izuku's English lessons usually paid off here the most, since Izuku was actually able to understand what the hell the English songs were talking about. His mom joked about it once, saying that Izuku was motivated to learn English solely so that he could understand the Christmas album that All Might only released in the United States. Mom. He wondered how she was doing right now. Their talk had been nice, but he couldn't even begin to guess what his mom was thinking after having a few hours to ruminate over the revelation. Last night had been something else once he got home. Mom, I'm sorry I'm late, but you see there was this guy who offered to train me and… Izuku sighed as he palmed his face. No, that sounds stupid. He breathed in and out as he climbed the steps to his apartment floor. Mom, I had just gotten my quirk and I was scared, so I ran out of school without thinking. I got sidetracked on my way home and… Izuku looked down. He felt terrible about what he was doing. He was rehearsing a story that would sound believable and leave out any mention of Peter. His mom was understanding, but there were limits to how much she would put up with. If he told her the whole story, she would likely think Peter is crazy, bar Izuku from seeing him again, and call the police on the crazy homeless vigilante who brainwashed her son. Still, that did not help the fact that he was about to lie to his mom. Izuku walked in front of his apartment door and sighed. Guess I'll have to try and make it up as I go along. Izuku rang the doorbell and within a millisecond it swung open to reveal his mom. Inko's face was stained with tears, a tissue in her hand as she looked to Izuku with wet, bleary eyes. Hey! Izuku began before he was enveloped in a bone-crushing hug. Well, what should have been a bone-crushing hug? To him, it was just a hug. Izuku! His mom sobbed out and Izuku felt all her anguish. All the fear and sadness she had felt while he was away on his little self-discovery journey. Izuku hugged her back as his own tears began to fall. I'm okay, Mom. I'm okay. They stood like that for a bit, hugging each other and crying. However, after the time had passed, the two went inside. The last thing they wanted was to make a scene for the neighbors to gawk at. I was so worried when the school called, Inko said, leading Izuku to the living room which was filled with used tissues. They said you had left school after your quirk had awakened. I was happy for you, so happy. A small smile crept on her face before disappearing. I thought that if that did happen, you would have been overjoyed, but instead you left school. Were you scared, honey? Was that the reason? That was part of the reason, but Izuku didn't want to mention the finer details. I was a shock, Mom. But I guess that's the reason why I left. It was just too much too fast. The words tasted sour on his tongue. What he was telling her were half-truths, but they might as well be lies. I figured as much. Inko sat on the couch with Izuku, wiping away more tears from her eyes. But then you wouldn't answer my calls or texts. I didn't know what to think. Inko looked down. And then I watched the news and saw you rushing to that villain. She put her face in her hands and began sobbing again. Izuku put a comforting arm around her. I saw her pick you up and I thought she was going to kill you, Izuku. I thought my baby was going to die just when he achieved his dream. Izuku felt like shit. On top of not thinking about how rushing in would affect him or Mount Lady, who he put in danger with his actions, he failed to think about what his mother might feel. If he got killed, it would have destroyed her. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku felt the waterworks turn on as he sputtered out. But I couldn't stand by and watch that man get killed. My body just moved on its own. I guess I just wanted to do what All Might would have done. But you aren't All Might, Izuku. Izuku looked down at that. No, I'm not. He remembered Peter's words and that gave him the confidence to do what he was about to do. But I can be a hero like him. His mom looked up at him in confusion. Izuku got up and walked to a nearby wall, one that had a framed portrait of him and Inko at Disneyland together when he was a kid. She took him on that trip just a week after they found out he was quirkless. Izuku put his sock-covered right foot on the wall before lurching up and put on the wall his left. He wobbled a bit and the change in perspective was weird, but he began slowly walking up the wall as well as he would the floor. He heard Inko gasp as Izuku reached the ceiling and stuck out his hands. Now he was on all fours looking down at Inko, who was covering her mouth with wide and wet eyes. Izuku swallowed the saliva in his dry mouth before saying, Mom, I'm going to get into UA and I will become a hero. He tried to reassure her with a smile, but it remained quivery despite his best efforts. I'm going to work hard and use this quirk to become a hero that brings smiles to everyone's faces like All Might. Izuku pursed his lips. I can't promise that I won't get hurt again, but… His eyes were brimming with determination. But I will do this. The room was silent for a few minutes. It stretched out for so long that Izuku started to get worried. The silence was broken by Inko's sobs, but when Izuku looked at his mother he noticed her tears were different than the ones she shed before. They were tears of joy. They had spent a bit more time after that crying together. It also turned out that he didn't need to explain his powers to his mother because he had powers that matched his great-great-grandparents by mere coincidence. His mom's great-grandfather could stick himself to walls like a magnet through a form of telekinesis. His dad's great-grandmother, on the other hand, had some form of phasing ability, but she displayed it so rarely that nobody could remember how it looked to other people. He had gotten lucky, but Izuku wouldn't press his luck by displaying all his other powers. Still, pretty crazy. Holy crap, that's Midoriya? Izuku looked to the side to see that he passed two guys wearing his school's uniform. He could hear their whispers despite the music blaring in his ears. Didn't think he would come today? Izuku pursed his lips and kept his head down. Come on Izuku, just ignore it. Pretend it's not a big deal and you can make it through the day. Izuku took out his ear pods when he reached the entrance. It took one scan of the school grounds to notice that things were different. People were staring at him and those who weren't were whispering amongst themselves. When he looked at them, they cast their gazes elsewhere as if on cue. Are you sure that was him on the news? Yeah dude. They had his school picture and everything on the news last night. Come on Izuku. It's just a few people. Despite that, Izuku picked up the pace to the shoe lockers. I thought Midoriya was quirkless. One girl declared to her friend as Izuku changed his shoes. Keep your voice down. Her friend replied. Didn't you hear? His quirk activated in the middle of class. He totally wrecked his desk. That's so, all it took was PBRY to bring it out? They both snorted and began to giggle, prompting Izuku to slam his sneakers into his locker and put on his school shoes. He quickly left the area and began the trek to his homeroom. I can't be the only thing they are talking about. Despite those thoughts, Izuku could almost feel the weight of their gazes. Did news about yesterday spread that fast? So what if I just got my quirk? No, wait, that isn't the only thing. I can't believe the news released my info to the general public. Oh God, this is a nightmare. It was one thing to get a few stares and being heckled into taking photos with a couple of people. It was another thing entirely to be treated like a freak. Izuku felt cold sweat dot his face as everyone around him seemed to get louder. Dot ran at that villain like it was nothing. Dot total idiot. Never knew he would have a phasing quirk. Dot looked freaky though. Dot met All Might up close and personal. Oh God, please let me get through the day. Du. Izuku almost let out a sigh of relief as he turned around to greet Bakugo. He quickly revised his opinion when he saw the fury on the explosive teen's face. Kaken. Izuku didn't have time to react as Bakugo snatched his collar and pinned him against the wall. What the hell was with that stunt yesterday, huh? A crowd had formed around them, watching while whispering to one another. Holy crap, Bakugo said. Midoriya's done for. No. He's got his quirk. He can just phase out of this no problem. Wait, I thought he just had super strength or something. Izuku tried to keep calm, but it was hard under Bakugo's gaze. I was just as surprised as you are, Kaken. I mean, I just got my quirk and... Don't F with me. As if something that convenient would happen. Bakugo snarled. You had that quirk this entire time, didn't you? I didn't. Izuku felt Bakugo's grip tighten like a vice around his neck. I swear. Bullshit. Not only that, but then you had to show off with that villain. Bakugo shook Izuku, who hung limply despite his new strength. How long, Deku? Kaken. Please let go. How fucking long have you? Izuku could see small sparks coming from Bakugo's skin. If Bakugo was this angry, then he'd seriously hurt Izuku if this went on any longer. Izuku's body agreed. He reflexively placed his hands on Bakugo's chest and pushed. Izuku only wanted to shove his childhood friend away before anything worse happened. But he apparently used too much force and Bakugo flew back. He released his grip on Izuku, a bewildered expression on his face as he fell to the ground and slid across the wooden floor. Most of the crowd parted to make way for Bakugo, But one unlucky student did not get away in time and Bakugo's head crashed into his legs. The student dropped the can of cold coffee he was holding. The open top landed right on Bakugo's forehead before the contents dribbled down his face. The silence was deafening. Such a thing had never happened before, least of all to Bakugo. And the one who did it was quiet, cowardly, and supposedly quirkless Izuku Midoriya? Even Bakugo just stared at Izuku, the can falling uselessly to the side. The silence was broken by a chortle. Then several giggles. Finally, the entire crowd was roaring with laughter. Some were even pointing to Bakugo as they did it. That seemed to snap him out of his stupor. "You're fucking d." He snarled and leapt to his feet, miniature explosions bursting from the palms of his hands. Izuku's spider sense flared up at that moment and he crossed his arms in front of him. His eyes clamped shut, expecting Bakugo's fist to greet his face or stomach any second now. What the hell is going on here? Izuku's eyes cracked open to see the PE teacher glowering at him from above. He looked at Izuku before staring forward. Izuku lowered his guard to see Bakugo staring at him coolly, his hands to his sides and no hint of his quirk showing. "And what happened to you?" Everyone instantly pointed at Izuku. "Wow. Thanks, guys." The teacher then looked back down at Izuku. "Well. I. Izuku fumbled for words but none came to his lips. "Nothing." Izuku looked back at Bakugo and saw that Bakugo was staring at the teacher with a calm expression. "Deku was just a klutz and knocked into me by accident. I fell and some coffee spilled on me. It was a complete accident." A quick glare was enough to make everyone in the crowd provide fearful nods of agreement. "Is that true?" The teacher looked back at Izuku who hung his head down. He hated telling another lie after a night of several, but he was in enough trouble as is. "Yes." The teacher was silent for a minute before nodding. "All right then." He pointed at Bakugo. "Get yourself cleaned up." The teacher scanned the entire crowd with his steely eyes before shouting, "The rest of you, get your butts to your classes now." Everyone took the advice and quickly dispersed. Bakugo stomped by Izuku and the nervous teen muttered, "Kikikin, I'm so..." After school, Bakugo growled venomously, his red eyes boring into Izuku's. "You die once you get outside school grounds." Izuku gulped as Bakugo stomped to the bathroom before hanging his head in defeat. So much for a normal day of school. Boy, that first day back at school was rough. I had spent most of my life invisible to my classmates. Part of that had to do with Kakin being the center of attention. The other part had to do with my quirklessness. How could a quirkless kid play heroes and villains in the park? How could a quirkless kid go to events where games were arranged specifically for the quirk-wielding majority in mind? Nobody wanted to deal with me. My quirklessness threw me into a social blind spot. I was supposed to be something out of sight and out of mind. The only times I stood out was when Kakin made a point to pick on me, and when I declared my dream. The last part got laughs because of how impossible it was. But with my newly revealed quirk, along with my involvement in the Prowler's battle with Peter, I was catapulted into the role of school celebrity. Everyone looked at me, whispered about me, asked me how I felt when the Prowler had me in her clutches. I don't really understand why anyone asked me that. It was terrifying. Were they expecting me to say it was awesome? That I felt like I was the tag-along kid of an action movie? Okay, so maybe eventually I would become a hero and my life practically became one, but my point still stands. Things didn't get much better later in the day. I beat Kakin in the kilometer run, I climbed the rope to the top even if I couldn't get back down faster than him, and I kept breaking my pencils whenever I lost focus. It brought me even more unwanted attention. Me, the kid who might as well not exist when he wasn't the butt of Kakin's jokes. But that wasn't the worst part. No, the scariest thing of all was the fact that Kakin didn't do anything but curse a bit when I beat him on multiple exercises in PE. Normally, that would make Kakin shout like there was no tomorrow. This meant Kakin was absolutely livid and fully intent on making good on his promise. I honestly thought I was gonna die before I even got to the end of the school day. But somehow I made it through the rest of the day without another incident. That just made me even more sure I was dead meat once I finished cleaning the classroom. I didn't expect what happened instead. Izuku gulped as he peeked out from behind the corner of the front gate. Standing from across the street was Bakugo, Kohei, and Masashi leaning on the building behind them. Bakugo was glaring in Izuku's direction, his right foot tapping in annoyance. He was obviously getting impatient with Izuku taking so long to get out. Yeah, I'm not going that way. Izuku was willing to get a pounding from Bakugo if he was the only thing between the explosive teen and someone else. If that wasn't the case, then Izuku had enough sense of self-preservation to just avoid Bakugo entirely. He wasn't sure just how long until Bakugo cooled down enough to not want to fight him on the spot, but Izuku was going to have to put in the effort to avoid him until then. Good luck, Midoriya, someone shouted while patting Izuku's shoulder. Izuku let out an eep before turning around to see it was just his classmate Hinata. You're gonna need it. But hey, at least it was worth it to make Bakugo the butt of the joke for once. Izuku let out a nervous laugh as Hinata walked away. Please tell me Kaken didn't hear that. Izuku peeked out from the corner once more to see Bakugo was grinning. Crap. Yeah, no way was he letting Bakugo catch him now. Izuku hurriedly walked down the wall to the left wall of the school, the one that had an alleyway between it and a bookstore. Izuku looked behind him and to the sides. But nobody's watching. Izuku jumped up 15 feet in the air, clearing the wall. Unfortunately, he forgot to account for the telephone wires. His right foot snagged on one such wire and Izuku began a very sudden 90-degree turn that led to the alley. Jaya! Izuku shouted before he landed face-first into several garbage bags that cushioned his fall. Smooth, Izuku. He groaned as he dusted himself off. Du. Crap. Izuku looked to his left and saw the alley was a dead end. He could climb the walls to the ceiling of the building, but people would start asking even more questions if they caught him in the act. Izuku instead ran out of the alley and looked to his right to see Bakugo and his posse running towards him. Bakugo was in the lead, explosions going off in the palms of his hands with a sadistic grin plastered all over his face. Several people gasped, and students from their school watched in anticipation. This was the fight they were waiting for. Bakugo vs. Midoriya, Round 2, with everyone's money on Bakugo this time despite the amazing upset in Round 1. It was also a fight that Izuku was ready to delay as long as humanly possible. Izuku began to turn tail when he heard something go by his right ear. He wondered if what happened next was actually in slow motion or if it was just his fear messing with his senses. A web-like material stuck onto Bakugo's right foot just as he put his weight on it and yanked backward. Izuku could see the shock written on Bakugo's face. He watched as Bakugo fell forward, his foot sliding out of his shoe before his face kissed the pavement. He slid forward by a foot before stopping, turning on his back and grabbing his face in pain. Kohei and Masashi stopped to gape at Bakugo, who screamed eloquently, "Motherfucker!" Izuku felt a hand grab onto his shoulder and a familiar voice whisper in English, "Time to go, kid." Izuku turned to see Peter grinning at him. "Peter-san." Peter put his finger to his lips and motioned Izuku to follow him. Izuku looked back at Bakugo, who was starting to get up with red scratch marks on his face and murder in his eyes. He gulped before nodding at the man, following him into the crowd of people that was walking to and from the scene. Du. Izuku heard Bakugo holler from behind him. "Where the hell are you? Get back here, Diamant. We've gotta fucking settle this." Shame lodged itself in Izuku's chest as he fled the scene. When he thought back to earlier in the day, much of Bakugo's anger was obviously from him thinking Izuku had been lying about his quirklessness for years. If he knew, maybe it wouldn't fix things, but it might make Bakugo understand that Izuku wasn't lying to him. But I can't say it. Not yet. Instead, he simply followed Peter as they walked away from the screaming Bakugo. "Come on. It was just a little prank." Peter whined as he and Izuku walked through the woods. "It wasn't like I punched him in the gut or anything. Besides, he was planning on kicking your butt." "Still, it was most mean," Izuku argued as he followed behind. "Maybe Kaken does pick on me, but he not bad person. From the way you talk about him, this Kaken is a bully and not a friend." Peter rolled his eyes. "Guys like that don't quit. You shouldn't take their crap lying down." Izuku had been harping on him about webbing Kaken's foot ever since they were a good distance away. Heroes should only fight to protect others and stuff like that. While Izuku's earnestness was infectious, the fact that the kid let people walk all over him and was chewing Peter out for helping was a bit annoying. Probably because he's like how I was before my spider confidence boost. Peter had spent years just being the quiet bookworm that Flash Thompson and his gang liked to pick on, who Carl King loved practicing his SDSM on before he was expelled. Peter couldn't talk back because of his nervousness and fear of confrontation. That all changed when Peter got his powers. He realized that he honestly didn't need to take Flash's sheet lying down. It will only make things worse. Izuku replied with a shake of his head. Kaken is just having hard time. Doesn't understand why I have a quirk. The kid then bit his lip before looking down. And I can't tell him, so he thinks I lie to him. Peter sighed at that. The kid did have a point in that fighting back doesn't help matters. Peter's own acquiring the confidence to return barbs with Flash just made Flash more determined to get back at Peter until they managed to become best friends. And all it took was for the two to stop bickering and talk like regular people a couple of times. Alright kid. But still you need the confidence to stand up to people like that. Peter then raised his finger and said, first rule of being a superhero, confidence in yourself. If people like that say you can't do something, you gotta prove them wrong somehow. Be it through words or actions. Most likely both. Okay. Izuku looked around before asking, is your new home really here? Yeah. Found it after linking my masks system to the cell tower. Peter grinned. How do you think I found you? Still, what can be all the way out? By sheer luck they had reached their destination. Peter decided to be a bit dramatic and turned around while outstretching his arms. Welcome my boy, to Jakurai Park. Wow. Izuku muttered with wide eyes. I know right? Peter turned to the park and motioned to it. Who abandons a whole theme park? I mean they should at least tear the buildings down or something. I heard parks were built a lot in the past, but when economy did bad they closed them down. Izuku walked to the entrance and gaped at it. Do you really live here? Yeah, but it needs some work. Peter coughed. But more importantly, a place like this is perfect. Izuku seemed to understand what he was getting at. Why you mean we? Yup. Peter nodded in confirmation. We're going to be training here. There's tons of junk left behind by the previous owners, so we can work on your strength. The buildings are structurally sound enough so that you can practice wall crawling without them coming down on you. And are we going to practice web swinging here? Izuku asked while pointing to the trees. Because only the trees are tall enough to do that. Peter snorted and placed his hands on his hips. Slow down there, kid. We need to make sure you're strong enough to do that. If you aren't, well, he grimaced. Off goes your arms. Peter had crushed a pipe the first time he used his powers and did a few exercises in his room before he showed them on set when he developed his gimmick. So he knew right away that his body could handle web swinging when he first did it. He didn't know much about Izuku's power set, which included 2 extra powers. What if his spider strength wasn't as advanced as Peter's own? What if his spider sense warned him of danger only a split second rather than 2 to spare? The last thing he wanted was for Izuku to get himself hurt just because of Peter's assumptions. Yes, I see. Izuku placed his hand on his chin. Normally, momentum would seriously injure someone whose fall was brought to a sudden halt. Your super strength helped to counteract that, but the comics never managed to explain how you did so. I guess that's because of the format, but still. Yeah, so. Peter then noticed that Izuku hadn't stopped and was now speaking even faster in Japanese. A kid. But how do you prepare a body for something like that? Simply pulling on the web would cause the line to break or injure the shoulder and elbow joints. Izuku tapped his chin as he continued to mutter. I suppose that upper body workouts would be key, but how do you prepare your body to adjust for the momentum built up when you're traveling non-stop through the city? No, it probably also requires core workouts so that the back isn't thrown. Maybe some minor lower body workouts are also required because even those can come off if... Peter continued to watch Izuku mumble like this for what seemed like a whole minute, staring disbelievingly at the young man who was lost in his own world. Holy crap, kid. You don't need to overthink this. Izuku snapped to attention and blushed when he realized what he was doing. Sorry. Peter pinched the bridge on his nose. This was going to be a thing, wasn't it? Just relax, okay? We're going to figure things out and take this as slow as possible. Then he decided to ask the most important question. How long until you have to apply for your school? 10 months. Peter grinned. I thought it would be sooner than that. That's plenty of time to show you the ropes. Oh, and of course you need to keep up with your studies. His own grades often suffered because he went out to be Spider-Man rather than study as Peter Parker. You ain't fighting crime just yet, so keeping your grades up is a must. Izuku perked up a little. Right. So that's why whenever you're finished with school, you're going to come here and spend 2 hours with me. Peter continued while pacing. We can work out the KNKS of your powers, fix this place up into something livable, and maybe work on our communication skills. Lord knew that Peter needed to understand what the hell Izuku was saying in his native language, and Izuku in turn so that the kid didn't sound like a weird stereotype to Peter. Peter had a few ideas for improving his new home already, but he needed the extra hands Izuku would provide. It ain't gonna be easy and I'm not going to hold your hand all the time. Peter looked Izuku up and down. So, you ready to start, kid? Izuku's answered without a hint of hesitation. Yes, I am, Peter-san. Peter smirked. At least I don't have to give an inspiring speech. He pointed to the entrance. All right then. Get onto that roof so we can start. Izuku ran forward with renewed confidence and a bright smile on his face. He was ready to prepare for his introduction to the world of heroes and to train alongside a living legend. He placed his right foot on the wall followed by the left, ready to run straight up the wall as Peter had done many times over the years. Only for his feet to not stick. He fell painfully to the ground a second later. Ow! Peter winced. Looks like we've got some work to do. That was how my training started. I was ready for anything back then. Ready to throw my mind and body into becoming a Spider-Man that would make Peter proud. But as I was trying to figure out the limitations on my own powers that day, those in the shadows were free to make plans of their own. You idiot! Quentin Beck looked through his robot avatar to the Prowler of his new playground. The masked woman had the bottom edge of her mask rolled up to her nose so she could chug a can of beer. The bruises on her face had long since disappeared, a side effect of her other quirk. They were now in Mysterio's safe house. The usually bustling facility was empty for the night as he put today's shipments on hold for this one occasion. The day that Spider-Man would finally die. Or at least, the day it was supposed to happen. She kept drinking as Mysterio continued. He was leaning over his workbench that had tools for maintaining the weapons he sometimes assembled here. I gave you one task. Something that should have come easily since he knew nothing about your abilities or the gear you were sporting. Hell, I gave you something extra just to make sure that you wouldn't be trapped by his DMN webbing. It was a simple task. Mysterio raised his fists into the air and slammed them on the table. The steel buckled before tearing and twisting in the middle. His fists left deep impressions in the metal. And you couldn't squash that bug? Prowler finished her beer and threw it away. She pulled her mask back down before finally speaking. Lay off, shithead. You must be pretty damn old if you couldn't see I was trying. Hell, I would have succeeded too. Then explain to me why the F is he still alive and I had to rescue you. If any of his former partners could see him now they would be shocked. Mysterio, after all, was a performer. He would never resort to such crude language. Sometimes he would speak as if he were on stage while in rare moments, like say in his jail cell, he would speak like a calm yet bitter former actor. Oh, how the times have changed since then. Prowler didn't answer and Mysterio sneered. Let me guess, is it because that brat got in your way? Has the fearsome Prowler finally met her match in the form of a teenage snot who shouldn't have lasted 5 seconds against you? Pfuff. Prowler replied, her eyes narrowing in anger. I didn't want to hurt the kid because I didn't feel like it. And yet you were willing to cause. Oh, would it have been 5 deaths or more on that little stunt in the streets? Quentin's eyes narrowed and his avatar mimicked the act. Or is there a more personal reason to your sudden decision to get a moral code? Quentin may have had Prowler as a partner for 3 months now, but he didn't know anything about her personally. His business associate, didn't think it mattered to give him that information, and she never told Quentin. But Quentin wanted to know. In this business, it always paid to have bits of information like this in case he ever needed leverage. The reason is none of your effing concern. Her middle finger sprang up to punctuate her declaration. Let's get one thing straight, shithead, I don't like you. The only reason I'm helping you out is because he told me to. So don't think I need to tell you anything. Quentin scoffed. Do not forget that it's only because of me that you were able to escape capture. If I hadn't come to your aid, All Might would have thrown you into the back of a police van. Quentin tapped his chin mockingly. I wonder just how many life sentences you would get in this country for 13 counts of murder. And that's not even counting all the stuff you are aiding me in. She shrugged her shoulders, but Quentin knew he was getting under her skin. Yeah, thank you very fucking much. You best be thankful. I needed to advance things a bit just to save your hide. Prowler said nothing for a few minutes, her jaw clenched tightly beneath her mask. I can find him again. It would take a bit, but I will. Quentin shook his head. The offer was tempting, oh so tempting, but no. Not yet. The police and heroes are already searching for him. You wouldn't get as close as you did the first time if another fight were to break out now. Quentin kicked a screwdriver on the floor into the wrecked table. The head punched through a crumpled drawer. No, we'll bide our time until the opportunity is ripe once more. Until then, you will wait until I require your aid. Quentin's eyes narrowed and his right hand clenched into a fist. From the other side of the portal, Quentin's teeth ground against one another. Soon, we will squash the bug. But not yet. Not yet. Squash the bug, squash the bug. Quentin wheeled at the Prowler when she mockingly parroted his words, her arms crossed as she walked away. Get some better fucking lines. Beach. He muttered once she was out of earshot. He should teach her a lesson, remind her that she would be nothing without his help. Without Quentin Beck, Mysterio, and his advanced technology, she would have been caught mere days after she donned her mask again. But no, his partner might not like that. Plus, it would be unprofessional. Quentin began to pace around, his mind racing as he thought back to the battle. All Might was just as impressive as his partner said he was. Super strength with speed and reaction time to match. His skin was tough to be virtually unscathed from a point-blank RPG. He could take enough electricity to fry a lesser man as if he'd grabbed a cheap joy buzzer. No wonder everyone on this earth was so enamored by him. Quentin's mind went to Peter Parker, or as he was known to Quentin for years, Spider-Man. Quentin knew that the smart thing to do would have been to just leave him. To close off the portal and strand his hated enemy, the no-named punk that stopped Quentin from getting what he deserved for years, on a world where the villains would gladly tear him apart. A world where the police would arrest him and never believe his story. But no. Quentin had made up his mind months ago. This world was a fresh start. A place to turn the name Mysterio into something feared by the public and respected by the supervillains. He had connections. He had respect. Quentin wouldn't give those up just so Spider-Man could die. Quentin's mind drifted back to catching Parker's fist and throwing him like a rag doll. This robot avatar lived up to the specs he wanted. Mega Tony really outdid himself with it. The kid had potential that even Quentin could acknowledge. A shame he had to cut their partnership short, but the kid had thought too small. The phone in his avatar's pocket vibrated and Quentin picked it up. A burner that he had purchased but only used for 3 numbers. One was for Prowler, one for his tech support, who was currently helping him maintain the stability of the portals from a separate location, and the final one was for his partner. When he saw the number listed as unknown on the caller ID, he knew which one it was. Quentin accepted the call and put it on speaker. It is good to speak with you again, my friend. A smooth yet deep voice came from the other end, calm as if it were discussing the weather. I saw your grand entrance on the news today. Very impressive. Thank you. I had to improvise a bit, but I had been planning it for weeks. It came a bit early, though. I thought that you had your public unveiling scheduled for a few more months down the line. Quentin grimaced. However, certain circumstances urged me to speed things along. A chuckle came from the other end. Yes, do not hold it against Prowler. She has a certain spot for children. though I assume the circumstances have more to do with who her target was more than anything else. You would guess right. A bit fuller than the man I was expecting, but impressive nonetheless. I could see why he caused you no end of misery back at your home. Well, you need not concern yourself too much. I can handle the bug myself along with only Prowler and the enforcers. The last thing he wanted was to seem weak, like he lacked the ability to do the job himself. I do not doubt that. But you still have your own business to worry about, and the last thing either of us want is for this pest to distract you from your important work, the voice chuckled. I won't make it their priority, but I will let my student and his friends know that should they encounter your foe, they are to eliminate him with prejudice. Quentin smirked. The bulk of his partner's forces may be comprised of a bunch of losers and inexperienced thugs given costumes, but they were many. The main vanguard was something else entirely. Each and every member could give the wall crawler a run for his money. I appreciate the generosity. Think of it as a gift. For years, the likes of Norman Osborn and Otto Octavius had looked down on Quentin. They thought he was stupid, a cheap illusionist whose ambition and animosity for the web-slinger paled in comparison to theirs. Oh, how wrong they were. And now, years later, they had died while Quentin Beck had survived and thrived. In this alternate world, he was now partners with a man who made them insects compared to him. A man who truly deserved the label supervillain. While he couldn't see him, Quentin could tell that All for One was smiling on the other end of the line. After all, I treat my friends well. Izuku couldn't help but grin as he laid eyes upon the one thing he had been searching for. Countless hours circling around the store with minutes spent looking over each individual rack. Hard to believe there's only one. Izuku's eyes scanned the package in his hands that read, Spider-Man Deluxe Adult Costume. The size was medium, which Izuku hoped would still fit on him. Izuku had been surprised by the lack of Spider-Man costumes in the places he had searched beforehand. They were usually only filled with modern hero costumes like All Might and Endeavor. There were also costumes for anime characters and the usual Western properties like Disney and Transformers, but nothing for the old comic superheroes. Whenever he asked, they just looked at Izuku like he was crazy. Hard not to, considering he was the Prowler kid who almost got killed trying to save a guy dressed like him. Well, at least I finally found it. Izuku tucked the packaged costume under his right arm. The plastic crinkled in his ears over the pounding of his own heartbeat. He didn't know why he should be embarrassed or scared. After all, he was just a kid buying a costume for a Western comic appreciation event. Come on, Izuku. You memorized this. There was nothing strange about this. Despite thinking that Izuku still felt like the eyes of the two other patrons of this store were boring into him, Izuku somehow managed to reach the counter and placed his costume on it. I want this one, please. The cashier was an old man with combed-back gray hair and a gray mustache wearing a pair of amber shades. Going old school, huh? Huh. The old man shook his head as he began punching the numbers into the cash register. Kids these days usually go with All Might or Endeavor, and don't get me wrong, they aren't that bad, but nobody goes with the classics anymore. He placed the costume in a brown paper bag. The men's shame too. Those old heroes were swell. I used to read them all the time as a kid. The old man smiled before he said, That'll be 2,000. Izuku nodded before reaching for his wallet. Alright, just give me a moment, sir. Say, aren't you that kid from the news? The old cashier asked curiously, causing Izuku to flinch. Why, yes. He really hoped he wouldn't be roped into another photo. The old man simply chuckled. Have to say, what you did was stupid. Stupid but brave. You really showed guts trying to save that guy, like a real hero. Izuku handed the old man his money and got his change before the cashier continued. Though, maybe you should wait until you learn the ropes before trying that again. Izuku's cheeks reddened. I'll do that. The old cashier handed Izuku his bag and receipt. After Izuku mumbled his thanks, the young teenager quickly went for the door. By the way, he's my favorite. The old man shouted after him, causing a small nervous smile to bloom on Izuku's face. He gave the old man a small nod before the door closed behind him, and Izuku began walking down the street to his home. He could change in a bathroom someplace, But then Izuku would spend more money and said money was better served elsewhere. Like in Peter's hands. Izuku thought while chewing his lip. He had been rather frugal when it came to things not concerning All Might. If a new piece of All Might merchandise wasn't on the market, then Izuku hardly spent his allowance. At most, Izuku would splurge just a bit on the new coffee store that had opened a few blocks away from his school. They had a library of manga and Western comics translated into Japanese that patrons could read for free. The regular coffee was way too bitter, but their lattes were excellent, albeit costing far more than what they were worth. But now Izuku was going to have to cross that off his weekly routine. I should shop for some food on my way back to Peter. Non-perishable food would be best until he finds a way to get that refrigerator running. He looked down at his costume and sighed. Why do I feel like I got ripped off with this thing? Honestly, it probably would have been easier and cheaper to purchase the costume online. But after his experience with the Prowler, Izuku figured that it was better to be safe than sorry. Ordering his stuff from the store with cash was the way to go, especially when he wanted to keep his presence online to a minimum and hide his association with Peter in case the Prowler was still following him through social media. Izuku had done the same yesterday when he purchased that All Might hoodie on his way back from his training with Peter. It was expensive, as was all licensed merchandise, but worth it. It was a different color from the one he already owned. The color scheme was an inversion of All Might's newest costume, and it was a size too big so the hood would cover most of his face. Sure, his face would also be masked, but at least nobody would recognize him. Izuku winced slightly as he rolled an ache out of his shoulder, a memento of his training yesterday with Peter. Said training was rather unimpressive, all things considered. No, I shouldn't think that. Peter does know these powers better than I do after all. And yet Izuku's mind wandered to yesterday's training. Izuku felt anxiety creep into his mind as he continued to stare at the sky. He could feel every bump and crevice of the concrete wall his shoeless feet were clinging to. His right foot's big toe wriggled over a piece of fuzzy moss whose moisture seeped into his sock. I miss my shoes. Izuku leaned up slightly, his muscles tensing as he moved away from the horizontal position he was in to look over the roof's edge. How long do I keep doing this, Peter-san? As long as you can, kid, Peter replied from atop a small stack of milk cartons, an open instant ramen packet in his hand. He brought the packet to his mouth and bit into the dry noodles. The sound of the crunching ramen noodles still managed to reach Izuku's ears from his position on the wall. There's one thing I figured out when I was Spider-Man, and it's that you can only crawl on walls so fast. One way I managed to get around that little inconvenience is by running on walls. I understand, Peter-san. Izuku groaned as he glanced down at his feet. His right sock was turning brown. So disgusting. Hey, not my fault your powers work differently. Peter shrugged before pointing to Izuku's shoes. Those satchels you've got growing out of you. Pretty gross, by the way. Izuku's cheeks reddened in embarrassment. I am most sorry. Kid, I'm just messing with you. You have to learn to take a joke. Peter rolled his eyes. Anyways, those satchels on you seem to grow out by a few centimeters. It can't go through thick material like the bottoms of your shoes, but things as thin as sock material seem to be okay. Peter then pointed to his own feet. I never really had that problem. I take off my shoes mostly to get in the groove of things when I'm not in costume, but I never really had to in order to walk up walls. Izuku placed his hand on his chin. Satchels are meant to generate an electrostatic cling that allows spiders to climb up walls. I fall off specifically because I have them, but you do not. It's possible that your powers are a bit closer to magnetism, albeit one that isn't hampered by the material you have on you. You're subject to the laws of gravity, so. At that moment, Izuku felt the wind rush to his ears and the roof's edge was getting a lot farther away. Izuku screamed and slammed his feet back onto the wall, but his body leaned back and his knees bent. His arms reached back on reflex and the tips of his fingers stuck onto the wall. Oh my god, he whispered to himself. Did his satchels just retract on their own? You all right, kid? Peter called out from above and Izuku craned his neck to look up at Peter. Why yes. Okay. Peter gave him a thumbs up. Let this be lesson 1. Live in the moment. If you're gonna wall crawl, then staying on should be the first thing on your mind. Peter looked up in thought for a moment before adding, "Oh yeah. And you've got to learn how to multitask better. That way all this." Peter motioned down to Izuku. "That won't happen again." Izuku groaned as he brought his neck down. That made sense. If he focused too much on something other than wall crawling, then his satchels might retract. Doing it on command is easy, but having wall crawling be as instinctive as breathing would take some work. "Can you help me down?" Izuku cried back. He wasn't that high off the ground, but he was taut as a wire and the slightest stray thought could send him tumbling downwards. "What? Why would I do that?" Izuku looked back up and saw Peter giving him an amused smirk. Let this be lesson 2 on being Spider-Man. Craning your neck to look down when you wall crawl the old-fashioned way is a good way to sprain it. So doing the crab walk like that is a great way to avoid it and actually, see everything that's going on. Peter then pointed at Izuku. "So, sit tight like that until your arms and legs get tired. Go up and down the wall too." Izuku ummed as he awkwardly reached out with his right hand to begin the process of turning 180 degrees. The first order of business was keeping the blood from rushing to his head. This was so not what he was expecting for his first day of training. Izuku had been told to do exercises like that for an hour more before Peter decided it was enough. Crab walking on the wall, regular wall crawling, walking and running up the walls, and even doing some handstands. Peter said he needed to test Izuku's upper body strength. Izuku knew that all of it was useful. He needed to know his limits. Needed to know what he could and couldn't do, because while he had a lot of Peter's powers, they weren't as similar as Izuku had thought. But the thing that caught Izuku off guard was how easy it all was. An hour of what would have left him a sweaty mess just a few days ago seemed like light exercise. "It's probably a result of my new strength." Another marker of that strength was his new muscles, which were currently making the costume Izuku was wearing uncomfortably tight. Izuku consciously pulled on the fabric behind his left thigh to ease the tightness around his butt and crotch area. He looked back at the receipt that was on the sink, a small piece of text in all capital letters declaring "No refunds." "Man," Izuku muttered to himself, his shoulders slacking a bit. He had realized too late that he was too big for the costume. He couldn't hope to zip up the back, the boots were a no-go, and the gloves didn't even cover his wrists. All in all, the costume would have been an ill-advised purchase for any other occasion. For the one Izuku had in mind, it was an absolute necessity. While Izuku was certain he would become the Spider-Man of his world, he was still nervous. Terrified, more like it. There was just so much to think about. He was being trained by Peter Parker to become Spider-Man. The Spider-Man was teaching him to become a great hero just like him, and Izuku was a quirkless nobody just a few days ago. Which means I have to work much harder than anyone else. Izuku bit his lip. The pressure probably would have cracked anyone else. Following in the footsteps of a living legend? It seemed like an impossible task for someone like him. He needed something to build confidence in him. Something that would give him the inner strength he needed to take on the 10 months of training Peter would put him through head-on. Hence the Spider-Man costume. Because what better way to psych himself up about becoming Spider-Man than actually wearing the costume? He tugged at the collar, which was busy trying to cut into his neck. Still, wish it fit better. Izuku reached for the pair of exercise shorts on the floor, primarily black with a yellow outline of All Might's face at the bottom of the left legging, and put his feet through the holes. He had decided to wear these over the costume even before he realized the costume didn't fit. It was no secret that many superheroes in the golden age of comics wore underpants over their costumes because they were based on old strongmen spandex. Spandex that could tear and reveal things only a select few would actually want to see. Izuku certainly didn't want anyone getting a view should such an embarrassing accident occur. He took his All Might hoodie off the rack. He put it on, ignoring how baggy it was, and zippered it up. Once that was done, he reached to the sink and put on the Spider-Man mask that was included with the costume. It was tight and it took him a few seconds to adjust it so he could see through the cutout eye holes. Breathing through it was possible, but it was like trying to breathe through an old rag. It didn't take long for Izuku to feel the moisture of his own breath. Oh, and the fabric made his head itch. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror and saw his masked face look back with nervous green eyes. Izuku knew on some level he looked ridiculous. A teenager wearing a kid's costume that clashed with the hoodie he wore. Yet, Izuku couldn't help but smile before whispering, "I'm gonna be Spider-Man." He gasped when he heard a knock at the door. Quickly, Izuku reached up and took off the mask. "Izuku? Are you in there?" "Why, yeah, Mom." Izuku stuffed the mask in his hoodie's right pocket and quickly grabbed his wadded-up school uniform and the bag from the costume shop. "Be out in a second." Izuku reached for the door handle but stopped and looked back at the receipt on the floor. He reached down, balled it up, and threw it in the wastebasket before opening the door to see his mother looking at him worryingly. Hey Mom. What's up?" "Well." Inko looked behind him to the bathroom. "You were taking an awfully long time in there, so I was getting worried." Izuku's cheeks heated up. Had he been taking that long? The coffee I had before coming home didn't agree with me. Izuku could not believe the lie he had just spewed out. And I needed to change. He hefted the bundled-up uniform to emphasize his point. "Oh." Inko seemed to brighten up a bit. "Are you going out with someone, Izuku? A friend?" "Yeah, that's right." Izuku was about to add that it was Bakugo, but his mom knew enough that he and Bakugo weren't exactly hanging out anymore. Plus, she would likely call Bakugo's mother just to confirm, and Izuku didn't want to deal with an even more worried mother. One that would now know that Izuku was lying to her about something. Things at school changed after. "You know." Izuku scratched his cheek. "So, I was invited to a study session and I'm going." "Is this the same reason why you were late yesterday?" Izuku tried hard not to wince and instead nodded to cover it. When he looked back at Inko, her face was scrunched with worry. "Izuku, just be careful. Make sure you know that you really know the people you become friends with. Okay?" Izuku gave his most reassuring smile. "I will Don't worry." Izuku then left the bathroom, threw his uniform into the hamper, and quickly went to the door where his shoes were resting. "Wait, isn't that sweatshirt a bit big for you?" Inko called out after him. "And I swore it fit a lot better before." "Be back in a couple of hours, Mom," Izuku shouted as he put on his shoes. "Love you." He then opened the door and closed it behind him, greeting the afternoon air of Mizutafu once more. Izuku knew what his mom was worried about. That he was going to get roped into a group of false friends coasting off his fame, who would dump him after the spotlight had flickered away. Izuku knew that his classmates' new shine to him wouldn't last and he'd be back to just being another face in the crowd. His only claim to fame was being caught up in a villain battle. And unintentionally humiliating Bakugo. Twice even. Still, out of all the lies Izuku told today, the last thing he said to his mother wasn't one of them. He had been careful who he associated with. He was going to train with a man who would help him achieve his dream. Izuku took out the mask from his pocket and put it back on his head. After a few seconds of adjustment, he pulled up the hood and put his hands in the sweatshirt's pockets. Izuku grinned as he walked down his apartment building steps. It really did feel like he slipped on a super suit. Peter had to cover his mouth and doubled over as he tried to hold in his laughter. A few chortles still escaped his lips and the costumed Izuku's shoulders slumped in defeat. "Oh God, if Johnny saw this he would never let me hear the end of it." I look most silly, do I not?" Izuku asked gloomily. Peter wheezed until he finally managed to clamp down on the urge to laugh. "Nah, don't worry about it. It's just not every day you see a superhero wearing their own merch." Seeing that it had done nothing to lighten Izuku's mood, Peter decided to add, "There was this one time where I had to actually buy a Halloween costume of my own suit, but that was because I was too short on cash to repair it. And dear God, that thing itched like crazy. The manufacturer had probably been cheap with the materials used or something." That seemed to make Izuku brighten up a bit. He glanced up at Peter with sparkling green eyes while pulling his hood down. "So, what are we going to do today, Peter-san?" "Glad you asked." Peter pointed to the small bag next to Izuku. "You brought the things I asked for, right?" Izuku nodded and dug his hand into the small shopping bag, producing a blank notebook and black marker. "All right, and your phone can do video? It'd be kinda weird if it didn't." "Why yes." Izuku ran to Peter and brought out his cell phone, turning it on before showing Peter which one was the camera application. Why, you see, you can tell which one is the video by these kanji. I think I can tell just by the big red recording button. Peter pointed away from him. Okay, now go stand over there. Izuku nodded and began walking to the wall that was 10 feet away. As he was doing that, Peter took the notebook and turned to a black page before writing the words, Reaction time Spider Sense Test 1. Hope you don't hate me for this, Peter muttered as he pointed the phone's camera at the notebook and hit the record button. He proceeded to pick up a rock on the ground, turned towards Izuku, who was now close to the wall, and chucked it at the teenager's shoulder. Izuku instantly cried out in pain, his knees buckling in surprise, and turned to Peter with wide, betrayed eyes. Why you do that? He shouted, rubbing his shoulder. Sorry. Peter shouted back. Just testing to see how your spider sense worked. Peter pointed to himself. My spider sense tends to only activate when I am in danger, and I mean real danger. So the fact you got hit with that means one of two things. Peter held up an index finger. 1. Your spider sense didn't register that rock as a threat. Still hurt? Izuku shot back. Peter couldn't help but grin. This kid did have a spine and didn't need to be thrown in a life-or-death situation to show it. Yeah, but it wouldn't have killed you. 2. Peter brought out his middle finger. Your spider sense doesn't register me as a threat. But how can spider sense tell who's trying to hurt me? Izuku seemed to forget the pain his shoulder was in and placed his hand on his chin. He began muttering something in Japanese. They were barely audible at first, but the words slowly crescendo until they filled the normally stagnant air of the amusement park. Jesus, this kid can talk, Peter muttered aloud as he paused the recording and picked up the notebook. Kid, don't think about it too hard. Izuku snapped out of his haze just as Peter began walking up the wall. If your spider sense doesn't register people you don't see as a threat, then it probably just includes people who are close to you. Like family or, in my case, the guy who's teaching you. But what about venom? Peter blinked and looked back at Izuku, who was staring at him with concern. The comics say he was invisible to your spider sense. Peter's mind briefly wandered to the last time he saw Eddie Brock. Sick in a hospital bed, bald and skeletal with tubes in his arms. A shadow of the muscle-bound former photographer who made one too many mistakes in his life. Of his friend and former bully, Flash Thompson, wearing the symbiote and shaking Peter's hand. Unless symbiotes exist in your world, you don't have to worry about something like venom. Peter got to the top of the building. Busted stoves, refrigerators, and useless roller coaster cars were piled next to the edge. Just stay right there and be ready. Peter quickly turned the page of his notebook and wrote down, Strength Test 1, hit record on the phone's camera, picked up a fridge with one hand, and walked over to the edge of the building. Look out below! Peter shouted before dropping the fridge. Izuku yelped when he looked up and threw his hands out to catch the fridge. Peter watched as it stayed right there and didn't shake, besides the teetering that Izuku made when adjusting his stance. Alright, good job. Now just stay like that. Peter walked back to the pile and picked up an oven. Today is all about testing your strength. We're going to be going through the basics before we get to any of the complicated stuff. The better you do, the more I can teach ya. Peter then dropped the stove down, sending out 2 webs that stuck the bottom of the stove to the fridge so it wouldn't fall. I'm not going to go easy on you, but I don't plan on torturing you either. If you want to stop, then we'll stop. Got it? Peter eyed the slightly swaying form of Izuku for a bit. Was the kid upset that he was doing these tests out of the blue? No, Izuku was smart enough to know that in the life of a superhero, danger didn't give a warning regardless of a spider sense. And more. Izuku cried out from underneath the load that would crush a weaker man. I can take more, Peter-san. Peter grinned as he filmed this. Alright, you asked for it. It took the entire pile of heavy equipment that Peter had estimated to weigh about 10 tons, which made Izuku look like an ant carrying a webbed-up ball 10 times his size before the aspiring hero collapsed from exhaustion, complaining about back and arm pain. All in all, it was an especially good start for things to come. Peter wasn't lying when he said he wouldn't go easy on me. For the next week, we began training in all the basics of my powers. Izuku's spider sense went off as stepped into the entrance of the amusement park. He immediately grabbed his foot and held it suspended in the air. Right underneath his foot was a rusty nail jutting out of a small piece of wood. Peter breathed a sigh of relief as he got up from his bed. Oh, thank God, it actually worked this time. Izuku looked at Peter hopefully. Like you knew it would, right, Peter-san? He became extremely concerned when Peter wouldn't make eye contact with him. Right? Yep, sure kid. Thankfully, there weren't many of those tests. In fact, they mostly went like this. Izuku took greedy gulps of air as he jogged. His sweatshirt and costume were drenched in sweat. How much longer? The sound of Brian the Sun's Sunday was being deafened by his own heartbeats. He had taken off his mask so he wasn't getting as many strange stares as he probably would have gotten. Though people were giving him curious glances and were probably whispering to each other about how the Prowler kid was obviously trying to kill himself. The sound of his phone ringing registered in his ears and Izuku tapped his right earbuds. Hell dash. Come on kid, is that all you got? Peter shouted into the microphone. I sometimes had to run from downtown to the Bronx when I was out of web fluid and I was barely winded. Izuku heard chewing sounds from the other end. Don't tell me you're getting tired right now. Why you made me run around the city 3 times in a row. Izuku wheezed but did not stop. Yeah, you'll thank me later when you have to go for a little jog to the other side of the city and don't have time to wait around for public transportation. Izuku heard the munching again and Peter breathing heavily through his nose. Are you eating? Yeah. I'm hungry. Izuku glanced up to see Peter on a nearby rooftop without his mask, waving lazily with a half-eaten pan in his hand. I'm not the one supposed to be training here. Plus these things are delicious. Now get back to work. You've still got a couple of miles to go before we call it a day. Izuku groaned but continued on. Of course, we didn't spend all out time just focusing on finding out the limits to my basic power set. Peter did need to make his place livable. Oh, and he needed to get some new clothes. Luckily, I had a good supply of those. Inko frowned as she looked in her husband's drawer. Izuku? Did I put your father's clothes in your room by accident? Izuku, who was currently tossing a pair of his dad's old jeans and Rolling Stones t-shirt out the window, looked fearfully at his closed door. No, Mom. He gazed out his window to see Peter on the roof of the house behind their apartment building catching the jeans while using a web to snag the falling shirt. Inko hummed to herself behind his door. Your father must have brought them to the States with him then. I guess he finally decided his wardrobe over there doesn't only have to consist of suits. Peter gave Izuku a thumbs up. Well, it wasn't like his dad was going to be missing his old clothes, which included a pink t-shirt that had the word juicy written on the back for some reason. And there was trying to teach each other our respective languages. All right, Peter-san, so if you are going to restaurant alone, what do you say? Izuku asked Peter, who scratched his head while a notebook and pen were in his other hand. Hitri disu? Peter guessed. Izuku shook his head. Hitori disu. But it was close, Peter-san. Izuku smiled as Peter began scribbling on his notepad before setting it down next to him on top of a copy of Learning Japanese for Dummies. Yeah, don't go soft on me, kid. Peter then snapped his fingers. Okay, pop quiz. Do that mumbling thing, but now it's about the history of my comics. Izuku brightened before saying, most easy. You see, Stan Lee thought to ask Jack Kirby to make you, but he wanted your powers to come from Ring. So he brought it to Steve Ditko who? Yeah, okay, see you shouldn't say, most easy. That's easy is good. And it's, wanted to ask Jack Kirby to help make you. You need to remember that there are these little adverbs and adjectives that help to make things clearer to the person you're speaking to. Izuku listened dutifully as he opened his own notebook while using his copy of Learning English for Dummies as a flat surface to write on. I also managed to convince Peter to visit a bathhouse. Lucky for me too. Peter really stank and needed a shave. Good thing my dad always kept some disposable razors and some shaving cream in the bathroom in case he visited. I just gave Peter those and bought him the rest of his supplies. The first trip though? Izuku waited nervously in the lobby, a small can of coffee in his hands as he waited for Peter to come out. The deal was that they would go in one after the other since Peter didn't feel comfortable bathing with him. I hope he gets out soon, Izuku thought to himself as he looked at his lap. There were some things that needed to be discussed. Izuku heard the flap of the exit and saw a red-faced Peter Parker wearing a robe. His face was shaven, but there were bits that he had missed and several cuts on his cheeks. How was? Izuku began, only for Peter to hold up his hand. Just don't. Peter began walking to his locker. Let's just change and get the hell out of here. Izuku nodded. He could understand Peter feeling embarrassed. This wasn't common in his culture and it took a lot of courage just to come here. But it wasn't like he had any other options besides continuing to smell like a dumpster. But there was still the other thing Izuku needed to talk about. Peterson? He began, his face reddening like a boiling lobster. Do you normally become red? Huh. Peter looked at Izuku, who was motioning to his thighs. Kid, that's kinda not a thing you should be talking about with me. No. Izuku sputtered, turning an even darker shade of red. There's... Remember we talked about this. Right? Izuku looked down. A rash forming not just on my thighs, but on my joints and... Izuku couldn't finish. This was just so humiliating. He had just realized the areas were getting sore yesterday and it wasn't like he could just tell his mom. Peter blinked. You have been putting baby powder inside your suit, right? To avoid chafing. Izuku stared at Peter incredulously. That's a rule. Super Suit Maintenance 101. Always put baby powder inside the suit. Everybody does it. I wish they actually wrote a rule book for this. I guess heroes were just too embarrassed to talk about that kind of stuff. Still, once the initial testing was over, Peter moved onto the hard stuff. The stuff that really mattered about being Spider-Man. Learning how to make my own web shooters and web fluid. Look, here's the thing. Peter pointed at his web shooters that laid on the desk between them. Web fluid is something you need to know how to make. You need to understand this stuff inside and out. What its chemical makeup is, how much of each chemical needs to be put in, how you are supposed to make it without compromising its elasticity or strength. Peter held up a finger. If you do something wrong, then the webs won't hold as long as you need them to. Or they'll just sputter out of the nozzle. Imagine squeezing the gel out of a can of shaving cream and you get the idea. Izuku nodded while biting his lip. He expected this since Peter had made his own web fluid when he first started, but he thought this would be happening a bit further down the road. Okay, Peterson. He eyed his mentor curiously. What chemicals do I need to get? Not so fast. Peter held up his hand. You can't make web fluid if you don't know what you're messing with. Peter took a piece of paper from beside him and handed it to Izuku. The names of the books were written in shaky and slightly misshapen kanji, but most of it was written legibly enough for Izuku to read. The book's authors were written in English, reminding Izuku to teach Peter katakana. Most of these books should be in your library, but if they aren't, try looking around in a college bookstore. They can't stop you from getting them if you've got the money. Izuku looked over the list of books and saw that they all had to do with chemistry, mechanical engineering, and physics. They were all pretty advanced, but Izuku could manage if he managed his time wisely. The chemistry one. Focus on that and the mechanical. Engineering ones, but be sure to crack open the physics book too so you can have a basic understanding of it. Peter passed him several sheets of paper that were full of questions. I don't expect you to become an expert in any of these and I doubt you had an interest in chemical engineering, but knowing this stuff can help you out in a bind. Weiss? I figured. Izuku looked over the questions nervously. I can manage though. I have to. If he wimped out now just because studying was too hard, he might as well just give up right there and then. And Izuku had no intention of doing that. I'll do it. Izuku flashes a quivery smile. How long do I need? It's, how long do I have? And about, let's say 3 weeks? That should be long enough, but I'm cramming in a lot of college-grade material into your head. We can distribute the lessons more evenly after we make the stuff. Peter eyed Izuku seriously. But you better not skip out on your classes. Trust me. You'll regret it if your grades slip. Izuku nodded furiously. Don't worry, Peter-san. I won't let you down. He didn't like the smile Peter gave him. Yeah. Just keep in mind that soon, coffee's going to be your best friend. It didn't take me long to understand what Peter was talking about. Studying the material was hard. I had some background knowledge through class, but the material Peter wanted me to study blew all of it out of the water. The mechanical engineering and physics material wasn't any easier, but I needed to know this material inside and out. So I spent every night just studying until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Izuku Midoriya looked worriedly at the snoring Izuku, who was face-first in an open chemistry book. The coffee machine was still on, and the mug to the right of Izuku had long since gone cold. Several papers filled with notes as well as sketches of webs and spiders were strewn across the left side of his desk. Izuku. Izuku walked into her son's room and tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku looked up blearily. It's 2 in the morning, sweetie. Oh, okay. Izuku groaned as he got up and lumbered over to his bed, promptly collapsing right on top of it. Good night. Despite her worries, Izuku felt a smile creep onto her face. Her son was truly giving this his all. However, the material for a hero school seemed far more advanced than a high school should have. Maybe I should ask them about it at a parent-teacher meeting, Izuku mumbled to herself before quietly going to the closet in the hallway and fishing out a spare blanket she had inside. She went back to Izuku's room and draped it over him. The last thing a hero needs to get is a cold. Izuku kissed Izuku's sleeping forehead and turned off the coffee machine before shutting off the lights. Peter was right. Coffee really did become my new best friend. Besides the little quizzes Peter had put on me, he also had me do a couple of exercises. The toughest one was the stress ball test. You see, if I were to squeeze a stress ball with my full strength, it would become deformed or just explode into a lot of foam. Or foam ball if that was what was inside it. So every day at school, I had to keep at least 10 stress ball on me and try to regulate my strength so I would squeeze them without them permanently deforming or breaking. I had to keep doing this until I could do it without thinking about it. Peter said this was so that I wouldn't accidentally break anybody's hand, or leg, or anything really unless I had to. Izuku groaned as he looked at the tube that was once a stress ball in his hand. He had pressed 4 finger-shaped grooves into the rubbery skin. Do you mean it? Izuku tossed the once ball into the trash as he passed it and reached into his pocket for a new one. He had been getting good at it too. Now Izuku could control his strength whenever he squeezed the ball and was looking at it. The ball reacted like any other stress ball, returning to their normal shape as soon as the pressure on it lessened. Izuku had decided that it was time to focus on perfecting his unconscious squeezing of the ball by walking down the school hallways and not looking at it. A self-inflicted task that was proving to be exceptionally difficult. He kept getting distracted by the people who were glancing at him or chuckling whenever they saw him. Izuku knew that the attention that he had been getting over the Prowler incident was slowly waning, but the fact that he was constantly evading Bakugo, who he humiliated twice, had not. Neither had the fact people were noticing him going through stress ball-like tissues. It's like they've never seen someone test their quirk before. They did it too on some occasions since their quirks were minor and cosmetic in most cases. Stretching eyeballs and the like, which wouldn't get one in trouble. Heck, even the teachers were willing to ignore his new hobby so long as Izuku didn't destroy school property. But I guess the exciting stuff in this school has slowed to a crawl. You sure he's here? Izuku gulped and looked from side to side. Everyone was already heading to their next classes, but Izuku, and by extension Bakugo, were having their lunch party. He couldn't hide out in a class, so the only option was. Izuku jumped up and twisted his body so that his hands would stick to the wall overhead as his bullies dashed up from the stairway down the hall. He used all his newly acquired body strength to make sure his legs wouldn't dangle down as Bakugo, Kohei, and Masashi ran right below him before coming to a stop. Bakugo's fists clenched. We missed him again. Izuku could not help but notice the small scabs on Bakugo's face, some only just peeling off. He's been getting a lot better at hiding. Kohei groaned while scratching his head with his elongated fingers. To be honest, Bakugo, this is starting to become ridiculous. What? You ping out? Bakugo shouted, turning to Kohei, who flinched at his glare. You saw what Deku could do. How he's been laughing at us behind our back for all these years. We can't let that sheet stand. Maybe if it was a couple of weeks ago, we could have done something about it, Masashi spoke up. But Midoriya's become a bit too good at hiding, and everyone at school thinks you're too scared to actually fight him. Who's saying sheet like that? Bakugo seethed. Point me to them. I'll kill them for saying that behind my back. Hey man. Calm down. I'm just saying what I've been hearing. Masashi put up his hands in surrender. Just, maybe this isn't worth it? If we try to beat him up now, it's just going to look bad on us. He hasn't done anything since. You too? Bakugo huffed in disgust before stomping away. Fine, do whatever you want. But when I get my hands on Deku, I'm kicking his but whether you two extras are with me or not. When Bakugo had left out of earshot, Izuku heard Kohei scoff in disgust. What an a-hole. You're telling me. Masashi agreed with a nod. I wasn't joking about what I said either. Hell, I was giving it to him lightly. Really? Yeah. Bakugo's reputation has taken kind of a nosedive. He's still heads and shoulders above most of the school, but Masashi hesitated before taking out his phone. He pressed play on a video. Izuku could see that it was a video of Izuku pushing Bakugo down the hall, the video rewinding just as the can of coffee went on his forehead. The can stayed in midair before coming down on Bakugo's head. Then the video cut to Bakugo falling face first on the pavement, rewinding and playing several times before Bakugo screamed, Deku. 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 Someone actually posted that? Izuku's heart sank. Who could be so cruel to upload Bakugo's pain and suffering on the web? To edit it so it would be a funny remix? He felt the pangs of guilt from a few weeks ago return with a vengeance. The fact that Bakugo would never believe the truth just made it worse. They ain't that afraid of him anymore, Masashi said while pausing the video. They laugh at him behind his back and play the video. Hell, their respect for him has dropped. Not much, but he ain't really the king of the school anymore. Kohei chuckled with a mean grin on his face. The illusion is shattered. He ain't Mr. Best at everything anymore. They'll still sheet their pants if he flashes his quirk though. Masashi shook his head. So don't think you can just take his place. I wasn't planning to. Kohei and Masashi then began walking away. God, I'm glad we won't have to deal with him when the year's out. Kaken. Izuku muttered sadly. The fact that Bakugo treated his friends like sheet was nothing new, but to hear Kohei and Masashi's hidden disdain for their leader was something else entirely. They were just sticking to him because he was the most respected person at school, not because they saw Bakugo as their friend. Did Bakugo know? Did he even care? Izuku dropped from the ceiling as soon as the school's resident bullies had left and slowly walked to his homeroom, where he could eat his lunch and squeeze in a few minutes to study. Before I knew it, the 3 weeks were up. All the sleepless nights and days I almost nodded off in class were worth it. I could unconsciously manage my strength and had a pretty decent understanding of chemistry and mechanical engineering. My physics could use some work, but Peter said I could manage that in the following months. I passed his tests and had managed to gain some control over my strength, as well as somehow not fail any school tests that I had gotten before. But we ran into our next problem. Actually making the web fluid. This chemical doesn't exist. Peter looked over Izuku's shoulder. Really? Yes. Izuku nodded while tapping on the chemical symbol that read EK. Nothing in those books you gave me showed something like this. So I was thinking that maybe, well, my universe had some chemicals that yours did not, which was what allowed my webbing to work in its particular way. Peter rubbed his chin. He was sitting atop a refrigerator they were going to clean in a button-up black shirt and a pair of jeans that were a bit tight in the waist. The two of them had collected several solar panels that Peter had miraculously fixed and put up to give his living quarters some power. Okay, we can work with this. It'll take some trial and error though. But how? Peter sported a predatory grin. Say, kid, you have chemistry class, right? Why yes. Izuku was getting that uneasy feeling he usually got whenever Peter was planning something that wasn't good for Izuku's well-being. Okay, time to do what I usually did when I was in high school. Peter pointed at Izuku. You're going to have to make the web fluid during class. What? Izuku's eyes widened. B. But we're not supposed to be doing our own experiments. You should if you lack the necessary equipment and chemicals. The stuff ain't cheap. Peter groaned as he scratched his head. Plus, I've tried searching for stores that sell chemicals like that but no luck. Izuku looked down. He didn't like this. He didn't want to break the rules, but he and Peter needed that web fluid if they wanted to practice. What if I get caught? Izuku whispered. Kid, follow my directions and you won't. Peter then placed his feet on the edge of the refrigerator door. Now brace yourself for rats. As it turned out, rats weren't living in the refrigerator. Just one seriously set-off raccoon that Peter had to web up. Oh, and something that was probably some undiscovered life form that crawled away, but neither of the two Spider-Men wanted to find out. Needless to say, a lot of bleach and soap was used that day. Peter was right and I didn't get caught testing out Web Fluid 2.0. At least for a while. I hid a beaker inside the lab table's desk and mixed chemicals there, having the hypothesized formula close in hand so I could test it out. Sometimes it came out as a wet goop, sometimes it just turned to foam that solidified and wouldn't dissolve until half an hour later. Each time I would hide my handiwork and flush away the evidence when I cleaned up my station, texting my findings to Peter as soon as possible to work out a new formula. It worked for about a week. Then one of our tests actually exploded, shooting web strands everywhere in the classroom, and the jig was up. I am so sorry, Kurisu-sensei. Izuku shouted while bowing to the long red-haired and lab coat-wearing chemistry teacher. I shouldn't have deceived you. His teacher was looking at the formulas Izuku had written down in his notebook. The failed ones were crossed out while the more promising cocktails were circled for later reference. So you're trying to work out a material that's binding yet elastic, huh? I guess this is for your hero school or something. Whyus? Her eyes narrowed. You're also trying to make it so it dissolves in an hour. This is pretty advanced for a kid your age. It's honestly astounding. Kurisu shut the book and stared at Izuku in his eyes. But if you're going to work on something like this, it shouldn't be on school grounds. You're lucky it dissolved in 10 minutes or you would have gotten much more than a slap on the wrist. Izuku's eyes wouldn't leave the floor. I'm sorry, but I didn't know what to do. The chemicals I need aren't cheap, and neither is the equipment you need, said Kurisu. Tell you what. I'll tell you where you can get all the supplies you need if you replace all the equipment you broke. I often shop at this place since this DMN school won't pay for the materials I need, and I can say the prices are relatively cheap. Izuku smiled. This was perfect. He had a way to fix the damage he had caused, earn back his teacher's trust, and get materials so he and Peter couldn't have to do this sneaking about anymore. It's perfect. We can work on the web fluid at our own leisure instead of being restricted to the school now. Whoa there. Don't get too excited. Izuku cut his celebration short and stared up at Kurisu, who was eyeing him with worry. Tell me you're pretty brave, right? Stupid question after what you went through with the villain, I know, but I would like your answer. I guess. Why? I soon found out why. Every town had its own bad neighborhood. Some place that didn't look as clean or well-maintained as the others. A place where your parents told you to avoid or leave as fast as possible. A place where people dressed differently and eyed you with suspicion since you weren't born and raised in it. They can tell just by how you walked and talked. A place where most people are said to grow up and become criminals, where muggings supposedly happened every other night and where villain battles are a common occurrence. The Mob Icelaiku section of Muzutafu was that part of town. It was also the only place where you could get chemicals for cheap. And liquid cement rounds up to 6,000, the muscle-bound and heavily tattooed man behind the counter said in a gruff voice. He peered down at Izuku with a lit cigar between his teeth. Behind his head was a no-smoking sign which he obviously respected much less at the cleanliness of his establishment which was fairly neat and organized. Izuku tried not to be rude and fought the urge to avoid eye contact. He handed the man the money for his milk carton full of chemicals. When he got his change, Izuku muttered his thanks and quickly left the store. His mom had always told him not to go into Icelaiku unless he absolutely had to, and he could sort of see why. The place was filthy. Trash littered every nook and cranny. The air tasted like an ashtray and smelled of rotting carcasses and cheap marijuana. The nearby ore processing factory where most of the residents went to for work was the likely culprit. A meat processing facility was a stone's throw away, their only other option for employment if they couldn't find work somewhere else. Another reason why the Izuku was considered the bad part of town was that it was mostly populated by bureaucramen. Even in a world of heroes, there was unfortunately still a lower class, and the rather unsavory aspects of Japan's history didn't go away. While Izuku thought the caste system was horrible and stupid, and a firm believer that stereotypes were a ridiculous way to judge people, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He could see some homeless people just sitting on the sidewalk, and the people he passed by were eyeing him suspiciously. Izuku was also pretty sure he spotted a drag deal going down in the alley he had just passed. "It's okay, Izuku. Just be cool and nobody will bother you." He felt ashamed by his fright. He was supposed to be a hero. He'll probably be protecting most of these people in the near future. Izuku knew he shouldn't be scared like this. But he felt alien, like an intruder. The feeling he didn't belong here had nested in Izuku's brain and wouldn't go away unless he got out. Holy shit. Izuku-an? Izuku blinked and stopped. He turned to his right and saw a tall woman wearing a sleeveless shirt and blue jeans. Her hair was blonde and spiked like a starburst but longer than Bakugo's. Her ruby-red eyes were filled with shock. It took him a few seconds to recognize her. "Mitsuki Oba-san? Oh my god, it is you!" Mitsuki Bakugo laughed as she placed her hand on his head and ruffled it. "How the hell have you been? It's been ages since I've seen you. Look at how big you've gotten. You were a little squirt the last time I saw you." She punctuated that last bit with a hearty laugh while Izuku chuckled nervously alongside her. He had met Bakugo's mother a few times when he was still allowed to visit Bakugo's house before they went on their latest adventure. The woman was almost a carbon copy of her son, confident and strong with a disdain for people who talked back to her. Bakugo wouldn't dare to pick on Izuku whenever she was around. No mention of Izuku's weakness or that his own greatness. Mitsuki would tug her son's ear and shout at him to not be cocky and to treat his friends better. Izuku never saw Mitsuki again, nor had he planned to. But even after so many years, one thing about her stuck out to him. "She's really beautiful." "So how've you been?" Katsuki doesn't talk much about his friends, so I wouldn't know. Mitsuki looked at the carton in Izuku's hands. "Whatcha got there? Is that the reason why you came all the way out here to a shithole like this?" Izuku gulped. "Why yes, actually." He couldn't tell Mitsuki the truth, so he might as well tell her a half-truth. "It's for the school project. I needed to get some chemicals so I could test it out at home." It still sounded more believable than heading off into the woods so he and Peter Parker could create web fluid. "Well, at least you're keeping your grades up, Izuku-an." Mitsuki grinned as she thumbed at herself. "Tell you what? Why don't I give you a ride home? I'm heading back myself so it's not a big deal." "No, I can't. I don't want to trouble you, Mitsuki Oba-san." But Mitsuki proved to be just as stubborn and forceful as her son. The next thing Izuku knew, he was in the passenger's seat of Mitsuki's car driving out of the neighborhood. Surprisingly, Mitsuki had Thutmosa playing on her radio, but low enough so that the two could talk. "Have to say, it's sort of weird seeing you like this, Izuku-an," Mitsuki said with a smile as she turned right. "I don't see you for years and then all of a sudden I see you standing up to a villain on the news. You have some real ball on you. No wonder Katsuki loves hanging out with you." Izuku looked down. She doesn't know. Bakugo probably didn't tell her that they weren't as close as they were years ago. Why would he? Bakugo probably thought his mom didn't need to know about something as minor as Izuku not being part of the gang anymore since he was a weak Quirkless nobody. Or something along those lines. "I wouldn't say I liked it," Izuku admitted with a frown. "It was really scary, Mitsuki Oba-san." Mitsuki chuckled. "I bet. Still, while you've got what it takes to be a hero, you've got to learn to choose your battles wisely, Izuku-an." Mitsuki made another turn and drove on. "At least this proves you don't have to constantly rely on Katsuki to tell you what to do. I remember you always following him and just eating up everything he said, like you only had to rely on him for stuff." "Well, Izuku looked to the side. Kaken is pretty amazing. Izuku noticed Mitsuki's smile turn soft at that. Yeah, I'm really proud of him. Though don't let him hear that. His head is big enough already. So she noticed it too? If that was the case, then why couldn't Mitsuki do something about it? No. That's unfair to Mitsuki Oba-san. She probably has to deal with other things. So, Izuku decided to change the subject as quickly as possible. Were you there, Mitsuki Oba-san? Oh. Mitsuki shrugged slightly, but Izuku couldn't help but notice her back stiffen. Just visiting some old school friends. School friends? It was then that Izuku's eyes noticed something about Mitsuki's right arm. In the middle of her arm, just above the elbow, was a faded tribal tattoo. It wasn't solid black but rather dark gray, as if it faded over time. Born and raised in that place. Mitsuki chuckled humorlessly. I was young and stupid. Got that because, well, if you live there then you had to get one on your 16th birthday. Cultural thing, you know? Just something you did because your friends did it and so did your parents. Though my quirk made it not stick out as much. Oh. Izuku bit his lip and decided that he might as well say something before things got awkward. It looks cool on you, Mitsuki Oba-san. Mitsuki blinked a bit before she burst out laughing. You're the first person besides my husband to say that, Izuku-kun. She snickered a bit. Usually people become PSS scared when they see it, so I keep the thing covered up unless I'm in that neighborhood. Why did you move out? Izuku could guess why, but he might as well hear it from her. If your friends and family live there then. Well, my only options were to become a butcher like my mom or work in the factory like my dad. Mitsuki shrugged. Both were unappealing to me, so I decided to work my butt off and study hard. I wanted to be the one who made it out. I didn't want my kid to grow up in the place that I did. Izuku felt his shame twist in his chest. He was scared back there, and for what? The people that lived there were going through far more than he had experienced. Only a few like Mitsuki could make it out of that place while the others were forced into and resigned to stay there. They don't need to be feared. They just need someone to help them out. Izuku needed to become a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man when he graduated. Well, look who it is. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts to see Mitsuki pulling up to an open spot on the sidewalk. She was grinning from ear to ear and Izuku could see why, which is why his stomach was currently doing several backflips. Stomping down the sidewalk was none other than Bakugo, who made it his business to scowl at anything and everyone he passed by. Oh no! Hand me the cardigan I have in the back seat, please? Mitsuki asked Izuku. He numbly nodded and reached back to grab the lavender cardigan. When Mitsuki got it, she quickly slipped it on, hiding her tattoo once more. She rolled down her window and poked her head outside. Katsuki! Bakugo jerked his head in their direction. What the hell do you want, Yuha? Bakugo's voice trailed off as his eyes spotted Izuku, who tried his best to sink in his seat. No such luck. Do you? Bakugo was instantly at the driver's window, poking his head inside and past his mom so he could scream at Izuku with fury in his eyes. What the F are you doing here, you shithead? Hey, back off, you brat. Mitsuki reached up and grabbed Bakugo's ear. Bakugo yelped as she tugged. I saw Izuku-kun and wanted to give him a ride. You should be grateful since I managed to find you. You shouldn't have given him shit, you old hag. Bakugo screamed at Mitsuki. She let go of his ear just to slap him upside the head. Don't call me a hag, you brat. Mitsuki then thumbed to the back seat. Now get your butt in the car. I can go to the... Izuku began only for Bakugo's glare to silence him. He looked down, but as he did Izuku couldn't help but notice Mitsuki look from him to Bakugo with confusion written on her face. Soon the three found themselves driving in near silence with only the radio filling the air. So what were you doing? Mitsuki asked to Bakugo, looking at him with the rearview mirror. Because you were sure taking your sweet time getting back home all alone. The arcade, Bakugo grumbled. Oh, without your friends? Like I need those extras to have a good time. Hey, brat. Mitsuki glared at her son. Call them by their names. They aren't just extras. I saw Kohei and Masashi heading over to that coffee shop that opened up a block from my home. Izuku piped in. And maybe they just wanted to check it out before going to the arcade with you? Bakugo shot him a venomous look and spat. Who the F asked you, Deku? Katsuki. Mitsuki growled out in a low voice, but Bakugo ignored her. You hide your butt instead of settling things like a man, and you think you can act like nothing happened? You think you can be on my level after years of hiding your quirk like a little beach? Mitsuki pulled to the side of the road and slammed on the brakes. Izuku had to hold on tight to his carton to make sure nothing broke while Bakugo was held by his seatbelt. Mitsuki turned her body to face Bakugo with fury in her eyes. What the hell is your problem, Katsuki? Izuku was just trying to let you know where your friends we dash. I don't need that news. I don't care where the hell those two losers are. But the tightening of his brow made Izuku think otherwise. And I definitely don't want to hear a goddamn word out of his mouth other than, please forgive me, Bakugo. And what exactly has he done that's so horrible? Mitsuki asked while glaring at her son. What has he? Bakugo motioned to Izuku. You saw the news, hag. He had a quirk this entire time and decided to show it off not only in class, but on national television. That loser made me think he was quirkless this entire time, laughing behind my back all the while. Bakugo then glared at Izuku. So was it worth it, shithead? Did you finally get your kicks after all these years? No. Izuku said fearfully. I'm not lying, Kaken. I didn't have a quirk until recently. Why would I lie about that? To make me look like? Okay, enough. Mitsuki shouted in anger, practically shaking the car. So you want to pick a fight with your free dash? He's not my effing friend. That declaration stung Izuku more than any insult before it. I don't give a shit. He's better than the punks I usually see you hang out with. Mitsuki then looked at Izuku. So who threw the first punch? Deku hit his. Bakugo was silenced by his mother's glare. Izuku looked down. I should say I did. That's what happened in the movies, right? The victim takes the heat for his school tormentor's crime, finally earning the respect of the bully who now has his back. Realizing that the victim was the bigger man in the end. But no. Reality wasn't a cheesy high school movie or TV show. Instead, Izuku sat there in silence until Bakugo answered in a low voice. I did. I grabbed him and pinned him to a wall. Mitsuki took in a slow, angry breath through her nose. So that's it, huh? You got said that something didn't go the way you thought it did and decided to beat up someone for it? Like a spoiled little brat. Mitsuki glared at Bakugo. You goddamn idiot. Bakugo didn't flinch, but he also didn't meet his mother's gaze. You want to blow your shot at being a hero? You want to throw a temper tantrum whenever the world doesn't go your way? Welcome to reality, Brett. The world doesn't bow to you. You keep it this, then you're just going to become a friendless has-been who blew his opportunity for a successful life because he... I don't need to hear this shit. Bakugo screamed out as he unbuckled himself and threw open the door. Katsuki, I'm not done talking to you. Mitsuki shouted after Bakugo, but the teen slammed the door shut and stomped away. Mitsuki leaned back on her seat and stared sadly at the ceiling. Izuku's chest ached as he watched this unfold. Because of him, Bakugo and his mother were fighting. No. It isn't my fault. Kaken was the one shouting at his mom. I'm sorry you had to hear all that, Izuku. Mitsuki said in a low voice. And I didn't know that you and Katsuki... It's fine, Mitsuki Obasan. No, it's not. Mitsuki sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. I've tried to be a mother, but I'm so busy and my husband, as much as I love the man, is too much of a wet blanket to correct him. I can't help but think I dropped the ball. Mitsuki looked at Izuku, her face soft and pleading. Izuku, does Katsuki have friends at school? And I mean real friends. Izuku thought back to everyone that Bakugo had ever hung out with and how they acted around him. The answer he found was really depressing. And not really. I figured. Mitsuki placed her hand on his shoulder. Izuku, please don't give up on Katsuki. Whether he wants to admit it or not, he needs a friend like you in his life. Izuku knew most people would refuse. Bakugo was an egotistical bully who lorded his quirk over others, shouting down at anyone who challenged him and dismissing those who wanted to be like him. Yet, there was a reason why Izuku stuck to him even after all these years. Bakugo was strong, confident, and brave. His drive to become a hero put Izuku's to shame. When he said he was the best, he meant it. If he wasn't the best at something, Bakugo would work his butt off until he made himself the best at that thing. He treated other people like dirt. That much was true. But maybe I will Mitsuki Oba-san, Izuku said with a nod. I won't give up on him. Mitsuki gave him a tired and relieved smile. Thanks, kid. It means a lot to me. With that, she went back to the road and dropped Izuku off in front of his apartment building. Izuku had to hide behind the gate for a few minutes before he could sneak out and head towards Peter's hideout. That trip was worth it in the end. Not only was I able to pay back my chemistry teacher for causing her trouble, but I also had gotten enough supplies for Peter and me to have our own lab. Peter was ecstatic. Said he'd been driving himself crazy just fixing up the place and occasionally stopping crimes if he stumbled on them during his trips out. He had to limit himself since his web fluid was beginning to run low. The Jukuri Park entrance had been transformed into something a person could actually live in. The floors were swept and the seats were clean. The broken ticket booths had been boarded up, the greenery had been pulled and the cracks in the pavement were plastered over. There was now a cheap futon and pillow rolled up on a nearby bench. A slightly rusted table set to the side contained a fan as well as several beakers and chemicals. On a thrown-away and cracked but usable coffee table was a steaming coffee mug, and to the far end of the lobby was a refrigerator and electric oven, both hooked up to the solar panels on the roof. We could actually work and not have to worry too much about that stuff anymore. Peter offered alternative solutions to the wet fluid whenever a formula didn't work, and I did the mixing and matching. The more I worked on it, the more I understood. Then, a week later, we managed to finally get the web fluid that fit the parameters we were looking for. Compared to that, building the web shooters was much easier. Izuku gulped as he looked at his rolled-up sweater and costume sleeves, revealing his web shooters. They were rather bulky. They were 2-inch-long metal tubes circling around each wrist, something Peter did because of the tools they had available. Each one contained a vial full of web fluid that was dispensed by the tiny nozzle in the middle of Izuku's inner wrist. Below that, a thin metal lever curved with Izuku's hand, ending at a big red button in the middle of Izuku's palm. It had been relatively easy to get the materials for the web shooters. Whatever they couldn't scavenge from the old machines of the park, Izuku went to town to buy. Peter helped here and there, but these web shooters were his own creation. I made these. Just over a month ago, Izuku would have never dreamt of doing something like this. Now here he was, web shooters in hand, ready to fire at a line of cans. Okay, now don't let this fool you. Using web shooters isn't as easy as you'd think. Peter walked behind the cans wearing the pink t-shirt Izuku's dad wore in college and red sweatpants. Sure, you need to look where you aim, but you also need to factor in the wind and the angle you're aiming at. Be a centimeter off and you can get into some serious trouble if you're in a pinch. I figured as much, Peter-san. Izuku twirled his wrist a bit. The web shooters felt clunky and weighed down on his arms a bit. Not by much, but it was noticeable. Big targets don't really need all that finesse. But sometimes people are carrying handguns. Peter made a stabbing motion with one hand and a swinging one with the other. Or switchblades and a pipe if they can find one just lying around. You need to get those away if you don't want a fight to turn ugly when they gang up on you, as they all inevitably do. Peter pointed at the cans. So, imagine those as big knives the local mooks got at the local hobby shop or brought over from their kitchen to cut the lasagna for Tony's birthday. What do you do? Izuku looked at the middle can and lifted his hand shakily, bringing it in line with his eyes to aim. Peter rolled his eyes. And now they are within 10 feet of you. Pick up the pace, kid. Izuku bit his lip. Steady your hand and double tap to release the webbing. Izuku hit the button with his middle and ring finger, causing a web to shoot out of the nozzle with a THWIP sound. He let go, allowing the strand to fly forward with the speed of a bullet. It missed the middle can by a couple of inches. And Vicky has just stabbed you, with his friends kicking you as you're writhing on the ground. Peter groaned while Izuku felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. Kid, why are you taking your time with this? Because. Izuku held up his hand and pointed at the web shooter. I have to aim. I can't see what I'm doing if I don't. Izuku. Peter motioned to himself. You think I could have survived as long as I did or saved that many people if I took my time aiming like that? What do you mean? I mean, Peter tapped his head. You aim with this. You need to thwip it out and be confident you're going to hit what you are aiming for. Peter followed it with a shrug. I mean, that's how it worked for me and I'm doing all right. That doesn't teach me anything. Izuku ummed in frustration. This was one of those occasions when Peter's almost superhuman transition from normal teenager to spider-themed hero was working against Izuku. Peter didn't spend much time learning to aim if the comics and movies were anything to go by. He got the hang of it automatically. Be confident, thwip it out. Izuku stared at the can. Was that it? Was his worrying over whether or not he actually could snag it making him miss? Izuku took in a deep breath and slapped his cheeks. He stared at the middle can with the steeliest gaze he could muster. Izuku threw out his right hand and pressed down on the pad. When he let go, the strand sailed forward and hit the can at the top, knocking it over. Izuku grinned and turned to Peter. I did it, Peter-san. Peter shot him a thumbs up, his face beaming in pride. Great. But don't get too cocky. Mario, Luigi, and Prego are all now trying to flank you on the sides. I think Peter had one too many run-ins with the Italian mob back at his world. We kept practicing web shooting for a week, testing how fast I could grab a strand when it attached to an object so I can pull it or shoot multiple webs at once with most of them hitting their targets. It was hard, but I managed it. But during those 2 weeks of practice, we also began testing out my not-so-spidery powers. It was not a fun process. Izuku slammed into the wall for what felt like the 100th time today, groaning in pain as he fell back. His mask twisted so he was now blind in his right eye and looking out his left through the right eye hole. He looked up to see Peter staring down at him. Okay, we may need to try a different approach. He reached down with his hand and Izuku took it. When he got back to his feet, Izuku adjusted his mask to his proper place. I tried doing what I said activated it. I was shaking and that's obviously not the trigger. Peter scratched his stubble-covered chin. Okay, so you said that you felt like you were vibrating before all the freaky stuff happened, but is that all? All? It's possible that this phasing thing is a fight-or-flight reaction. Peter pointed at himself. Okay, so it happened when I was getting my butt kicked by the Prowler. You were afraid I was going to die and you wanted to help, right? Izuku's hands clenched into fists remembering that day. How his legs moved on their own because he couldn't bear to see Peter die. His fear of the Prowler still being there, imagining that she would kill him for interfering, but it becoming smaller. Okay, so use that. Think that and run right through that wall. Peter took out his phone and filmed the title card for the test. And now. Izuku gulped and steeled his resolve. Remember it, remember it. The Prowler just before him with a bleeding and exhausted Peter below her. The rope closing in at him, but Izuku refused to allow it to stop him. He would keep running. He would run right through this obstacle if he had to. Izuku screamed as he ran to the wall and felt his body shake, the idea of how much pain he would be if he hit in not registering in his mind. Then Izuku found himself inside the building running through Peter's makeshift lab. The small drill on the desk smoked, but Izuku barely noticed it. He instead stared at his hands, which were distorted like television static once more. I did it. Hey kid, you in there? Peter shouted from outside and Izuku was about to answer, but he felt something in his stomach. Oh no. Something was coming up and Izuku's vision was swimming. There was no stopping this particular ride. Izuku barely managed to lift up his mask and put his hands on his knees before he vomited the remnants of his lunch in a sloppy pile on the floor. Oh, come on. I just mopped this morning. Peter cried in dismay. I wouldn't say I mastered the power, but I did have a good grasp on how it could be activated, which was a step forward. We still needed to test out the Venom Strike, as Peter called it, but I honestly didn't even know where to start. It happened so fast when I used it on Peter. I couldn't begin to imagine how to replicate that one-and-done feeling. So we decided to put it on the back burner and focus on the most important part of being Spider-Man. This is crazy, this is crazy. Izuku looked down from the middle of the busted Ferris wheel. Peter gazed up at him from the base with a mug of coffee in his hands. In front of Izuku was the top of the trees that led to the rest of the forest. They couldn't exactly practice with the other amusement park buildings. All of them were too small to be helpful and they couldn't go to town to web swing. Not unless they wanted to be caught by the cops or a passing hero for illegal quirk usage. This was their only option since the trees were high enough to avoid problems. Hell, when he really thought about it, he wasn't that high. It was just a 50-foot drop onto hard asphalt. No big deal. He was pretty tough now. Even if he fell, he'd live. Probably. Still, that distance seemed to grow the longer he stared at it. Come on, kid. You've got to get over this if you want to web swing. Peter shouted from below. It's too high up. Izuku shouted back. What if he landed wrong and broke something like his neck? What would his mother think then? Izuku. I was scared of heights too. Izuku looked down at Peter. Hell, I was goddamn terrified when I first began web swinging. The only thing I could rely on to not make me become sidewalk pizza was my webs. Peter pointed up to him. You made that, Izuku. You trained to use it. We worked hard to make sure that DMN thing could hold, so use it. Trust in yourself, in all the lessons you went through and your webs. The rest is a leap of faith. Peter was scared too. The thought replayed over and over in his mind. It seemed unreal. The very thing that made Spider-Man so iconic utterly terrified him the first time he tried it. Heroes were meant to be fearless. Symbols of justice who did the right thing and went into dangerous situations smiling without an ounce of fear within him. Yet here was Peter telling Izuku that like him, he was scared at first too. Somehow, that made Izuku feel better. I can't freeze up here. Izuku took his eyes off the ground. I've been face to face with a villain. That scared me, but I kept running regardless. So what if I can die if something goes wrong? If I want to be a hero, I'm going to have to face worse things every day. Izuku breathed heavily inside his mask. I can't let Peter down. I can't let All Might down. I have to. Izuku let go and used his feet to springboard off the Ferris wheel, reaching out. While he did fly forward somewhat gracefully, he fell with all the finesse of a rock seconds later. Gaia! Izuku moved his hand forward and looked at a tree, specifically the trunk, and shot a web to it. Once he saw the web somewhat tensing, he released the lever and grabbed onto the string with both hands, hanging on for dear life as he swung forward, twisting like a top as he did so. Izuku blinked as he saw the world around him rush past in a blur. The wind kissed his face as he swung with the web. He wasn't swinging gracefully, but I'm web swinging. Then the arc began to slow down and Izuku's hands let go of the web. Oh crap! Izuku hurriedly shot out another web. Double tap to release and thwip it out again. Izuku could hear Peter's cheers as he spun another web and grabbed onto it with just his right hand. His momentum slowed down, but that made his next webline transition more manageable since he now had another hand free. The trees zoomed by as Izuku thwiped more and more. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Izuku was grinning from ear to ear. This is awesome! Peter was right. Once he started swinging, it was almost second nature. Izuku laughed as he sailed through the air, adrenaline pumping as he nosedived towards the ground. He brushed the velvety grass with his fingers just as he was yanked back upward by the familiar pull of another web. He shut his eyes and let himself soar into the burning blue sky, savoring the warmth of the summer sun and how weightless he felt until gravity took hold again. From there he started showing off, somersaulting, flipping, and twirling through the rustling trees with the wind whistling in his ears. This was it. This was web swinging. Peter did this every day. Neither the movies, nor the video games, nor the comics did it justice. It was exhilarating. And now I can do it too. He couldn't wait to do this in the city. Incoming drone. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he heard a whizzing sound and a rock beamed him in the head. He lost his grip on his latest web, crashing into a branch and falling flat on his back with a thud. Izuku let out a groan as he heard Peter yell from the distance. Sorry, kid. But I learned the hard way that you've got to watch out for those in this day and age. Think of this as preparation for web swinging in the real world. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku muttered before staring up at the leaves overhead, not meaning a single word of it. Looks like they still had a long way to go. That was how the first half of my 10-month preparation for U.A began. I had a lot to learn, and not all of it was fun. But when you wanted to get into the best hero school in the world, you needed to make sure you deserved to be there. Side note, but I found out that Peter's incoming drone exercise was pretty useful in the long run. Those mechanical monstrosities are truly the bane of the modern hero's existence.